Her eyes meet mine for a split second before darting away.
We are at the library.
Come on. I lead her inside using the keys that I got from Miss Glennis, the sweet, older librarian. The light flickers on and illuminates rows and rows of books shelved neatly in wooden bookcases. The smell of air freshener and worn pages fills the air. For a small town, the library is surprisingly sizable and well-maintained. This way, I say, gesturing for April to follow me. She remains in place, her arms folded over her chest.
Why are we here?
She demands.
Aren't we going to show off our relationship in front of the town tonight?
Is that what you want to do?
Isn't that what you want?
She fires back. I want you to have a good time, I admit. I want to talk with you, eat with you, and get to know you. She bristles.
Like a date?
I don't understand why she's so mad. I thought that was obvious. Patiently, I tell her, isn't that what this is? She turns her face away and takes 3 deep breaths. When she faces me again, she looks guarded, even a little angry.
Chance, I'd appreciate if you didn't blur the lines here.
My eyebrows shoot up. Blur the lines?
Yes, you and we can't hang out just because
She gestures between us.
we're business partners. That's it.
Business partners? Her chin snaps down in a sharp, decisive nod. Business partners can still enjoy each other's company, April.
That's not what I meant.
She frowns. I study her intently. I'm not going to apologize for wanting to spend time with you if that's what you're waiting for. Fire crackles through her usually sweet eyes.
Of course not. Why would I expect the great Chance McLeanly to apologize?
Her tone makes me tense. I'll apologize if I did something wrong, but I didn't.
You're going against our contract.
You broke the contract first. She blinks at me in surprise.
Excuse me?
Was that kiss a part of our terms? I lean against the bookcase in the reference section and watch as the wheels behind April's eyes turn at a fast clip. Her neck becomes splotchy and the red is quickly mirrored in her cheeks. It could be a trick of the light, but I think I see a hint of my beloved freckles too.
That
April tosses her long hair off her shoulders.
was nothing.
Nothing? Her chin inches higher.
Yes, nothing.
My heart pounds as I study her face.
People kiss all the time for absolutely no reason at all.
Her eyes lift to the ceiling and I can tell she's just spouting whatever's popping into her mind.
We're both adults, and there's no need to make a big deal out of something meaningless.
Oh, really? I step toward her. She steps back.
Although I will admit that I could have gotten your consent beforehand. Men have rights, too.
Her eyelashes flutter. Her cheeks brighten even more. I suddenly have the urge to kiss this woman and never, ever stop. But April looks too horrified by my approach. Her back hits the bookshelf. Her head twists around as if she needs visual confirmation that she's trapped. I press my hand on the shelf just above her head and lean down until our faces are separated by mere inches. Her breath catches as I sweep my eyes over her, from head to toe and back.
Well, what are you doing?
April stammers. She presses up on the tips of her toes as if she wants to climb the bookcase backwards. That kiss really meant nothing? Her eyes dart away.
That's what I said.
You can kiss anyone without feeling anything for them?
Yes.
Prove it. My eyes lock on her lips. Her breath escapes in panicked spurts, but I show no mercy when I add, "Kiss me."
Chapter 28. April. The lip of a bookshelf digs into my back. It's a dull pain, and I focus on that sensation to keep from getting lost in Chance's dark ocean eyes. Breathe, April. I shoot a look at the exits. Chance sees where my eyes have gone, and his expression loosens in amusement. It's a subtle change, a simple twitch of his lips. But I can tell he's laughing at me. Come on, April. Dig yourself out of this hole. I try to speak in a normal voice, but it fails spectacularly. We're not in high school, Chance. This isn't truth or dare. I don't have to prove anything.
So it did mean something.
No, it didn't.
Then why are you blushing?
Because I'm angry.
You really are a terrible liar, Tink.
I'm not a fairy, but there are a couple of winged creatures flapping around in my stomach, all of them enamored with the man whose face is way too beautiful and way too close to mine. My head has gone completely blank, and I have no idea what to do next. The hesitation makes me feel even more vulnerable. When it comes to fight or flight instincts, I'm a fighter. Usually. Except when I'm backed up against bookshelves by pro hockey athletes. Throwing all my weight forward, I shove at Chance's chest. He steps back easily, allowing me to flee a couple paces away. That isn't funny, I scold him.
That wasn't a joke.
He answers, his voice low and silky. I attempt to swallow, but my throat is dry and I just end up coughing. I already apologized for kissing you.
I don't accept your apology.
My eyes narrow on instinct. Don't be petty.
It's up to the victim whether he forgives or not.
I bark out a dry laugh. Victim?
Unlike you,
He traces his lips with a finger.
I don't share these lips with just anyone. I'm a very modest man.
I roll my eyes.
I'm hurt that you don't believe me.
Chance shakes his head. My mind conjures the memory of him and the girl he was hugging at the Tipsy Tuna. We both know you don't have a problem getting close to women, I snap. Chance frowns.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. A muscle in his jaw jumps. His smile disappears and is replaced with an intensity that sends my head reeling.
Is that why you stopped answering my messages? Do you think I've been talking to other women?
Just drop it, Chance,
It's only been you.
he says firmly.
There's been no one else, April.
Liar. My heart beats faster and faster. If he keeps talking, if he keeps explaining himself, I'm going to believe him. I'll pretend that I didn't see what I saw with my own eyes that night. Like a total idiot, I'll succumb to the chase effect. And after Evan, I'm not signing up for another bad boy who can't keep his pants zipped package. You don't have to explain anything, I say firmly. I don't have any expectations of someone like you. His eyes flash.
Someone like me?
Yeah, someone like you.
And who exactly am I in your eyes, April?
Chance's voice has a dangerous edge, but I don't back down. You, Chance McClainley, are a man who always gets what he wants, especially with girls, and for the first time ever, you met someone who isn't swooning every time you flash those pretty blue eyes or whip out your charming smile.
You think my smile is charming?
I glare at him. Is that all you heard?
That's all that matters.
I throw my hands high. You're full of it, Chance McClainley. My wrath is building to a boil. I'm angry with Chance for making me feel this way. Angry with myself for being unable to control these feelings despite my best efforts. And through it all, he keeps looking at me with this penetrating gaze, like he's so close to breaking down my walls and seeing right through me.
Just so you know, the attraction isn't one-sided.
Chance says with a smile. My jaw clenches and my blood simmers. He really thinks this is all a joke. There is no attraction. There has never been an attraction. I point an accusing finger, stalking in front of him. This is me drawing the line with you. Sorry to disappoint, but I haven't fallen for any of your tricks. He massages his forehead like I'm a wayward student who refuses to get the lesson.
You think. All this time, I've been playing tricks?
I think none of this matters, and this conversation is pointless. After the way you played tonight, you're definitely going back to the league, and you and I will never see each other again. His voice is a thin, restrained sound, like I'm stretching out his last nerve.
So in your mind, you'd never date me if it wasn't for the contract.
Exactly.
You think the absolute worst of me.
I do. I agree vehemently.
And yet,
And yet? His eyes narrow slightly and he leans down, dropping his voice to a taunting husk.
I don't believe you.
My mind churns with chaos, grasping at straws for a way to prove my point. And finally, it settles on a desperate, impulsive, half-baked way to end the argument once and for all. Fine, I spit. I'll prove it. Digging my fingers into his collar, I wrench him down until his face is a breath away from mine. His wide-eyed stare is all I see before I close my eyes and surge in for a punishing battle cry of a kiss. Our lips smash together for a brief, angry dance. The urge to deepen the kiss overwhelms me, but I shove him away instead. He stumbles back, his chest heaving and his eyes ablaze. My chest is pumping up and down, and I stammer. See? Chance stands frozen, staring at me beneath his fringe of dark hair. I notice his hands curling into fists and then releasing, working in time with the muscles flexing in his jaw. I blink rapidly, willing my feet to run, to take me out of there, to free me from his addictive stare. It was so ridiculously stupid to kiss him. What exactly did that prove? Why did I let my temper get the best of me? I press a hand to my wildly beating heart and lie straight to his face. I feel nothing. It means nothing. Slowly, torturously, Chance's gaze slides up my body and pierces me.
You shouldn't have done that.
He whispers darkly. My heart tumbles over itself because I know. There's no use running now. His biceps contract beneath his t-shirt and, seconds later, I'm getting swept into his arms. I gasp when our bodies collide, lining up flush against each other. My head tilts back and I anticipate Chance grabbing my face and kissing me hard enough to bruise, punishing me in the same way I did to him. Instead, he brushes his thumb against my cheek and grinds out,
Where are they?
What?
Your freckles.
The breath knocks out of my lungs. Something bright and dangerous flares to life behind the ice wall I'd built around my heart.
And your curls?
Chance touches a lock of my hair.
Why did you change what was already perfect?
My fight-or-flight alarm bells are blinking a persistent red. Mayday! Mayday! Get out of there! But I can't move, not only because Chance's fingers are digging into my hips, but because my kneecaps have suddenly decided they're full of jello.
So beautiful.
He breathes the words in my ear, and now I not only have jello kneecaps, but also jello shins and jello ankles. His eyes darken.
I've wanted to tell you that since the first time I saw you in those overalls, carrying that toolbox.
His touch lingers on my cheek and then slides behind my ear. The exploration is so excruciatingly light that my heart pains me. For some reason, the way he's watching me, like I'm something too exquisite, too precious to hold, makes me emotional. His face muddles out of focus as tears crop in my eyes. I don't want to hurt again, and Chance McClainly, oh, he could make me hurt. Not only that, he could destroy me.
Are you crying?
Chance's voice rings with worry. I'm not, I sniffle.
You are.
He says, gently scrubbing his thumb under my eyes. What on earth is happening to me? I've lost full control of my body and mind. Chance McClainly is a wizard and he's casting a spell on me. A spell that reaches completion when he leans in and presses a kiss to my eyelid. His smell of peppermint and cologne fills my nostrils. Leaning in, he kisses the other eyelid with lips so whisper-soft that a pin drop would be louder.
Don't cry, Tinkerbell.
He soothes me. My head swims from the heat of his body, the heaviness of his hands, and the thick something that lingers in the air. It's the hint of promise, the weight of a moment that could change the course of my life forever, as if fate itself is sitting in front of us with popcorn, eyes glued to the TV screen. I can't do this. I can't. After everything with Evan, I'll never forget the bitterness of rejection, the way my heart shattered when I saw the truth in all its glory. I am not good enough as a girlfriend. I am not good enough as a woman. I am not the kind of girl men find it easy to be faithful to, especially ones like Chance, who will constantly be surrounded by more dazzling, more sensual, and more feminine options. Breaking away with all my strength, I shake my head. No, I'm not going to do this with you. I want to break the contract. I can't do this. I won't,
Good. I was thinking the same thing.
he says. I nod stiffly. I'm glad we're in agreement. As I turn away, Chance pulls me closer. His lips chase mine down like a predator to a prey. I don't have time to blink, don't have time to figure out what to do with my hands, whether to push him away or drive him closer. His kiss deepens, and I respond in kind. Tasting him, matching the rhythm of his mouth's brutal strokes. My thoughts are drowned out by the harshness of my breath, by the storm of emotions that swell like a raging tide. It's so wrong. But it feels so right. With our lips still connected, Chance walks me backwards. His hands twist my hips, spinning me away from the bookshelf. It's his back that collides with the column of books. His mouth disconnects from mine as the entire bookshelf rocks, but my arms and my mouth follow him like magnets, obliterating the distance he created as if I have a personal vendetta with it. Chance grins against my greedy mouth, slowing down the kiss so he can speak right to my lips.
Still think this is nothing, Tink?
Don't misunderstand. I'm hating every second of this, I grind out. He not too gently twists me around again so it's my back against the bookshelf. I'm spine to spine with an ancient Gaelic language dictionary. And when Chance holds me tightly and nips on my bottom lip in displeasure, sending a spurt of pain and heat straight to my stomach, I start speaking a Gaelic tongue of my own. The room is spinning around me. Chance McClainley's kiss is literally rocking my world. Apparently, the bookshelf feels the same way because a sharp slice of pain splits apart all the hot sensations flooding from his mouth to mine. Ow! I scream. My hands fly to the top of my head, and my gaze sails to the ground, taking in the giant book titled Special Species, World Research Edition. It really did feel like the entire world took a sledgehammer to my head.
Are you okay?
Chance's eyes bulge. I whimper in pain, holding my hand to the center of my scalp. I think the edge of the book nicked a brain vessel. It hurts so much.
Come over here.
Chance leads me to the center of the library where the light is much brighter. He whisks his fingers into my scalp, gently probing.
I'm sorry, Tink. No matter how good the kissing was, I shouldn't have pushed you against the bookshelf.
I can feel my face turning into a full-on tomato. Seriously? That's what you're apologizing for? Chance's lips twitch before he curbs the smile and says solemnly,
I don't see any blood. Let me get you some ice.
I scowl at him. They don't keep ice in the library. There used to be an ice machine left over from the water factory, but it broke last summer, flooding the room and ruining hundreds of books. Unfortunately, Chance doesn't listen. He insists on leading me through the library and out into the open air. Then he leads me to the reading gazebo a few paces from the library's back door. And what I see there makes me gasp out loud.
Chapter 29. Chance. April's reaction to my surprise does not disappoint. Her eyes sparkle, and her mouth parts on a stunned gasp. The moment would be perfect, if there wasn't a bump on her head the size of a hockey puck. This way. Watch your step. I guide her up the gazebo stairs. The structure's been outfitted with beautiful string lights, fresh flowers, and a thick rug that was flown in from an exotic country that I've forgotten the name of. I have to hand it to the event planner. The fluffy decoration was the right call. It feels like we're sitting on a cloud. April sinks into the soft fibers and leans against the sturdy picnic baskets containing our dinner of fancy sandwiches topped with imported olives, or so was listed on the bill, baked chicken, and cheese platters. I dive into the icebox, bypass the wine chilling on top, push past the lemonade and beer coolers and scoop out a few cubes. Looking around for a cloth to wrap the ice in, I disentangle the fancy tablecloth wrapped around the cutlery, drop the ice inside, and tie it up. Here, I press the makeshift ice pack against April's head. She barely registers the movement. April, honey, you need to hold this where it hurts. She absently presses the ice pack to her crown, too busy tracking every inch of the gazebo to scold me about calling her honey. Although now that I have, I'm definitely calling her that again.
Is that a candy stand?
April points to the M&Ms, Oreos, and mini chocolate bars arranged in rustic, wicker baskets. Each basket carries a silver scoop and a tiny handwritten cardboard sign bearing the treat's name.
And gummy bears?
April dumps the ice pack and crawls toward the treat. I hiss in disapproval. We'll tend to your wound first, then we can eat. Despite my firm tone, happiness glows in my chest as I watch her excitement. April obediently settles back in the rug.
Chance, did you do all this?
Yes, I answer. Her eyebrows crash down in disbelief.
Really?
I paid someone, so technically, her mouth puckers.
That doesn't count.
It does count.
No, it doesn't.
Whoever pays a sniper to assassinate someone is ultimately responsible for the crime.
They're technically both responsible for the crime, and this is not nearly the same as hiring a hit on someone.
I think the law would disagree with you, I answer.
And I think you're the one who should have gotten smacked by a good book.
The good book? I peer up at the starry skies, not surprised at all that the Lord himself had to step in earlier. There was probably no other way to get my hands off April.
No, I said a good book. You're impossible.
April rolls her eyes. And you're cute and injured. Ice pack. April huffs, but she does as she's told. While she moves the ice pack around her head, I take a small, transparent bag and scoot over to the candy bar. Which one? I ask.
Oreos. No, the M&Ms. No.
April peers at the selection with eyes narrowed.
They're all my favorites.
I know. I scoop out the M&Ms first, then grab 3 more bags and fill those with the Oreos, gummy bears, and chocolate bars.
How did you know?
April moves her narrowed gaze from the candy to me. Because I've made it my mission to know everything about you.
It was May, wasn't it?
I laugh at the way she's totally unfazed by my flirting. Hold the candy. I'll take over with the ice pack. April willingly trades the ice pack for the treats. You won't be able to eat dinner later if you eat this first, I warn.
Who said I was staying for dinner? I plan on storming off as soon as I'm finished.
She pops the candies into her mouth. I chuckle. If you leave early, you'll miss the best part.
What's the best part?
Her eyes glow with interest. My gaze drops to her mouth. A dazed look enters her eyes and her chewing slows. With a start, April glances away and keeps munching.
When did you plan this?
Since the moment you agreed to the date, I admit. I did hours of agonizing research, chatted with May about April's preferences, and scoured internet dating forums before I settled on what I wanted to do tonight.
What made you think I'd be into something like this?
April gestures to the string lights. It's more like I thought of what you wouldn't want. You didn't strike me as someone who'd like to spend her evening at a stuffy restaurant, or at a movie, or looking across a table at someone for 2 hours. You like your space. You like the outdoors, and, most importantly,
I like books.
she fills in. Mechanic books, yeah. I spent hours scrolling your social media. He shakes his head slowly. You strange, strange woman. She laughs and then catches herself.
Is that the surprise? Did you want us to read car manuals at the library?
Since it seems like the perfect moment, I reach into a nearby basket and pull out a long, heavy box.
What is it?
April asks when I deposit it into her lap. Something I got through the library. Open it. I gesture. She undoes the bow, pulls off the top, and her eyes glaze over in surprise.
Chance, this is...
The original edition of the Ultimate Bugatti E-Type. 5 years ago, you posted that you wanted to read it. Last year, you reposted the memory saying you still hadn't gotten a chance.
This book is super rare and out of print. There are only a handful of copies in the world, and they only lend it to select libraries.
I knew someone who knew someone. I shrug. A perk of Dad being such a car head is he has a deep network of connections in the automotive space. Ms. Glennis was also a big help. She's still blinking up a storm.
Chance, I can't believe this. It's too much.
Despite her words, her fingers close tightly around the tome, as if her body can't bear to part with the book. Like I said, it belongs to the library. I shake my head. As much as I wanted to keep it so every time you wanted to read, you'd have to see me. That didn't work out. Her lips quirk.
That sounded like the plan of a supervillain.
The best villains have a good reason for being bad. She tilts her head.
Am I your villain origin story?
That depends.
On what?
Whether you have permanent damage from that book falling on your head. She chuckles and looks down at the rare book again. Her ice pack has melted by now, so I shake out the non-liquid pieces in the grass and scoop out some more from the ice box.
I'm okay.
April says, touching my wrist when I try to put the ice pack back on her head. Are you sure? She nods. I retreat and shake out my hand to get some warmth back. Holding the ice for so long started to burn my palms.
An outdoor picnic is a budget-friendly idea.
She glances around.
But I'm almost afraid to ask what you spent on all this.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
She frowns.
You even hired someone to decorate.
That's a given. I don't waste time doing things I'm not good at. And decorating is not a skill of mine.
Chance.
April, the last thing you and I need to talk about right now is money. I give her a knowing look. Not when there are more pressing topics.
Like what?
She licks one side of the Oreo biscuit. I track the motion. Reaching over to steal an Oreo from the package, I say, that kiss, for instance. I'm smug about it, expecting April to choke on her Oreo in response. But instead, she turns to me, blinks frankly, and says,
Which one?
and suddenly, I've got an Oreo stuck in my throat and it's April who has to find me a bottle of water. I accept it and chug thirstily. She hovers over me.
Are you okay? I don't know CPR, so if you're not, I'll have to call an ambulance.
I massage my throat. After croaking out a weak, I'm okay, I crawl over to where she'd been sitting and lean against the baskets. April gauges my position and sits on the opposite end of the gazebo. To be fair, it could be because she wants to be closer to the Oreos, but I think she's just avoiding me.
This entire idea was beautiful, Chance. And this book is...
She blows out a breath.
I really appreciate everything you've done for me.
Instantly, I brace myself for words I won't like to hear. April's somber tone is the exact one my general manager used when he let me go from the team.
But
April's fingers tug at the bristles of the rug. You don't trust me. She swallows and ducks her head.
That's not it.
I set down my bottle of water and close the distance between us. Gently, I take her hand and say, I respect that you don't feel the same way and I won't force you to change your mind. Her eyes flit to me, full of relief. But, I add, and now I see her bracing herself, I'm an athlete and there's not much anyone can do to stop me when I put my mind to something.
And what exactly have you set your mind to do?
She scrunches her nose, probably imagining the worst. I rub my thumb over her knuckles. You'll see.
Chance?
She groans. I release her hand and climb to my feet. From this vantage, she looks so small and fragile that I want to scoop her into my pocket and protect her with my life. I'll take you home so you can read that in peace. I point to the book. She chews on her bottom lip. Or we can stay here and follow my original plan. Me feeding you strawberries while you sit on my lap and read.
I'll read at home.
April blurts. I laugh at her startled expression. April stands too fast and nearly trips on her dress. I steady her with a hand to her elbow and release her just as quickly. When her back is turned, I scoop out a few more sweets for her and follow her to the parking lot. I say nothing as I take her home, and she seems uncomfortable with the silence, sending me constant looks as if she's trying to figure me out. More than once, I notice her open her mouth and then slam it shut. When I finally get her home, I offer her the sweets and send her off with a wave. Tell May I said goodnight. A furrow between her brow, she opens the door.
Yeah. Good night.
I watch her scramble to her front door, and in the quiet of my car, I whisper, "See you tomorrow."
Chapter 30. April. May grills me about the date with Chance as soon as I get home, but I'm too exhausted to do a blow-by-blow of the night's events. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened in that library. At first, Chance and I were arguing, and then we were kissing. And then he was whisking me into a transformed gazebo ripped straight out of some magical wonderland. And then he threatened me. What exactly have you set your mind to do? You'll see. Those cryptic words haunted me even in my dreams. Now I'm awake, the sun is pouring through my window, and I'm lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, totally puzzled. Chance McClanely is a determined man. No one gets that good at a sport, at anything really, without a single-minded dedication, bordering on obsession. As someone equally obsessed with her career, I'm well aware of the downfalls of that kind of mindset. When I encounter a problem with a car, I don't sleep or eat until it's solved. I can't imagine what Chance has up his sleeve, but I know it will be just as intense as his playing on the ice. It was hard enough resisting him before he made liking me his primary objective. I don't know how I'll survive this. Suddenly, my bedroom door bursts open and May barges in. Her ponytail swishes behind her as she marches around my bed. April, you need to get up now. My sister bounces to the windows and throws the curtains back. I wince at the dangerously bright sunshine. Groggily, I demand, "Unless someone's dead or something's on fire, close that window and let me go back to sleep." Get up. What time is it? It's 7:30. What? It's so early. You need to get dressed and go to the garage. Rebel's already down there doing the intake process, but she'll need help. Why is Rebel at the garage? We don't open until 9. A sheepish look crosses her face. The thing is, I made a mistake with the schedule. Customers brought their cars at 5:30 this morning. Sitting straight up, I stare at May. Did you say customers actually brought their cars in? Yes. This early? Mm-hmm. This isn't like all the other times when we got tons of new followers but no actual clients. My fingers scrunch in my dark blue comforters. People actually showed up? Yes. Now get up. I'm serious. Rebel called me in a panic when she wasn't getting through to you. It sounds like it's chaos out there. I launch out of bed, take a quick shower, and see May following me through the door. I can't give you a ride to the bus stop, May. I need to go straight to the garage. I know. I'm coming with you. I check my watch. Don't you have a class in 20 minutes? I'll skip it. Absolutely not. I shake my head. But this is partly my fault. I should at least go help. My sister's mournful eyes hit me right between my chest. You know what Dad would have said? Education comes first. But you're going to be late as it is. Here. I reach into my pocket and drop some bills into her palm. Take a taxi. It'll be faster than your bike. At least eat something before you go. I gratefully accept the banana May flings at me on my way out the door. Have a good day, she yells, waving at my back. I'll come help after my morning class. Thanks, I yell back. On the way to the garage, I call Rebel. She answers with a harried, Finally! I thought my brain was going to explode. Why didn't you call May sooner? I thought I could handle it. Plus, I figured you'd be tired from your date with Chance, which I'm totally getting all the details for later. If I survive till later, I mean. I promise, I'll leave nothing out. I eye the road carefully as I remove one of my hands from the steering wheel to peel the banana. Main Street is stirring to life. The florist's shop, manned by Ms. Shirley and her wheelchair-bound son Sterling, is already open. So is the bakery run by 3 generations of Kanoges. And as I pass by, the smell of fresh sourdough bread fills my nostrils. How many cars are in the shop right now? I ask, taking a bite of the banana. 12. 12? I squawk, and the banana rolls right out of my mouth and plops into my lap. I fish around my overalls for it. You're joking. Our garage only has the capacity for 6 cars, and that's if we park 3 on the street. I know. I managed to get 3 in the bay, but the rest of the vehicles are still waiting outside. It's like a parade in the road. I've been praying for tons of customers since the day we opened, but not all at the same time. Is this really all because I wore a stupid dress last night? I grumble. That, and I think May forgot that we don't actually have 24 hours in a day. On the form, our business hours started from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., rather than from 8 o'clock to 5. People started showing up at 5 this morning. They've been waiting since 5 a.m.? I parrot. That's what the 1-star review on our business page says. And another customer who decided to wait until I came to open the shop said the same. Excuse me? When is it my turn? A voice booms in the background. Rebel answers distractedly. Just a minute, sir. Then with a more frantic tone, she whispers, April, are you on your way over here? The truck roars as I push it even harder. I'll be there in 10. Oh, goodness. 10 minutes to forever. I hang up with Rebel and tear it down Main Street, glad that it's too early for the sheriff to be about, or I'd surely get a ticket. When I arrive at the garage, I notice several cars already parked on the grass and a few out on the street. There's also a short line of vehicles idling on the road. I count 5 of them before squeezing into a parking spot between 2 trucks. Rebel runs out with a clipboard. She's still wearing pink shorts and a white tank top. She must have been too busy to even change into her jumpsuit. What should we do? Rebel grabs my shoulder. We're at capacity here. We simply can't accept any more jobs right now. She checks her pink gemstone wristwatch. It'll be time for another few customers in the next hour. I'm drowning, April. First, take a deep breath. I inhale and exhale. Rebel follows me. Now what? Let's shut it down. I twirl my hand in a circle. We can only do what we can do. Her eyes double in size. We can't send them away. Why not? We're already getting bad press because we weren't here at 5. Rebel fumbles with her phone as if she wants to show me and then gives up halfway. April, we don't have a choice but to make this work. If we accepted people's money and didn't deliver, this will turn into a nightmare. All the effort you put in to get clients. It's fine. We can recover. Reputations don't recover. The bad reviews will ruin us. I scrub my forehead and turn in a slow circle. So many cars. Rebel studies me with her bottom lip tucked between her teeth. I push out a breath. Okay, let's... I massage the bridge of my nose and then an idea hits. The lifts. Let's put a car on the 2 lifts and then raise them high enough that 2 more cars can fit underneath. That means we can fit 4 cars in the bays. Rebel's eyes brighten. April, you genius. Her smile dims. But that leaves 7 more. I'll drive another 3 cars around back. The backyard is where we usually park cars that won't move for a while because the parts they need are being shipped in from a warehouse. It'll be tight, but I think I can make it work. Rebel bobs her head, the color returning to her pale cheeks. 3 can stay outside, so that leaves 1. I smile. And if you can point out which car has the easiest problem to fix, I can get it out of the shop in about 30 minutes. That sounds... Rebel's words are cut off by the sound of a car honking. 2 more cars have joined the lineup of waiting vehicles in front of our garage. I cringe and check my smartwatch. It's time already? They're early. She groans. How many more is that? I count silently in my head. 3 more cars. We do not have the space to accommodate 3 more vehicles either in front of, behind, or beside the garage. Rebel swallows loudly. Let's get someone to park the cars at the mart. We can explain it to Maddie. He's sweet on my mom, and I think he'd turn a blind eye. We could even ask one of the bag boys to drive for a few extra bucks. I'm not asking a bag boy to drive someone's car from our garage to the mart. If they crash it, that won't be good for business either. We need someone we can trust. I'll see if any one of my cousins are free, Rebel says. I'll call Bobby. I hurry to phone Bobby, but he doesn't answer. Rebel returns to me, her mouth twisted in a frown. No luck? I ask. The bag boys are looking like a great option. We can't, Rebel. Then who do we call? We don't have a lot of options. I let out a deep sigh. I'll handle that part. You can get started on the forklift. She runs to park the cars. My heart starts pounding as I lift my phone. Despite being under immense pressure, I take 2 seconds before I dial his number. Chance answers as if he'd been waiting for my call.
Hello?
I say nothing.
Tink.
Chance's voice is full of amusement, but it quickly spirals into panic the longer I stay silent.
April?
I need your help. Without a beat of hesitation, without a single question, Chance answers.
I'll be right there. Chapter 31. Chance. April may need to rent a bigger garage, especially if business keeps booming like this. I return after dropping off my 4th car, and it seems like there are still new cars showing up at the garage. Whoa, it's Chance McLeanly! Shouts erupt as fans spot me heading in April's direction. I'd intentionally remained out of sight earlier. April needed me to be a driver, not a pro athlete, and if I'd stopped to take pictures before getting the task done, she would have been in big trouble. Hey! I flash my practiced smile. Can I have a picture? A skinny guy with a long beard and a beanie rushes over to me. I peer over his head to look inside the garage. The women seem busy. Rebel is running around frantically, coordinating all the vehicles, and April is working on a car. Right now, she's perched over an open engine, her eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Can you give me a minute, bro? I ask. I need to check if April needs me for anything else. Of course. Ape Chance for life. He flashes 2 fists. That ship name sounds even sillier coming from his lips. Inside, the garage is packed with vehicles. I turn sideways to squeeze past cars that are parked nose to nose. Unfortunately, there's no path that leads straight to April, so I have to catapult myself over a pickup. It's too bad April's so concentrated on her work that she missed an action movie moment. I stop in front of her, admiring the way the baggy work overalls try, and fail, to hide her figure. Tink.
Hmm?
She bends further into the engine. Her shiny brown hair slithers across her face and she shakes it back. Any more cars I need to move right now? Her non-committal response tells me her mind is 100 miles away.
I'm almost finished working on this one.
April mutters, tossing her hair back.
Give me 10 more minutes.
If I were a mad scientist, I'd build a time machine and give her all the time in the world. Since I'm just a regular Joe, all I can offer is a massage, coffee, and possibly a hug.
Dang it.
April scowls at a car plug and violently wrenches her head to keep her hair away from her face. In direct defiance, her silky smooth mane falls right back into place. She gets enough of it and angrily yanks out her hair clip. A swath of chocolate brown strands get yanked out too. "Hold on, Tink. Let me," I say, stepping right up against her and reaching for the clip. She pulls away.
I can do it myself.
"Relax. I know my way around a hair tie." Her eyes narrow.
Lots of practice?
"Not the way you're thinking," I tell her. "I had shoulder-length, Fabio hair in my high school searching for identity phase." Her eyes widen, and for the first time since the chaos at the garage began, she smiles.
I can't imagine that.
"Don't try. It's as hideous as you'd imagine. I'm no Fabio." The smile grows. Her eyes sparkle harder. Everything around me blinks out of focus as I stare at her. April's unique smell of flowers mixed with engine oil fills my nostrils, and I take a deep breath. Dangerous territory. I could get drunk on this fragrance alone.
Let's see what you've got.
April whispers, offering the clip to me. "Hold still." I gently but firmly guide her head straight and gather all her hair into my grip. Tongue sticking out in concentration, I make one loop with the clip and then another. After that, I half it and secure the base so there's a bun at the end and a plume of hair sticking up like a feather. There. I turn her around and inspect my work with pride. You won't have hair in your face anymore. This held up under 3 hours of drill training,
Thanks.
she says, inspecting the bun with amusement. Her eyes slowly track past me to the crowd that's waiting outside. More fans seem to have gathered and they're staring into the garage. Some even have their phones out. She gnaws on her bottom lip.
Do they want to complain about the wait too?
No. They want pictures with me." Her entire body sags with relief, and the desire to hug her wells so strong that my arms ache.
Pictures are a good idea.
Her voice has a thoughtful note.
Maybe fan service will improve their mood and make them forget the long wait.
It probably would.
Do you mind?
She gives me a sheepish look. Doesn't she know that I'd give her the world if she asked? This is nothing. No, I don't mind. I can even play field hockey with them if you think that'll help. She laughs softly.
There are so many cars out there. We won't have space for you to play field hockey.
Oof. If I wasn't sure before, which I totally was, seeing April's smile cements how much I like her. Rebel's voice cuts in. "Hey, Mr. Hockey Player. Get away from our star mechanic. She has no time for the likes of you." Guilt streaks across April's face, and she hurries back to work. Outside, the crowd welcomes my return with applause and overlapping compliments. I give each individual my undivided attention. It's a strategy that works. Despite the long wait, everyone is all smiles by the time they leave. I head back into the garage to cool off. After taking what feels like a million photos, my cheeks are aching, and I'm pretty sure my bottom lip has a bit of a spasm. April looks up and back down again quickly.
Was it that exhausting?
I shake my head. I can't compare my state to hers. She's been powering through this crisis like a champ. A bike bell rings in the distance. A second later, May's footsteps rush through the building. "I'm here," May coos, bringing a bright smile and fresh energy to the frantic garage. "Oh, hey, brother-in-law. Sister-in-law." I grin. I've always liked how clearly May can read a room.
Don't start with that.
April warns. Rebel strides close to us, dabbing at the sweat on her face with a pink handkerchief. "Great, May, you're here. I need you to type out these order forms and organize these part requests." She drops a stack of documents into May's arms. I've been tied up with office work all morning, and I'm itching to get my hands dirty. Rebel pauses. "Metaphorically, of course." "Aye, aye, Captain." May carries her workload to a desk. Rebel takes command of a car on the opposite end of the garage, so I sidle close to April. Need some help? She glances up, eyebrows tightening into a V. She looks so disoriented that for a second, it seems she doesn't recognize me. Finally, her eyes clear and she shakes her head.
No, you've done enough. Thanks, Chance.
I've been dismissed, but I pretend to miss the social cue. I can stick around in case you need more of my transportation services, I say. Weren't you booked for the entire day?
Rebel contacted the clients scheduled for this afternoon and rescheduled them for tomorrow, so we're not expecting any more arrivals. Besides, don't you want to rest today? You had a big game last night.
Max graciously allowed us a morning off. Training isn't until 3. Her eyes widen.
You're still training today?
It's hockey season. There's no day off. She makes another sound from her throat and concentrates on her work. I peer over her shoulder, watching as she fiddles with wires, taping some together, pulling on others, and testing a few with a meter. April's eyes pass over me and back to her toolbox.
You're still here?
Do you need something from in there? I point to the open lid. She sidesteps me, but it's a small space, and her shoulder ends up brushing my chest.
I got it.
I watch, fascinated, as she returns with the tool and gets to work on the engine. How did you clear the garage out so fast this morning? I ask. Every time I returned from driving to the mart, she had sent someone on their way.
We cataloged the vehicles based on the reported issues. That way we could work on the ones that were a quicker repair.
She brushes a thumb over her nose and leaves a grease streak. I take a nearby towel. Really? What's considered quicker to repair?
Some vehicles only need an oil change. That takes about 20 to 25 minutes. What are you doing?
You've got something on your face. I grip her chin and swipe the towel over her nose. Aw, so cute, May yells from across the garage. Chance, if you distract April one more time, Rebel threatens. I throw both hands up in surrender. April blushes slightly and almost stumbles as she returns to the car. I follow her. If what the vehicle needs is a simple oil change, why did people bring it to you? Was it just to meet you?
No. To them, it was an issue that couldn't be fixed.
Huh?
Not knowing the answer doesn't mean the answer isn't simple.
She wiggles a plug in the engine.
Their mechanic probably changed the fuel regulator, but didn't change the oil. So the vehicle would still have the check engine light on, despite having a new fuel reg.
Fascinating. A new part wasn't enough to fix the problem.
Right. So the fuel gets into the oil because of a bad fuel regulator. So then that bad fuel gets into the base of the engine, and when the engine is running, it sucks in oil through the PCV valve, which sucks it back into the engine.
I bob my head like I understand a word she's saying.
The PCV circulates unburned fuel mixture back into the engine to protect the atmosphere. If the oil mixes with the fuel because of a bad regulator, then it'll pass more than the vehicle is designed to handle.
And that's bad, right? That sounds bad. She chuckles.
Yes, that's bad, Chance. Now can you step aside so I can work?
This time I can't pretend to not understand when I've been dismissed. Rounding the garage until I get to May's workstation, I observe her filing away invoices and logging client names into a database. She glances up with mischievous eyes. April chased you away. I shrug because admitting defeat isn't my style. May stops working for a moment and looks across the bay at her sister. She wasn't always like that, you know. Prickly? I clarify. Skittish, May says. I look across the garage to April, wishing I could be the calm to her storm. You know why I'm so angry with Evan? May balances her chin on the palm of her hand. It's not just because he was a douche canoe who cheated. It's because him cheating destroyed my sister. April was so confident and sure of herself before that relationship. After, May blows out a sad breath. It's like she's a different person. Was she friendlier? I ask, trying to picture a smiley April and failing. Not exactly. She was always sarcastic and careful around people, but now it's really difficult for her to trust anyone. She has this giant wall around herself, but it's not just to keep people out. It's like she wants to keep her pain and self-doubts in. What are you two whispering about over here? Rebel butts in, peering at May and I with suspicious eyes. Nothing, May chirps and gives me a secret look. I take out my keys and walk to the door. How about I work on some lunch for you ladies? I'll have a triple cheeseburger from Phil's, May yells immediately. A salad for me. Hold the olives, Rebel recites before settling on one of the rolling cots and sliding underneath the car. And for you, I ask April. She doesn't seem to hear me. I walk closer and touch her shoulder. April, I'm getting lunch.
Not hungry.
You need to eat, I argue.
No time.
She grunts. I narrow my eyes. She does a quick glance up, sees me glaring, and sighs.
You're not going to let this go, are you?
If begging won't work, I'll resort to threats. Her lips twitch.
What kind of threats?
Either you eat willingly, or I sit you in my lap and feed you myself. The blush appears like a dear and expected friend.
I'll have a burger.
Good girl. I stroll out of the garage, glad that understanding auto repair is not a prerequisite to being April Brooks' boyfriend.
Chapter 32. April. After the kissing, the love confession, and the showing up like a knight in shining armor right when me and my garage needed him the most, I thought I'd be seeing Chance every day. But Chance and the Lucky Strikers leave town again for a series of away games, and just like that, he's MIA for weeks. I'm surprised by how much I miss his playful smiles and flirty banter, and I really wish I asked him how he managed to tie my hair without it getting loose.
Nurse,
Dad's croaking voice lifts me from my thoughts.
he called B24.
I place the sticker in a hurry, and Dad lifts his hand.
Bingo.
Groans of disappointment sweep through the room, growing in direct response to Dad's excitement. Dad eagerly points to the front of the room where the bingo prizes are stacked, a silent command to wheel him there. I wrap my fingers around the handles of his wheelchair and push him forward.
This one,
Dad collects the package of fresh but fit boxer briefs.
Chance McClanely wears these.
I wouldn't presume to know what underwear Chance prefers. I haven't allowed myself to even imagine him in anything close to boxer briefs, but I'm pretty sure his tighty whities wouldn't have an accident guarantee padding. Dad smirks proudly.
I spoke to him, you know.
I don't correct my father. He's been really excited since Chance's visit, which means his nonstop chatting about June reduced significantly.
McClanely is playing the Southern Foxes this weekend.
Dad informs me. You've mentioned it, I answer dryly. Somehow, Dad knows every detail of Chance's itinerary. In his mind, he even knows what Chance eats for breakfast. Why are you suddenly so interested in Chance McClanely? I ask, genuinely curious.
The better question is, why aren't you interested in Chance McClanely?
I humph. Dad sounds exactly like May. A nurse smiles politely at us. Mr. Brooks, it's time for your checkup with Dr. Reese. Dad holds his bingo card to his chest.
I can't go yet. This is another winning hand. I'm sure of it.
Dad, I mean, Mr. Brooks. I clear my throat. I'll play this hand for you. You can take over when you get back. Dad surveys me with narrowed eyes.
All right.
He gives in.
But don't get up. Not even to use the bathroom. That's how they get ya.
I offer him a wobbly smile and promise that I won't get up even if my bladder's about to explode. Dad is wheeled away and I play the rest of the round. After the game ends, Dad still isn't back yet, so I go in search of him. I find his nurse tending to another patient and wait until she has a moment before asking, Is my father still with the doctor? Oh, he was tired after the checkup, so he retired to his room. I'm sorry. I should have informed you, but I got caught up. No worries. I smile. Everything's okay with him? The doctor's very happy that his appetite improved. That's a relief. I was concerned that he would never get his appetite back. He's been eating every bite, 3 meals a day. She leans in with a warm smile and says, Your father claims if he doesn't eat, Chance McClanley will nag him. How far has Dad's sickness progressed that he thinks Chance sincerely cares about what he eats? I want to ask her, but I'm afraid to. Thank you for taking such good care of him, I say politely. As I head to the lobby, the receptionist catches sight of me. Goodbye, April, she waves. See you next time. See you too, I wave back enthusiastically. The receptionist freezes and keeps her stare on me all the way through the exits. I bet she thinks I'm acting strangely, but in all truth, this is who I've always wanted to be. Someone who smiles at the receptionist. Someone who walks into the nursing home with her head held high, knowing her bills are paid. Whoever said, money doesn't buy happiness, has never been in debt from staggering medical bills. Humming under my breath, I saunter to my truck and climb in. Just then, my phone lights up. Chance, hi. I let the engine run so the air conditioner can cool me down. He sounds tired.
Did I catch you at a good time?
Yeah, I was just leaving my dad.
Did you tell him hi for me?
I'm not sure if I should.
What do you mean?
Your dad's new obsession. He mentions you all the time. I check my watch. Chance is on the other side of the country, so he's several hours ahead of me. Is the game over?
It is.
He answers in a strained voice. Oh no, did you lose?
We won. But I spent most of my time in the sin bin.
Really? His tone hardens.
It was my first time all season that I got 2 penalties in a row.
I sink deeper into my seat. Although I don't know much about hockey, I've heard the sports recaps praising Chance for avoiding penalty calls. What happened?
Their defender said something about you.
What did he say?
I'm not repeating it.
If you do, I'll probably laugh.
It wasn't something to laugh about.
Chance sounds about ready to throw a few more blows. Relax, Chance. I've been in garages my entire life. I know how guys talk.
Boys talk like that. Men should mind their words, especially when the woman they're talking about is mine.
That sounds very possessive.
I said what I said.
My lips twitch. My point is, there is nothing those players can say about me that I haven't heard before. I'm not a sensitive flower you have to protect. At least not on the ice where it's obvious they're just mocking me to push your buttons. He says nothing, but I can imagine him glaring into the silence. It bothers me more that you let them use me to get to you. I want to be your strength, not your weakness. The pause this time is even longer. Chance, you still there?
April, you keep talking like that and I'm flying back tonight. Forget tomorrow's game.
I snort. Max will drag you back by the collar before you get to the airport.
How do you know him so well?
Just focus on tomorrow's game, big shot.
Big shot?
His voice rumbles with satisfaction.
I like it.
I was being sarcastic.
You gave me a pet name.
It was an insult.
I think you're getting soft on me.
I am not. I squirm when I catch my eyes in the rearview mirror and see a weird glint of interest. Prattling on, I say, I mean it, Chance. Whether we like it or not, we're publicly linked. As you can tell by all the testimonials people are leaving for the garage, I'm a very talented mechanic with a thriving shop. So at the very least, you shouldn't embarrass me on the ice. Chance laughs loudly.
Oh, April. I miss you so much.
My mouth clamps shut before I tell him the same thing.
I'll text you after the post-game celebrations.
Chance promises.
Call me before you go to sleep.
It'll be like 3 a.m. for you,
Call me.
he says firmly. My heart tumbles like a turbine shaft in a storm. Okay. We hang up and I press a hand to my chest. Why do I feel so warm inside? Is it because of that quick conversation with Chance? Or am I still giddy after paying off Dad's nursing home bill? Hoping for a distraction, I search Chance's name online and look for his latest game. I want to read more about the fight he mentioned. Immediately, millions of hits pop up under his name. But instead of finding articles about the Lucky Strikers' latest win, I find a more appalling headline. Fina spotted at Strikers vs. Fox's game. McClanley's glamorous ex back for a second chance. Right beneath the articles are images of a leggy blonde with the most stunning cheekbones I've ever seen on a human being. Paparazzi pictures show her cheering at all of Chance's games. Instantly, my mood sours. Dragging the stick shift into position, I drive to the garage in a hurry. There's a fire burning in my chest, and, though I tell myself it means nothing, it's hard to convince myself that's true.
Chapter 33. Chance. The next day, we play the Conga Crusaders and wipe the floor with them. Thaylon immediately sends out a group text inviting everyone to a local bar to celebrate. I'm gonna bow out, I inform him, stripping off my jersey. Thaylon slams his locker shut and wiggles his eyebrows. Got other plans? Yeah. He narrows his eyes. What you doing? Calling April. Thaylon boos. I thought you were about to say something else. What else would he say? Gunnar grumbles, walking past us in a towel. A big, mischievous grin cracks Thaylon's face. Nothing. It's just, April's all the way back in town. I reach for my gym bag. If I wasn't surrounded by my teammates, I'd call April immediately. She might be sleeping by the time I get back to the hotel, and the thought of not hearing her voice for a full day sends me into a tiny panic. Thaylon stops me as I turn to the showers. Are you really staying in and calling your girlfriend tonight? I squint at him. You'd rather I write a letter and send it by carrier pigeon? Chuckles break out. Thaylon's eyes dart around. We're on better terms now, but there's no hiding his desire to compete with me. Being extremely competitive is a hazard of the trade. As athletes, something in our biological code urges us to be the best in the room. It doesn't bother me anymore. Thaylon and I have found our own rhythm on the ice, which is what matters. All you've done on this trip is play hockey and chase after April. Were you this lame in the league? Watson saunters into the room, scrubbing his damp hair with a towel. All Renthro does is play hockey and video chat with his daughter. I don't see you ragging him about it. Yeah, but that's his kid. April's just a girlfriend. I slam my locker shut and spin around. Gunnar immediately shoves a sock in Thaylon's mouth. Shut it if you want to live. Thaylon spits out the sock. Did you just... It's better than McClanley's fist, Watson points out. I smirk at Watson and Gunnar's protectiveness. Thaylon is young, impulsive, and looks up to Gunnar like the guy's the town hero. In a sense, I guess he is. Every time I forget that Gunnar's family is a big deal around Lucky Falls, I see the way everyone defers to him and remember that he's the small-town version of Prince Harry. Thaylon falls back, but he's still grumbling. At least help a brother out and send me her number. Whose number? I grunt. He better not be talking about April. That smoking hot babe who's been following you around. Did you get a puck to the head? I scoff. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the blonde who's been at every game, staring at you the entire time. I squint at the bright, fluorescent lights, trying to come up with a visual. None come to mind. Gunnar gives me a disbelieving look. Even I noticed her. Does she stand out that much? I don't usually look in the crowd during or before games. Unless you count that time I couldn't stop staring at April. Gunnar nods. She came up to me at the bar last night and asked why you weren't at any of the after parties. I frown. Sounds like a stalker. I'd let her stalk me any day, Watson coos, reaching over to fist bump Good, another defender. The girl's got some bazookas on her, if you get what I'm saying. Deep-throated and appreciative laughter breaks out in the locker room. I take another step toward the showers. Even if I did know her, I wouldn't set any of my female friends up with the likes of you, Thielen. Thalen grins. I don't need your help. Why's that? Watson teases. She's probably heartbroken that McLeanley's not interested. And as a young, single, caring man, I'm going to teach her the best way to get over someone. Thielen wiggles his eyebrows suggestively. My man! Watson slaps Thielen's open palm. Thielen throws one leg over the bench and starts yapping to Watson. I looked her up, man. Her entire page is just her wearing these tiny little outfits. She's just my type, super blonde, legs for days, this His eyes roll back. This Russian accent. Can you imagine that accent whispering in your ear? I crash to a stop. Did you say she has a Russian accent? Ring a bell? I immediately change directions, heading to my locker instead of the showers. What's up? Gunnar asks, his eyes following me. The entire locker room goes silent, watching as I yank out my gym bag from the locker and rifle through it. I feel a calm presence behind me and notice that Renthro is standing close by, on guard. His hair is damp on his forehead as if he didn't get a chance to dry it yet. His eyes mirror the same concern in Gunnar's. Ignoring all of them, I grab my cell phone, open a search engine, and tap in the name of an old acquaintance. There. It is Fina. Her latest posts are selfies taken at my games. She even has a few smeary photos of me on the ice with hard-eyed emojis around my head. I cringe at the flashy headlines and ugly comments underneath the posts. Chance looks better with Fina.
Fina, go get him! I'm rooting for you!
Fina and Chance McLeanley would be such a power couple.
Renthro reads over my shoulder. In a low voice, he assures me, it's just gossip. It's not that serious, McLeanley. I answer him with a grunt. Gunnar mouths to Renthro, what's going on? I leave Renthro to explain, put the phone to my ear, and stalk out of the locker room. Come on, April, pick up, I murmur as the phone rings. The tunnels are packed with crew members.
Hey, Chance!
Chance, great game.
I rummage up a smile for the staff and duck into an empty room just as April picks up.
Hey, Chance.
She says. I sigh in relief. She's not ignoring my calls. That's a good sign. Did I wake you?
No, I'm at the garage.
I check the time on my phone. You're working this late?
I couldn't sleep.
A banging sound punctuates the words. She must have me on speaker. Why couldn't you sleep? Did something happen?
No!
She says tightly. I release a breath.
How was your game today?
April asks. Great. We won.
I know. I saw the news.
Did you, I pull my collar away from my neck. Did you read anything else online?
Like what?
Irrelevant news.
Why would I read it if it's irrelevant?
Silence rings between us, broken only by a loud bang, and the sound of metal dragging on the floor. I just wanted to remind you that you shouldn't believe everything you see online. Bang! Bang! Bang!
I'm not an idiot, Chance. I'm well aware of that.
I'm not one to hold my tongue. However, I need to be cautious. If April hasn't seen the articles about Fina, I don't want to alert her. And if she has, I want to assure her that the pictures are nothing but an empty publicity grab. The banging stops, and April's voice sounds closer to the phone.
Did you get to celebrate with the team tonight?
Absolutely not. I called you right after the game. I didn't even shower. I answer firmly.
You don't have to do that.
Shower? I force a chuckle. Are you saying I have permission to stink?
You don't have to report to me after every game.
I'm so stunned it takes me a minute to answer. I'm not reporting to you, April. I enjoy talking to you. There's no one else I'd rather be speaking with right now.
Really? No one else?
There's an undercurrent of accusation here. I'm swimming in dangerous waters. I lean against the wall and rub my eyes. You saw the articles about Fina.
That Russian social media model who wears bikinis in the winter? Never heard of her.
Then how do you know she's Russian and an underwear model?
Maybe I'm a fan.
Are you? There's a long silence. I break it first. There's nothing going on between me and Fina. We hung out once or twice a few years ago, but we were never that serious. I haven't seen or spoken to her since.
Like I said, you don't have to explain anything to me.
I know it bothers you.
It doesn't bother me.
Then why are you in the garage beating the living daylights out of an engine? April, there's no need to be jealous.
I am not jealous.
But you are angry.
I'm numb, Chance. Totally and completely numb. I know how men are. I grew up around mechanics, and if you think locker room talk is indecent, you haven't heard a garage full of sweaty, oil-stained men. I told you before that I'm not a dainty little flower. I'm well aware of the reality of the world. So you don't have to console me. Whatever you're doing on the road, it's none of my business.
I haven't done anything.
Don't bother. It's not like I'm there with you to verify anything, so I'd rather we don't waste each other's time.
I really, really don't like the sound of that.
I should go. I was just finishing up here.
She grumbles. April, wait. The phone clicks. She's gone. I drill my thumb into my forehead hard enough to bore a hole in my skull. The internet is an evil, swirling vortex of gossip, sensationalism, and fake news, and none of it ever mattered to me. Until now. Because that evil, swirling vortex of gossip matters. To April.
Chapter 34. April. Sweat drips down my nose and plops against the open collar of my jumper. I mindlessly brush my knuckles against my forehead and keep inspecting the spark plug for a solution. I could coat the tips with engine oil or...
Hey, Tink, you really shouldn't be working so hard.
I push Chance's imaginary voice out of my head. I could replace one of the tips with a new plug that I know is working.
Have you taken a break yet, Tink?
Urgh! I toss the wrench back in the toolbox and it lands against my treasured scanner with a clang. Grabbing a dirty rag, I wipe off each of my fingers, scrubbing them as if I'm scrubbing Chance out of my brain. Sadly, I'm unsuccessful at both forgetting Chance and getting the stains off my nails. Ever since I read about him and Fina, I can't stop thinking about him. It's like my brain is stuck on a bad song. Like I'm running as fast as I can, but I've landed in quicksand. I don't know why I'm like this. Chance's latest scandal is proof that holding him at arm's length is the right decision. Women will always flock to him. He's the Chance McClainly, a beast and a beauty on the ice. With his Prince Eric hair, his eyes the color of a midnight ocean, his warm, inviting personality. Gosh, why is it so hot? I undo the top of my mechanic jumper and shimmy out of the sleeves. As the jumper peels away, the sleeves land against the bumper of the car. I stare at the sleeves, recalling the last time my jumper was trapped in the hood.
Take it off.
Chance had said, his eyes a deep, dark blue. Prickles run up my skin. My heart pounds. I slam my fist against my chest. Behave. Chance-related adrenaline spikes are not allowed. Thinking of him is not allowed either. I keep working until the engine in front of me starts to blur. Setting aside the wrench, I straighten, plant my hands on my hips, and stretch my back. Spine-cracking sounds fill the garage. You should take one of those ancestry tests, Rebel says, walking up to me with a popsicle extended. I spin to face my best friend. Huh? Check your DNA. You might be part bubble wrap. I muster up a smile for her as I accept the popsicle. Rebel jerks her chin at the door of the garage and walks steadfastly toward the coffee station there. I follow her and plop into the chair around a pretty metal table. Rebel's latest needlework, 2 wonky rose-shaped coasters, decorate the metal top. Why is it so hot lately? I whine, pulling at my white tank top. You'd think we were welders instead of mechanics? Rebel eyes me, saying nothing. I squirm under her steady gaze. Why are you staring? What's your deal, Brooks? I don't understand the question. The popsicle wrapping rips away easily, and I go to town on the cold delight. Chance called me. He wanted to know if you were okay. Really? I say as casually as I can. Are you ignoring his calls? Did he say that? He didn't have to. Rebel tosses her hair over her shoulder. Why would he be calling me if he could reach you? I'm not ignoring him. I just told him I'm busy and I'd rather we keep in touch through text. Are you responding to his texts then? Rebel grills me. I clear my throat. When I have the time. She makes a frustrated sound in the back of her throat. April, I love you, but sometimes I could just... She makes a squeezing motion towards my neck. I press a hand there, turning slightly away. Do you really believe Chance is seeing Fina behind your back? Rebel demands. I choke on a chunk of tangerine-flavored ice. Not even a flicker of mercy crosses Rebel's face as she watches me fight for my life. It's like she wants me to die a violent death for ignoring Chance. I showed you what happened on the cameras. She arches a perfectly trimmed brow. Do you need me to re-send the video from that night? No, I mumble, wiping the corner of my lips. A few days ago, when the gossip sites started whispering about Chance and Fina, Rebel flew into a righteous rage. I'm going to expose that cheating, lying backside of a camel for who he really is, she ranted. Rebel stormed off on her valiant quest for the truth, only to return with a sheepish frown and footage from the tipsy tuna, exposing that A. Chance barely talked to any of the cheerleaders we saw that night. B. The cheerleader who'd pounced on him for a hug had done so without invitation and was quickly brushed off by Chance. He was innocent, Rebel says, as if I need the reminder. I can't vouch for him on any other night, but that time he did what a guy who respects and cares for his girlfriend is supposed to do. I know, I say quietly, setting the popsicle down on the open wrapper. Then why are you being like this? Rebel wrinkles her nose. From that short phone call, I could tell that Chance is losing his mind not talking to you. And you don't look that great not talking to him either. It's obvious you both like each other, and so far, he hasn't shown himself to be a cheating scumbag like Evan. So what gives? I don't know how to explain it. She crosses her arms over her chest and sasses, "Try me." The words in my head rush too fast, and I'm not sure how to present them in a way that she'll understand. Rebel has always been beautiful and confident around men. On their part, men have always been attracted to her. Every time I mention my insecurities around her, she scolds me or tells me to have more confidence, as if I can just shimmy on down to the confidence store and buy another bottle of good old self-esteem. Is there some other piece of information that I'm not aware of? Rebel insists. Did you catch Chance flirting with girls while he was with you? Did he make eyes at a waitress in front of you? Did he hide his phone when you walked in the room? Has he shown you any red flags? I dig my dirty nail into the loose thread of the coaster. No. Rebel's eyes narrow to slits. She leans forward, waiting for more. I do believe Chance is a good guy. I believe he was telling the truth when he said he hasn't spoken to Fina. And the fact that I trust him that much after Evan is already such a giant surprise. Then what's the problem? Rebel throws her hands high, an empty popsicle stick in hand. Right now, we're just pretend, but the closer we become... I trail off. Dating Chance McClainley comes with the price of sharing him with the world, I admit quietly. I can't do that again. Unknowingly sharing my ex-boyfriend with my hairdresser was hard enough. I don't want to share Chance with all the crazy, possessive fans chasing him around at every game. I don't want to date someone who'll constantly get nasty messages and late-night invitations from models and socialites. I know who I am, and I know that it would drive me insane no matter how much I like him. Rebel sighs. I guess I can see that. Chance is a great guy, and maybe if things were different. Her eyes fill with compassion. Different how? If he were a normal guy who moved to town, just another farmer or coal miner or cowboy? I shrug because it's a foolish exercise. Chance is the farthest thing from a normal Joe. The problem isn't him, Rebel. It's me. I'm too broken to handle everything that comes with his fame and hockey career. A cool hand covers mine, and Rebel says, "That's what you decided?" I hesitate to nod. It's a choice I wish I could make. What does that mean? She asks softly. I thought all the feelings would go away. My heart thumps harder in my chest. It didn't. Despite telling myself it won't work and that I'm only setting myself up for pain, something's changed. The more I tell myself all the reasons I can't have him. Tears shimmer in my eyes as I admit, the more I want him anyway. Rebel chuckles through her own tears. Is this why women date bad boys we know aren't good for us? Do we all suffer from the same temporary insanity? I smile despite all the rolling emotions in my gut. Just then, I hear May's voice and the cheerful bring of her bike bell. Stones and sand scatter as my little sister skates her bike to a stop in front of the open garage door. She hops off and runs to me, her chest heaving. May? I jump to my feet. What's wrong? Chance. She heaves for breath. Viral video. Another gasp. Online. What? Rebel bends her head to hear May better. I leap forward, already imagining the worst. What happened to Chance? Just watch. May shoves her phone at me and then collapses into an exhausted heap on the floor.
Chapter 35. Chance. Cameras flash directly on the podium. From this high up, it's like looking into a sea of exploding stars. After so many years of this circus, I'm still not used to the way cameras actively try to blind us. Questions erupt from all corners of the conference room. I only respond to one. Chance, why have you been refusing to do after-game interviews? Are you trying to build suspense? You caught me, Harry. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Harry Winsbury pauses. He's a sports journalist with the Millennial Times. Nice guy. A bit overzealous, but only because he loves hockey as much as the players he writes about. I feel a hand land heavy on my shoulder. To my left, Max is grinning painfully. His eyes beam a frantic, "What are you doing?" I shrug his hand off and look at the cameras. There's something I need to address, but I wanted to wait until you were all here before I spoke up. I nod to the line of cameras filling the room. Every major broadcasting network is present and waiting. And what exactly is this news you want to share? Harry prods. Don't tell me you're trying to retire, another reporter barks out. Harry throws them the stink eye. A low roll of disgruntled murmurs erupt from the journalists. It's a bit surprising that the media is so sympathetic to me. It wasn't too long ago that I was being burned at the stake. Never gonna happen, I reply. You'd have to drag me, kicking and screaming off the ice. I'm never giving up on hockey. Loose, uncomfortable chuckles tell me I may have been a little too intense saying that. Too bad. I mean every word. This isn't about hockey, but it is about something equally important to me. I clasp my hands and set them on the table. As you all know, I'm in a relationship. Don't remind the ladies, Chance. We didn't bring enough Kleenex, Harry yells. The room fills with laughter. I do not join in. That's the thing, Harry. I do want to remind the ladies and the men. I want the entire world to know this. I am a taken man, and I have zero interest in anyone but the woman I fell in love with. Max's eyes are drilling holes into the back of my head. Harry's jaw is on the floor. The first time I met her, my car had broken down. Like a total idiot, I rejected her when she offered to take a look at it. Despite that, she offered again. That's who she is. A woman who will help a stranger on the road. Who'll take 30 minutes to fix a car when I can't even name the parts of an engine. Who'll give her life to take care of her family. Someone honest to a fault. Whip-smart and so beautiful that sometimes all I can do when I'm in front of her is stare. I adjust the mic and lean closer so the words reverberate through the speakers. Her name is April Elizabeth Brooks. It's her and no one else. Tell him your truth, McLeanly, Harry encourages. I shake my head. This isn't my truth, Harry. This is the truth. Immutable, unobjectionable, and unchangeable. I pause for dramatic effect. Now. Any questions? A giant bear paw of a hand covers my phone screen and lowers it to the back seat. Put that down, Max says, dramatically covering his eyes. Oh, I have a headache. There are worse things to say at a press conference, I remind him, pausing the video and putting the phone away. Max just groans. I check my watch and cringe. With the way traffic is crawling, I could miss my flight. Scooting forward, I tell the chauffeur, I'll pay triple your fare if you get me to the airport on time. Yes, sir. He salutes and shifts gears. Max's eyes take up half of his face. What do you mean you're going to the airport? You're not heading back to the hotel. No. My phone buzzes and I take it out, distractedly explaining, I'm heading back to town now. What about your luggage? Oh, right. I look up and give him a pleading stare. Could you handle that for me? Max grumbles. Why would I, the owner of the team, take care of your luggage? I'm not asking the owner of the team, I reply, noticing that Derek is calling. I'm asking my best friend from college. Max sulks in his seat, but he's such a giant guy that he can't even slouch properly. I'm charging a transportation fee. Send me an invoice. Sliding the phone to my ear, I smile. Derek, that was fast. I just left the press conference.
You think you can say anything in front of the media, and I wouldn't know about it? I make half my entire salary from that pretty mug of yours.
I laugh at my agent's excited tone. I know what you're going to say, and I'm going to correct you ahead of time. What I did today was not brilliant marketing. I meant every word.
Doesn't make a difference to me. The only thing that needs to be real in my life is money. Speaking of, Fresh Butt Fit has been hounding me day and night. They want to lock you down for another 5 years.
That's a gamble. What if I'm no longer relevant in 5 years?
McLeanly, everyone with eyes can see that your trajectory is heading in one place, and one place only, up. Besides, the currency those companies are looking for is influence, and you have more now than before your suspension.
Because of me and April?
The family man image doesn't hurt, but it's your incredible ice time too. People are watching what you're doing with that team from Podunk Town, and they want more.
Lucky Falls.
I wouldn't say it's luck, Chance. We made an intentional, targeted effort to clean up your act by involving that female mechanic.
The town, Derek. The name is Lucky Falls.
Right,
He admits, his tone indicating that he's already forgotten.
I've been invited into some rooms, Chance. I can't give you any more information now, but I've got a great feeling about this.
What's with the mystery, Derek? He laughs.
I'll let you know when I have more. Just keep on doing what you're doing.
What I'm doing is playing the game I love and heading back to town to see my girlfriend.
Exactly.
I sigh in satisfaction. I'm really living the dream.
Because of who?
Derek coos. My hard work and my incredible agent? Derek laughs.
This is a ruthless world, and you made the right combination of choices to survive in it.
A chair creaks in the background, and I can picture Derek leaning back as he often does when he's trying to lecture someone.
Some people have influence with no skill. Some have skill with no influence. You've got both, McLeanly. That's a magical combination.
Thanks, I guess.
Fresh Butt Fit isn't the only company that's itching to work with you. I'll send over some contracts. Take your time deciding your next move.
Whatever it is, it won't be with underwear, I warn him. He laughs. I end the call after promising to get back to him on the contracts. Max glances at me and then at the window, squinting into the sun, filing past the windshield. That your agent? Yeah, Derek. A thoughtful, worried look crosses Max's face. What'd he say about the press conference? It was good for my image. I'm getting more brand deals. The usual. Yeah. Max starts cracking his knuckles. It's so loud that the driver jerks the car in shock. Sorry. That was me, Max admits sheepishly. I thought something had fallen off the car. Everyone okay back there? He peers at us through the rearview mirror. I flash a thumbs up. Through the window, I notice we're almost there at the airport. Right on time, too. Did Derek have any updates from the league? Max asks casually. No. Why? He shrugs. If you hadn't taken control of the narrative at the conference today, that question would have come up. He's not wrong. I feel like that's the #1 question on everyone's mind since the season started. Your fans are even starting to petition for your reinstatement, Max adds. The league won't be bullied by anyone, not even my fans. Nothing's certain yet. Max nods. Either way, a deal's a deal. If you do get called back, I'll let you know. The taxi rolls to a stop and I pull out a few $100 bills. Don't ship me off just yet, Max. We still have the playoffs. I climb out of the car and swing my backpack over my shoulder. You might not make it to the playoffs with us, Max mumbles. I freeze at the resigned tone of his voice. He sees me watching and smiles. Waving a hand, he motions, "Go give April a hug. We'll talk more when I get back with the team." I hurry inside of the airport, an unsettled feeling in my stomach. It's not until I'm already boarding the airplane that I realize what it is. Unease. For the first time since I was suspended from the league and drafted to the Lucky Strikers, I'm not excited about returning to where I belong.
Chapter 36. April. Watching that video of Chance proudly declaring his feelings for me to the entire world cracked my heart in half. No, it's more accurate to say that it cracked the protective chasm around my heart. And now my heart is beating, open and vulnerable to the elements. Beautiful. He called me beautiful in front of the entire world. April, are you wheezing? May squeezes my shoulder. Do you need to sit? I'm fine, I breathe. Rebel peers at me with eyes that can see right through me. Did it change something? His speech, I mean? Admitting that it did would make me a hypocrite. I'm well aware. A few seconds ago, I'd been very firm about how broken, insecure, and unsure I was about a relationship with him. One love confession from Chance later, and I'm still all those things, but somehow they don't seem to matter. Can you handle the afternoon clients for me? I ask Rebel in a daze. Of course. Without another word, I grab my phone and purse and take off running. Is she doing it? Is she finally getting out of her own way? May asks Rebel in excitement. I don't hear my best friend's response, but I'm pretty sure she's smiling. Sunshine bounces against my straight hair, leaving its heated fingers on my shoulders and cheeks. The grass is withering from the humidity, and yet the heat of the day is nothing compared to the burning meteor that tore a hole through my chest. It's her and no one else, he'd said with a sure look in his eyes. So sure. How can Chance be so certain when life is so unpredictable? It's total and utter foolishness to believe that two people can be faithful to, serve, honor, and protect each other for the long term. It's even more insane to believe that two people can actually like and enjoy each other's company for decades. And yet, I think, with Chance, every cell, every fiber, every bone in my body longs to believe that it's possible if it's with him. The drive to the airport feels like it takes hours. Chance isn't picking up the phone, and I'm slightly panicking as I rush to a customer service desk. "How can I help you?" the perfectly dressed woman in the tailored suit asks. I lick my lips. I'd like to buy a ticket. Can I do that here? Or I fumble with my phone and it almost crashes to the ground. "Do I need to buy a ticket online?" She looks me up and down. "Yes, you can purchase a ticket here." "Great." I sigh in relief. "By the way, you look familiar." She taps a manicured nail on her chin. Her eyes rove my dirty mechanic jumper, my wind-torn hair and makeup-less face. "Are you that mechanic? The one who's dating Chance McClainley, the hockey player?" I smile in discomfort. "Oh my goodness." Her eyes do another slow rove. Her nose turns up in distaste. "Wow, you really are a mechanic, aren't you?" I wipe my hands over my hair, hoping to clean up a bit. The move only brings her attention to the dirt under my nails, and something inside me splits. "You're just too much like the guys, April. Sometimes you feel like one of the bros to me." That dark voice in my head amplifies my own desire to hide. I tuck my hands behind my back. I should have gone home and changed before rushing to the airport. I smell, and I'm too dirty. She's so beautiful that sometimes all I can do is stare. Chance's words from the press conference wash over me. I inhale deeply and remember why I'm here. Chance believes in me. He believes in us. I've never done something as impulsive as buying a plane ticket to visit a man, but I've also never met anyone I wanted to trust more. Being with Chance for real will bring me face to face with my insecurities. I'll be constantly placed under a microscope, constantly having to defend why I'm good enough to be with him. If he was brave enough to take that leap in front of the entire world, why can't I make a decision within my own heart? Lifting my chin, I stare the rude woman right in the eyes. I was gapping spark plugs on a 6-liter engine. That's a big engine, by the way, when I suddenly missed my boyfriend and wanted to see him. Hence why I'm here. I set my elbow on the desk and she leans back. "So can you please help me with that? You are a customer service rep, aren't you?" I make sure to deliver the question in the same condescending tone in which she'd given to me. The woman nods tightly. "Of course. Can I have your ID?" My heart thumps in a wild craze and my palms leak enough sweat to flood the desk. Yet, I feel looser than I have since the breakup with Evan. I never used to care what people thought of me. But after Evan demolished my self-confidence. No, after I allowed Evan to demolish my self-confidence, things changed. I miss the old April. I miss the real April. I want her back. As I'm rummaging in my purse for my ID, my phone rings. It's Bobby.
"Hey, Miss April,
Bobby says in that good-natured drawl.
I really need your help. The Zamboni's gone in again, and the children's figure skating competition is coming up this weekend. I need that truck back on track. I can't have the little ones getting hurt on uneven ice."
I'm a little tied up at the moment. Could you call Stuart Kinsey?
"Kinsey's not picking up the phone. I think he found out you fixed the Zamboni last time, and now I'm on his blocked list."
I remain quiet. Bobby presses,
"If you can't help me, I don't know what I'll do."
I chew on my bottom lip. Although I want to see Chance now, I can't bear the thought of anyone's precious son or daughter getting hurt when I could do something to prevent it. "All right," I sigh. "I'll be right there." You won't be flying with us today? The clerk arches a brow smugly. I debate buying a ticket for later today, but I don't know when I'll be done with the Zamboni. I thought I'd fixed it properly last time. If it's broken down again, there might be a deeper, more complex issue that I can't solve before the flight. No, thank you. Turning away, I return to my car and drive to the stadium. On the way, I call Chance again, but it goes straight to voicemail. I back into the stadium's parking lot. There's a giant banner of the team hanging on the front of the stadium. Chance is slightly ahead and in the center of the group. Why aren't you answering? I grumble to the humongous image. With a slight shake of my head, I grab my toolbox from the truck bed and enter the stadium. The lights are off, which is strange. Did Bobby forget that he called me down here? And where's the Zamboni? Bobby, I call, moving carefully down the stairs in the dark. Bobby, where are... My words are cut off when the spotlights over the stadium burst to life. They illuminate the Zamboni that's working very well as it vrooms over the ice in a peculiar pattern. I slow down, inhaling sharply. From this vantage, looking down at the ice, the Zamboni is leaving a mark behind. What is that? I back up the stairs to get a higher view and the pattern becomes clear. It's the shape of a heart. I cover my mouth with a hand. Why is Bobby doing this? I know he's head over heels for his wife, so that must mean...
Tink!
Chance's deep voice rumbles behind me. I spin around, jumping so far in the air that it really seems like I can fly. Chance, what are you doing here? I thought the team wouldn't be back in town until tomorrow.
I left early.
He takes a step forward. The rest of the stadium is still dark, but the light bouncing from the ice illuminates his handsome face.
I missed you.
My throat pulls tight. All the things I wanted to say to him get lost between my head and my lips. Breathlessly, I gesture to the ice. Is that for me?
Yeah,
He tilts his head.
I wanted to do something special for you. Next time I'll set up candles and rose petals everywhere.
I squint in thought. Is it legal to light candles in an ice rink? He pauses and thinks about it.
You know, I'm not sure.
I laugh, my shoulders, neck, and back loosening. My heart is finally at ease seeing him, and I'm just so happy. His eyes soften on me.
Whoa,
My lips freeze. What?
your smile just made my heart flutter.
I laugh and shake my head.
I'm being serious.
Chance insists. I chuckle again, unable to stop smiling at him. Now that I think about it, I started smiling and laughing a lot more after meeting Chance. Chance remains a few feet away, but his gaze is so tenderly caressing that it feels like he's touching me when he says,
I really missed you.
I take a step forward. Me too.
Yeah?
He seems surprised. I saw the press conference.
I meant every word.
My fingers fall to the pockets of my jumper. Pressure builds in my head, and I take another step forward. Chance?
Yes, Tink?
There's something I need to tell you.
Chapter 37. Chance. All I want to do is grab April and give her a big hug. Every day that I was apart from her was torture. Standing this close to her after so long away feels like diving into cool, turquoise waters after wandering around in the desert. It takes every ounce of self-control I have to follow her to a seat and sit beside her without holding her hand. However, I know it's the right move when she looks up and gives me a brave smile. Whatever she has to say is difficult enough for her, and I don't want to crowd her space.
Her
voice trembles slightly, and she rubs her hands on the oil-splotched legs of her jumper.
So, as you know, I was dating someone before you.
I work to keep the jealousy from my face. Now that I've admitted my feelings for April, the thought of any other man having her, in the past or in the future, makes me want to put a ring on her finger immediately. She swallows, clears her throat, and says,
That person cheated on me, as you already know.
I do know. And Evan is very lucky there are laws against tying someone to a lamppost and shooting them with 100 hockey pucks.
Evan and I met in high school, but we didn't seriously date until I graduated vocational college. I started working with him at the garage, and he'd stay back late at the shop just to eat and work on cars with me.
I nod, listening intently, even though I wish I could erase all visuals of Evan flirting with April over the open hood of a car.
I thought we were happy.
April wrings her hands together, and I debate offering my fidget spinner.
We both loved cars. We could talk about turbo engines and compressors and faulty brake pads all day long. I thought I'd found the one.
She starts pulling on her fingers, and this time I do offer her the fidget spinner. Her lips inch up as she accepts the device from me, and she gives it a flick.
Thanks.
You're welcome. As the plastic toy whirs, I survey April closely. How long had you been dating before you found out about the other woman?
3 years. They'd been together for a year by then.
I curl my fingers into fists. The next time I see Evan, he's getting a long overdue punch to the face.
It's old news.
April says, shaking her head. I don't believe that. After what May told me about how April's self-confidence was crushed, it feels like that betrayal is still fresh.
The other woman was
April sighs heavily.
the complete opposite of me. She always had long, painted nails. Her hair was always in a new style, probably because she's the town's hairdresser.
I make a mental note to boycott Lucky Falls hairdressing salons, all of them.
And she dresses really well.
That's not a valid reason to step out on your partner, I grouch.
I'm not saying that to excuse Evan, but it did show a glaring fault in our relationship, one I should have been aware of from the start. It took me ending things with Evan for him to truly be honest with me.
What did he tell you?
He said I'm too much like the guys, that sometimes I feel like one of the bros instead of his girlfriend.
Idiot, I mumble. One look at April's delicate cheekbones, full lips, and sweet smile, and it's clear as day she's a woman. No amount of t-shirts, jumpers, or steel-toed work boots can disguise that fact. April ducks her head. Watching her, I realize that she truly believes she's somehow inferior because of her career and style, and it makes me angry to think those words have been inscribed in her heart and a weight around her neck for such a long time. I blow out a breath and say as gently as I can, "You know that's not true, don't you? You are incredibly beautiful, April."
Thank you.
The fidget spinner whirs as she gives it another push.
I think I would have been able to get back on my feet again, but right after blowing up at Evan, I was called into my boss's office.
She pauses.
Stuart Kinsey. Mr. Kinsey owned the only garage in town at the time. My dad had worked there before he got sick, and I'd been hanging around the garage since I was knee-high.
Another pause.
I really looked up to Mr. Kinsey, not just as a good mechanic, but as a family friend. I enjoyed working at his shop too because it felt like,
A slow flick of the spinner.
I don't know, like my dad was still there with me.
I nod in understanding.
But after I freaked out at Evan, Mr. Kinsey fired me.
He fired you? She nods.
He said I was too emotional, that I couldn't do the grunt work the other guys could, and that everyone felt like they had to watch their mouths around me because I was too sensitive. Mind you, I usually let all their crass jokes slide, unless it was really demeaning to women.
She stops the fidget spinner suddenly.
Evan had complained that working with his ex would be too awkward. It was just an excuse for Mr. Kinsey to side with his family and get rid of me.
I shake my head in disgust.
After that,
April adds.
Mr. Kinsey offered me some personal advice.
She takes a giant breath and seems to prepare herself to speak again.
He said that I shouldn't be surprised that Evan went looking elsewhere. He said that men are visual creatures and seeing a woman all covered up like me wasn't what men wanted.
Inside, my blood starts boiling.
He said if I wanted to be happy, I had to lower my expectations. After a long day's work, a guy doesn't want to come home to someone like me.
She extends her arms to show the stains on her hands and nails.
I should just accept that if a guy had to choose between a feminine lady and a dirty mechanic covered in oil and sweat,
April nibbles on her bottom lip.
he wouldn't choose the mechanic.
I explode to my feet. Where is he? Where's this Kinsey guy? April grabs my bicep.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Drive my car through his shop window? She laughs. I sit back down, my eyebrows taut. I'm open to suggestions,
Chance.
she says with a smile. I can't even look at her pretty face. I'm filled with so much righteous anger, I might start a political rally and change a few state laws.
Chance, I'm not finished.
I look over at April. She's sitting on the bench, her face upturned and a small, hopeful smile on her face.
Evan's actions and Mr. Kinsey's words really hurt me. I believed that maybe I wasn't enough. Pretty enough. Feminine enough. Sweet enough to be in a relationship. Maybe I wasn't the type of woman that a guy would be interested in. Even if he was interested, I wasn't the type of woman a guy could be faithful to. That unworthy feeling got worse when you and I
She points between my chest and hers.
started faking our relationship. Everyone on the internet criticized my looks, so I changed it. But when I started dressing more like the woman Mr. Kinsey had described, I felt even worse about myself.
She gestures to her jumper.
This is the real me, but people only started paying attention and believing we were really together when I hid it.
I'm sorry, April. I should have known. I should have protected you better. I don't realize my fingers are tightening into fists until April starts prying at each digit. When my fist is unclenched, she smooths her hand down my palm and links her fingers with mine. Stunned, I look from our joined hands to her beautiful face.
You once told me you don't hand out apologies unless you mean them. I know you're being sincere, but I won't accept your apology this time, Chance. This is not your fault. You've done nothing but make me feel valued and protected.
My lips curl up. Those words mean the world to me. April chuckles.
If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have gotten to this point. Believe me, I was looking for any reason to mistrust you, but you haven't given me a single opportunity to doubt your character.
I squeeze her fingers and then bring them up to my lips to kiss the back of her hand. The harsh scent of engine fluid and whatever oils and grease she was working with fills my nostrils. But it doesn't bother me at all. I really, really like you, April. It's more than that, but she only opened the door to her heart a crack. I don't want to barge in with another love confession and overwhelm her too soon.
I like you too.
She leans forward.
For real.
Joy explodes in my chest and I whoop like a maniac. April teeters back with laughter and watches me with a big grin.
Are you that happy?
I worked so hard to hear that. Of course, I'm ecstatic. April scoots forward and wraps her arms around my neck. Instantly, my grin tempers into a quietly pleased smirk. Having her close is almost better than ice time. Nope, it's way better than ice time. I rest my hand on her waist and pull her a little closer. What's the first thing you want to do as my real, official girlfriend? She tosses her head back, exposing her beautiful neck to me.
Now that we're official, how about we seal the deal? Chapter 38. April.
When you said, seal the deal, this is not what I had in mind.
Chance mutters, staring at me as I wobble forward on the skates Bobby lent me. Behind him, the ice glints white and frosty. It's a regular ice rink, but it might as well be the Siberian tundra in my eyes. My safety pad-covered knees quake at the thought of stepping onto the ice. A chill inches up my spine despite the 2 layers of Chance's sweater and numbered jacket shrouding me from the cold. I try to take a step forward, but my brain communicates time to panic, and my limbs revolt. Both legs start wobbling, arms windmilling. Balance and gravity are in a heated battle, and the former is losing. I bend my knees and wiggle my arms, knocking the scarf around my neck askew. Chance. Warm, calloused fingers close around my elbow. I manage to remain upright with Chance's grip firm around me.
You good?
Chance asks. I have no idea how he got to me so fast, but he's not even winded. Yeah, I blow out a breath. With his help, I take a shaky step forward.
Didn't you tell me you were never going to skate?
I said I was allergic to falling on ice. But things change. I can't be your girlfriend and not even know how to handle myself in an ice rink.
I'm your boyfriend and I don't know how to fix cars.
Chance points out. Don't worry. I have a bunch of beginner-friendly engine repair tutorials all picked out. Chance groans while I laugh maniacally. However, that laughter turns to whimpers of fear when I take another step toward the ice.
I got you.
Chance says, holding my elbow for balance. I windmill my arms, moving jerkily. You said this wasn't what you were expecting? What did you think I meant? Chance tilts his head, eyes rolling to the ceiling as if contemplating whether he should share. Finally, he returns his dark blue eyes to me and says,
Kissing.
Heat rams straight through my cheeks. I wrench my elbow away from his hold and immediately regret it. The slices of iron death attached to the bottom of my shoes slip out from under me, and gravity tries to body slam me into the ground like a WWE wrestler on a Tuesday night match. Chance quickly wraps his arms around me. I end up flopping into his chest, which is really just a mass of bricks underneath a soft white t-shirt. It hurts almost as much as getting bonked in the head with thick library books. I ease back a little. Chance leans forward, bringing his face even closer to mine. A cheeky smirk tugs on his lips.
Ah, this is good too.
I can literally feel my scalp blushing. I clear my throat and push him away. Not too far, though, because letting him go would mean face planting in a violent display of flailing arms and legs. If it's this hard to walk already, I'm not sure it's a good idea to get on the ice. Chance accepts the subject change and the slight distance between us with grace. He slides one giant hand through his hair, and the soft black strands shift messily in all directions, revealing, yet again, that there is not a single hairstyle he can't pull off, except maybe the Fabio one he had in high school.
I've got you.
He says confidently. Chance leads me to a bench just behind the boards. He sits beside me and laces up his skates like a fireman shrugs into gear at the sound of alarms. In what feels like a second, he's on his feet again, having gained an unnecessary set of extra inches, and offers his hand to me. I hesitate. It's okay. I can do it.
Don't trust me?
He arches a brow, his lips quirked upward. No, it's not that. But can you help me and stay upright yourself?
I skate better than I walk.
He returns cheekily.
You'll be fine.
With a cloud of doubt swirling around me, I set my hand in his and totter behind him. The moment I set one leg on the slippery ground of hardened water, or whatever ice rink floors are made of, I immediately regret it. No, I need to go back, I whine. Chance turns to face me so gracefully. I'd believe it if he said he was a figure skater before he signed up for hockey.
April, just breathe and put both feet on the ice.
I can't. My brain is sending up red flag after red flag. Ice was not meant to be walked on. If humans were designed to go gallivanting on slippery slopes, we would have been born with metal plates jutting out of our toes so we could glide.
April.
Chance tries to pull me forward. I resist. The tug of war costs me dearly. While I have one foot anchored on the solid part of the ground, my other foot is on the ice and surging ahead like the Titanic at that iceberg. Chance! I squeeze his hands for dear life as I drop into a mid-split. Chance! Frantically, I climb my way up his arms to stop my slow descent. He tugs me back to my feet with the strength of his bulging biceps alone, and then returns my hands on his.
Tank, sweetheart, I got you. Just follow me.
I slowly allow my other foot to join the first on the ice. Chance holds my hand and skates backward at a glacial pace. I follow him like a newborn deer testing out his legs. Each of my skates seem to have their own engines because one foot keeps veering right while the other keeps sliding left. Chance snorts. I shoot him a glare that's sharp enough to cut. Are you laughing at me?
No, ma'am.
He says, pulling in his lips. I murmur grumpily. I haven't done the splits since my middle school cheerleading tryouts, and here I am about to do 2 of them in a day. Chance's eyebrows shoot up.
You tried out for cheerleading?
You try being an awkward 11-year-old who loves fixing engines with her dad and the younger sibling of the most popular girl in school. It was a very confusing time.
Did you make the team?
He asks. I got laughed out of the gym.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Dad let me drive on the back roads after tryouts, so it turned into a happy memory. Besides, I would have hated every second of being a dancer. I was happy leaving that to June.
This is your first time talking about her.
About who? June.
May mentioned that you 3 are a quarter of the calendar.
I laugh.
But,
He adds.
that's kind of all I've gathered.
He smiles and shakes his head.
So, June was the most popular girl in school.
Don't sound so excited. I give him the stink eye.
I'm just intrigued. You're so...
I scrunch my nose. So what?
feisty.
Is that a compliment?
Of course, Tink.
He laughs.
And May is chirpy and optimistic. So I kind of pictured June as a combination of the both of you.
Well, she wasn't. June is extremely beautiful, but she's kind of cold too. Didn't like having her sisters hanging around all the time. Was super independent. She and Dad argued a lot growing up. Even so, I don't understand how it was so easy for her to leave town and never look back. My heart burns the way it always does when I talk about my older sister. Our family shattered the day she left and we've carried on, but it's never been quite the same.
Sounds like you miss her a lot.
Chance says carefully. Miss her? I scoff loudly to ignore the pang in my chest. I cut her off when she stopped answering my calls. Dad and May are the sappy ones. Dad can't remember us, but he mentions June all the time and May... My throat wells with emotion. Anyway, that's enough of my family drama. What about your family?
What about them?
Chance asks, skating a little faster. I side-eye him because I notice he's increasing the pace, but I don't stop him. As long as he doesn't let me go, we'll be good. What's your family like? I add. Chance narrows his eyes in thought as we take a curve. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? How has he not turned around to check that he isn't crashing into the goalie net?
We're pretty normal. My mom and dad are both business owners. My sister is married and lives out of state. We don't get together often enough to have drama.
Thanks to my internet search, I'm aware that Chance's parents are more than simple business owners, but I don't think correcting him about how he views his family's wealth is the right thing to do. I move my attention from him to the crisp feel of the wind on my face as we skate. Being on the ice no longer feels as awkward since I'm not in fear of landing hard and cracking my knee. This isn't half bad. I think I can try on my own, I tell him.
You sure?
Chance asks, watching me closely. I nod.
Okay. Move your feet out like this.
He shows me.
And if you feel like you're about to fall, don't make your movements big and wild or you might land backwards. Instead, fall forward, okay?
Okay. He releases my hands and I wobble a fair bit, but manage to keep going on pure momentum. Chance finally stops skating backwards and moves beside me.
Speaking of my family,
Chance says casually.
my mom supports a non-profit children's organization.
How nice, I mumble.
They have a ball every year to raise donations.
Oh, a ball sounds like a rich people word. Why not just call it what it is? A party. That's nice. I keep my concentration focused on gliding my feet the way Chance taught me.
I was wondering if you'd come with me.
He says. My eyes whip up to his. As in, meet your parents?
Well, yeah.
At that moment, I lose all my balance and catapult to the ice.
Chapter 39. Chance. After the fall, April loses interest in skating. So I take her to the local bookstore for some hot chocolate. She's already blasted through the book I gave her on our date, so I offer to buy a book for her. At the promise of more mechanic books, a smile finally returns to her face. 1 hour and a surge of selfies with unexpected fans later, we walk out of the bookstore carrying an untouched cup of not-so-hot chocolate for me and a history book on the development of the car manufacturing press for April. "Are you sure you're okay?" I ask, glancing over. I'm driving April's truck. I wasn't letting her drive after watching her hit the ice earlier.
While you were taking pictures with everyone, I read a couple pages. Did you know that the first car manufacturing company started in France in the 1900s?
Her eyes dance with delight. April's eyes should be studied. They're a shade of green so deep that a man could drown in them. "Wow," I say with as much exuberance as I can. "The 1900s? That's really interesting." April bursts out laughing. I rub the back of my neck sheepishly.
Please continue to be a terrible liar, Chance. It's a very trustworthy trait.
My lips tug up in response. I love when April laughs. It's the equivalent of 100 tiny fairy wings beating all at once. Or maybe that sound is just the beating of my grateful heart. Reaching over, I take her hand. "I should have been holding on to you when I invited you to the ball." Her smile dims.
Yeah, meeting the parents is a big deal.
"I already met your dad," I point out.
That's different. Dad is a hockey fan, so you had an unfair advantage.
"You have an advantage, too." I rub my thumb over the back of her knuckles. I'm crazy about you." She groans.
That's not enough to convince your parents.
"My dad loves cars, so you two will hit it off right away. And Mom, will respect my choice someday." April narrows her eyes.
Is your mom that scary?
She's, I search for the right term, opinionated. But you have nothing to worry about. April flops against the headrest.
What do I even wear to a ball? I'm not Cinderella. I don't have a fairy godmother crouching in the bushes, waiting to transform my jumper into a dress.
"Just wear your overalls if that's what you're comfortable in." I shrug.
I am not wearing overalls to a gala. I'm a female mechanic. I'm not socially unaware.
I chuckle. "I don't care what you wear as long as I get to pay for it."
Absolutely not.
I insist.
Me too.
She tilts her chin up. Today, she's not wearing any makeup and her generous freckles spread out across her fair skin like her face was brushed by the stars. I want to grab her cheeks and kiss the daylight. Moonlight. Heck, all the lights. Out of her. Instead, I grip the steering wheel and drive up the gravel path that leads to her home. We'll continue this conversation later, I promise. She shakes her head in exasperation. I stop her as she leaves the car. "Oh, before I forget, the gala is this Saturday."
This Saturday? And you're just telling me?
Wedging the book beneath her elbow and waist, April hops out of the truck and taps on her cell phone.
I need to call Rebel. I have no idea how we'll fit dress shopping in between all the repair work at the garage, but if anyone can make it work, she can.
"Here." I pull the keys out of the ignition and jog to her. "Take these inside with you."
It's okay. Drive it back to your hotel. I'll ask Rebel to pick me up tomorrow.
"That's too inconvenient. I already planned to call a cab." She wraps her hands around mine and pushes the keys toward me.
Chance, you played the Muttoneers last night, hosted a press conference early this morning, and flew straight back to town, which means you got little sleep. I don't want you standing on the side of the road waiting for a taxi, which you won't get because none work all the way out here.
I move closer to her. If you're so worried about me, you can invite me inside and watch me sleep. Her face flushes in embarrassment. Despite that, she raises her fist valiantly.
Have I told you how good I am with a wrench?
I laugh and step back a safe distance away. Thanks for letting me drive the truck. I have training early tomorrow morning, Max's way of punishing me for taking off early, but I'll leave the keys at the front desk. They shouldn't give you any problems.
Got it.
She waves sweetly.
Bye.
I wave back, wishing I could ask her to stay with me a few seconds longer. April doesn't feel the same yearning because she skips up the stairs, opens her front door, and disappears inside without looking back. If that's any barometer of her feelings, I am far more into her than she is into me. Surprisingly, that doesn't bother me at all. I trudge back to the truck and a heavy sigh floats past my lips. What is this strange feeling? I put a hand to my chest and my heart pangs with sadness. I just saw April, but I miss her already. Whoa, I'm in deep. I slam the door shut and turn the ignition when April's front door bursts open and she blazes down the path in quick booted strides. Urgently, she yanks the passenger side door open and swings into the passenger seat. Did you forget something? I peer at the floor mat, ready to use my phone's flashlight app and help her look around. To my surprise, two soft hands land on either side of my face. My eyebrows shoot straight to the roof of the car as April leans in and plants her soft, pink lips on my cheek. The kiss is gentle enough to rival a butterfly's wings. Before I can react, she straightens, looks at me in harried silence, and then backpedals fast. I watch her scurry back to her house and slam the door shut like someone's chasing her with a saw. Slowly, I lift a hand to the cheek that she'd kissed. I'm over 6 feet and almost 200 pounds, but I feel light enough to float straight to space. After a few minutes, I start the car and avoid looking at myself in the rearview mirror. I already know what I'll find in my reflection, the sappiest smile known to man. Ho ho, you're a goner, McLeanly. There's no point arguing with the truth. In the stillness, my phone rings and I check to find my mother's name blazing across the screen. The smile drifts off my face and I inhale a deep breath before answering. Hey, Mom.
I am really very tired of calling you first, dear.
I meant to call, Mom. We've been traveling to games almost every day. I didn't realize the miners were this busy.
Is that all you have to say to me?
I pinch the bridge of my nose. You saw the conference?
I own a TV, cell phone, and have working internet. I believe anyone within those categories in the United States of America and some parts of Canada saw your interview. It was everywhere.
Are you calling to congratulate me then?
I wouldn't say that.
She responds tartly. A sigh erupts from my chest. Driving around with April, I hadn't been tired in the least. In fact, I could have played a full game and gone to the gym for cardio training. But 3 seconds on the phone with my mother, and my entire body feels drained.
Calling someone family before the world is a serious claim, Chance. You practically swore you'd make that woman a McLeanly one day.
I know what I said.
Marriage is no spectacle, son. You know how seriously we take our commitments in this family.
Until death do us part, I'm aware of the terms.
A union such as marriage is not just about commitment. Of course, that's a part of it, but there are more responsibilities. What of your trust fund? The company that you and your sister will inherit that feeds thousands of employees? The holdings? The land titles? It's acceptable to ignore such things when dating, but these are all considerations you should have when moving to the next level.
Mom, I have never cared about inheriting the business, the holdings, the land titles. None of it. All I want is April and the health and strength to play hockey until I retire. That's it. Her tone is even, but a scolding lingers just beneath the words.
If you're grown enough to speak of marriage, then you should be grown enough to understand that would-be husbands can't always do as they want.
I keep my tone as respectful as I can. I know that I can't always do what I want, Mom. But big decisions like my career and my future wife are mine to make.
Fine.
She huffs.
I didn't call to argue. I wanted to confirm that you are indeed bringing that woman to the ball.
Her name is April, and yes, I am,
I'll let the planners know.
she says stiffly. April is a sweet girl, Mom. I'm confident you'll fall as hard for her as I did,
Perhaps.
she says dryly.
But remember, darling, marriages can fail, and wives can return to their maiden names, but you will never stop being a McLeanly. At the end of the day, that is what I am confident about.
I hang up with my mother, feeling unsettled and wondering if I should bring April to the ball or keep her a safe, far distance from my mother.
Chapter 40. April. Eep! A shopping day! I'm so excited! May screeches, strutting into the giant mall that we drove 2 hours to visit. I've shopped more times this month than I have for my entire life, I grumble. You're welcome, Rebel says cheekily, gliding across the floor. As she walks, at least 3 men, 2 of whom are with their wives or girlfriends, turn to watch her. Let's go in here! May grabs my elbow and steers me toward a fancy outlet. My eyes double in size. No way. We do not need an overpriced dress from an overpriced brand like that. I drag both of them to the side so we're not stopping traffic. Before we continue, I need to tell you guys my budget and style. Something simple and right for the occasion is all I need. Relax, April. We can buy whatever we want because I have this. May fans out a credit card. I hiss, May, no. Another credit card? You do realize that just because the garage is doing better now, that doesn't mean we can spend unwisely. Between the garage's mortgage, our house bills, Dad's nursing home fees, and your student loans, we don't have that much left over. My sister flashes a smug grin. This isn't mine, it's Chance's. Instantly, my stomach wrenches. We are not using Chance's money. Chance left very clear instructions. We're going to buy you whatever you want. That includes shoes, accessories, purses, underwear. She giggles. I scowl at her, blushing fiercely. And, May continues, Rebel and I are to treat ourselves to the fanciest lunch as a reward for our assistance. Chance's exact words. You can't spend someone else's money. Why not? My sister counts off on her fingers. He's my brother-in-law. He told me I could, and he has lots of it. A weight presses deeper into my chest. It's been there ever since Chance invited me to the party a few nights ago. He definitely downplayed his family's resources by saying his parents simply run businesses. Even my little sister is aware of his family's reputation. How can I stand before them knowing I'm just a mechanic from a small town no one's ever heard of? Chance's stuff is his stuff. Mine is mine. I lift a thin envelope from my purse. I visited the bank early this morning and drew out some cash for this shopping day. It's a hack I learned from my dad. Plastic is too fake, he used to say. These cards don't really tell you what you have and don't have in your account, so it's too tempting to swipe. With cash, when you're out, you're out. That's the way to do it. How much did you bring? Rebel asks, leaning over May's shoulder. Enough, I say mysteriously. May thumbs through the money in the envelope. What is this supposed to buy? Socks? I'm sure we can find something nice with that, I argue. It might take a lot of work, but if we go through the clearance racks. May meets Rebel's eyes. The two nod decisively. I shriek when they pounce on me. Rebel grabs my left arm, May grabs my right and they both drag me into the fancy store. "Can I help you, ladies?" A sophisticated clerk with slicked back hair and white gloves approaches us. "Yes." May gestures widely to me. "This is Chance McClanley's girlfriend, and she's attending a fancy dinner with him. We need to make her fabulous." The man's eyes glitter. "I know you. Your pictures with Chance are all over my feed. Someone even made a song for you, too." "Oh, thank you?" I shuffle awkwardly. "Come, we just got in a new stock from our hottest designer. These dresses only come in threes. That means it's very unlikely that you'll see anyone else wearing what you do." I look to Rebel for backup, but my best friend is grinning from ear to ear and skipping behind the clerk like she's Dorothy on her way to the Wizard of Oz. May is keeping up with her, hanging on the man's every word. I force myself to tag along with them and try on every dress they thrust on me. Unfortunately, we end up leaving that store empty-handed because I don't really love any of the outfits there. As punishment, Rebel and May spend hours dragging me from one store to the next. My feet are about to fall off by the time we enter the last boutique hidden all the way at the back of the mall. A tall, pretty woman with flaming red hair greets us. "Oh my word," she says in the sweetest accent. "You're April Brooks." I give a stiff wave in response. I'm still not used to people recognizing me. "Can I take a look over here?" Rebel asks. "Of course." Rebel breaks away and flutters her fingers through the dresses on the rack. "Are you a Chance McClanley fan?" May smiles proudly, as if she and Chance really are family members. "Well, the truth is," the clerk leans closer and points to me, "I'm more a fan of your friend." My jaw drops at her response. Usually, people recognize me from my pictures with Chance and ask me a million questions about what it's like to be a famous hockey player's girlfriend. I always feel like I have to perform for them, so I don't disappoint whatever expectations they have of me. This woman doesn't give me the same awe-filled look as the others. Instead, her smile is friendly and sincere. "Why are you April's fan?" May asks incredulously. "Because, from what I hear," the woman meets my eyes, "you're a real good mechanic." Rebel cranes her neck to look over at us. May's smile tweaks to a 100-megawatt grin. "That she is," my sister says, tilting her chin up. "By chance, have you brought your car to their garage?" "Not me, my sister-in-law. I don't know if you remember her," the woman says. I glance over at Rebel. My best friend hikes her shoulders and does a little shake of her head. "Well, anyway, she was having lots of trouble with her car, and every mechanic she went to couldn't fix the issue. Even worse, some of them straight up scammed her." The woman gets teary-eyed. My brother died a few years back, so it's just been his wife and their kids. I'm the only one of my family who lives close to her." I nod in understanding. Rebel abandons the clothing rack and moves closer to hear the woman's story. "She's had a lot on her plate, and the car breaking down was just the last straw. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any mechanic who would take us seriously. The moment we walked into a garage, all the mechanic saw was two clueless women and, well, you know how the story goes." I purse my lips, wishing it were different. It's no secret that some unsavory mechanics take advantage of women who come to the shop alone. It's why I always advise my female friends to bring a man with them when they visit a mechanic, even if that man knows nothing about auto repair. "Anyway," she waves a hand, "long story short, my sister-in-law felt safe dealing with your garage. She said you were patient while explaining what her car needed, and that when you pointed out everything that was wrong, she didn't feel like you were trying to overcharge or scam her." "I'm really happy to hear that," I say, smiling wide for the first time since Rebel and May trapped me in this shopping mall. The woman clears her throat and says sheepishly, "Oh, look at me yapping. I do have a habit of oversharing, but what a miracle that you just happened to walk into my shop after doing that for us. I'm so grateful that I can't keep it in." She rubs her hands together. "Now tell me what you're looking for." "The thing is, I'm going to a party," I explain. A really fancy party with lots of fancy folks, May adds. The woman sizes me up. Are you a dress gal or a pantsuit gal? I feel like dresses aren't as comfortable, but I'm a little too shy to wear a pantsuit for an occasion like that. You're not the bold type? She teases. I shake my head no. I got just the thing. The woman disappears into the back and returns with a beautiful navy outfit. The filmy material is loose with an incandescent shine that feels almost fairy-like, and I immediately think of Chance teasing me about truly being a fairy when he sees me in it. At first glance, it looks like a dress with a soft silhouette, but check this out. She separates the material at the bottom and I gasp. The woman laughs at my reaction. It's just fancy pants, ain't it? That's super cute, Rebel chirps. Try it on. May pushes me toward the dressing room. I shimmy into the jumpsuit and immediately feel comfortable. While the red dress from my first Lucky Strikers game had been flashier and more attention-grabbing, it hadn't felt like me. I like it, I say the minute I step out of the dressing room. Whoa, Rebel nods in appreciation. It fits you so well. That color looks amazing on you, the woman tells me. May takes a picture and the click is loud in the silence. I frown at her. Why'd you do that? Chance wants to know what color your dress is so he can match his tux to it. Chance? As in the Chance McClainly? The woman giggles. He's going to wear a tux that matches a dress from my store? Your store? I ask, eyebrows climbing. Are you the owner? That I am. She walks around the counter, bundles the jumpsuit and sets it in a branded bag. We just opened a few weeks ago. Congratulations, I tell her. May hands over Chance's credit card. The owner pushes it back. It's all right. Taking the card from May, I set it in her hand. I know how it is when you're just starting a business and things haven't picked up as yet. Please take it. Well, all right, she mumbles reluctantly. But at least take this necklace. It'll go super well with the dress. Rebel inspects the necklace and nods her approval. I like it. It'll elevate the look. I accept the bags, the card, and my receipt from her. Thank you. No, thank you. You fixed my sister-in-law's car when no other mechanic could. Now she doesn't have to worry about getting herself and the baby safely to and from home. That means the world to me. She wraps her hand around mine. Everyone might say you're lucky to be with Chance McClainly, but my sister and I believe that Chance McClainly is lucky to have you. Something hot presses the back of my eyes, and I duck to hide the emotion. Chance McClainly is lucky to have you. I tuck her words deep in the pocket of my heart, somewhere I can easily reach it. Tomorrow, I'm putting on this jumpsuit and entering Chance's world. To survive there, I'm going to need all the encouragement I can get.
Chapter 41. Chance. I book first-class tickets for me in April, and it feels amazing to treat her to this luxury. Plus, it's cute the way she fumbles around with the hot towel the airline attendant delivers to us.
What am I supposed to do with it?
She whispers to me. Put it on your face like this. I demonstrate. April places the towel on her face and yanks it off immediately.
It burns.
I stifle my laughter. Streaks of red course over April's cheeks and she swats at me.
Don't laugh. I told you it would have been better if I drove.
You'd be exhausted driving all the way. And I know you didn't want to close your shop early or leave Rebel to do all the repair work alone. Her mouth opens and then slams shut. She can't argue with the truth. Throughout the flight, April continues grumbling about the plane's amenities. I grin hard each time she discovers something new, like the fact that the wine is complimentary or that the seats can recline.
I don't think you should have shown me first class,
April says later, as we breeze past the crowds waiting in the general line.
Way to set the bar too high, McClainly.
I chuckle at her scrunched nose and angry expression. My ultimate goal in life is to spoil April Brooks, and I'm just getting started. April stuffs the complimentary blanket, slippers, and water into her backpack as she says,
The next time I fly, I'll be in economy, and it'll be even worse because now I'll know how first-class flying feels like.
I maneuver the suitcases with one hand and capture hers with the other. Stick with me, and you'll always fly in comfort, Brooks,
Sounds like you're bribing me to date you.
she says. Hey, whatever works.
I'm not with you for your money, Chance.
Her tone is so fierce that I squeeze her hand. As I'm about to assure her that I was just joking, a teenager dressed in a loose shirt and khakis rushes up to me.
Hey, Chance, I'm a big fan. Do you mind if I take a picture?
I shoot April a worried look. She'd been concerned about being photographed, and I'd assured her that I was rarely approached in the airport. In such a crowded space with people constantly on the move, everyone tends to mind their own business. I take a step back. I'd love to, but my girlfriend and I just got off a flight. A soft touch on my hand stops me. April juts her chin subtly forward, giving her consent. We take the picture and I reach for April's hand again when another group comes up to me. What was a 2-minute request from one fan turns into a 2-hour stream of photo taking for me. By the time the crowd dissipates and I come up for air, I've lost track of April. I swivel around frantically until I locate her a few feet away. She's sitting in one of the waiting chairs. The giant floor-to-ceiling windows pour buckets of sunshine over her, giving her hair a golden halo. She purses her lips in concentration while reading. Slender fingers slide between the pages of the book I'd purchased for her at the bookstore. I lift my phone and snap a picture. As if she heard the silent click, April's head whips up and she takes me in. Her green eyes soften. You coming or going? I ask.
Huh?
I take the seat beside her, wedging my large arms against hers. If we're heading in the same direction, I'd love to take you to dinner. Clarity flashes through her emerald green gaze, and she prissily turns her nose up.
I have a boyfriend.
Man, I sigh in defeat. Lucky guy. April laughs, and it's so pretty that I snap another photo. She tugs the sleeve of my t-shirt in an effort to claim my phone.
Delete that. I look awful.
You look like sunshine. I turn and show her the photo of her laughing face. No matter how harsh winter gets, I can look at this picture and it'll take me to a warm summer day. She ducks her head into my shirt and groans.
Don't tell me you write poetry, too.
I don't, but I might start now. I rub a hand down her hair. I've found my muse. April looks up, but her pale fingers are still entwined in the collar of my outer shirt.
You're such a flirt.
Only with you, Tink. Her eyes scan beyond me.
Is anyone looking at us like they want to secretly come over and ask for a picture?
No. I check the airport waiting area. I don't know what happened today. People usually don't recognize me at... April leans into me, covers my mouth with hers, and gives me the longest, sweetest kiss she can manage. It comes to an end only when she runs out of breath and I'm seeing black spots in front of my eyes.
Sorry.
Her face a fire red, April hides against my chest again. I sigh happily and nuzzle my cheek against her hair. Don't apologize. I'd be happy to pass out like this any day.
Pass out?
April groans.
It was pretty long, wasn't it?
You can kiss me as long as you like, Tink. I'll go around with smelling salts in my pocket the way my old Aunt Edna used to. She bursts out laughing and shakes her head, raining cute punches at my chest.
I just can't with you, Chance McClainly.
I capture her hand and kiss the back of it. Just then my phone rings. It's my dad, I announce. Immediately, April turns as white as a sheet and leans away from me. I allow her to have her space and answer, "Hey, Dad." Traffic was absolutely brutal, but we've arrived. Dad's cultured voice rings with anticipation. Which gate was it again, son? He's here, I whisper to April. She stands and shuts her book, worrying her bottom lip. I stand too. Dad, I told you that you didn't have to drive. You could have sent the chauffeur. Beside me, I sense April stiffen. Your mother had need of the driver today, Dad explains, and I wanted to be there. The sound of a horn honking rings behind him. You still haven't told me a gate number. I look for signs, trying not to run anyone over with my suitcase while moving forward. After giving Dad the information, I escort April through the exits just as a shiny car glides to a stop in front of us. April gasps loudly.
Is that a vintage Impala with a 283 tri-power V8 engine?
A 230. What? I mutter, stumbling behind her. A lady who knows her stuff. Dad smiles. You must be April. Nice to meet you. I'm Randall.
Hi.
April shakes his hand, eyes glued to the car. Have you worked on a tri-power engine?
Worked on? Yeah, but not in a beauty like this. I've only seen vintage Impalas in public auction videos. I never thought I'd be able to ride one in real life.
Dad preens so hard if he were a peacock, all his feathers would be ruffling. April walks around the car, her hand hovering over the paint, but not actually touching it.
What a dream. Look at the grille, and the tail fins are more subtle than the later 80s models. It's got to be a what? 77?
It's a 65. Most people don't recognize it right away because the design is so understated, but that's exactly why I like it. Now, if you pop the hood, you'll see the original husk, painstakingly remodeled by the best customization garage in the U.S. And if you walk this way, I clear my throat. Hello? Dad? It's me, your son. Dad whirls around in shock. Oh, yes. Chance, welcome back. He hurries back to the sidewalk and gives me a hug. I peer down at Dad's salt and pepper hair, smelling a rat. You offered to pick me up so you could show up in the Impala, didn't you? It's rare to meet a like-minded individual with good taste in automobiles. Leave me alone, he whispers. I shake my head and lug the suitcases into the trunk myself. Dad and April spend so long admiring and discussing the car that an airport traffic officer threatens Dad with a ticket if he doesn't get moving. On the freeway, the two continue chatting excitedly. I can't even get a word in. It continues all the way through lunch on the rooftop of a 5-star hotel, and when Dad invites April over to view the rest of his fleet. My sister is at the house when we arrive, and I'm relieved to see her. If only to remind myself that not everyone in the world speaks in horsepower and car lingo. Dad quickly makes the introductions, but leaves no time for my sister to edge in and take April from him. This way, April, Dad urges, leading her down to our third garage where we keep the just-for-Sunday drives vehicles. The two soon disappear, their conversation overlapping in a noisy clamor. I patter to the kitchen, smiling. My sister is there, wearing a fancy red dress.
Your girlfriend's been kidnapped.
She says dryly, pouring herself a glass of wine. I shake my head when she offers to pour one for me. Did you see how April skipped behind him? She's a willing participant. My sister sips and then looks at me thoughtfully.
She's cute. A little rough around the edges, but more sincere than any girl you've been photographed with.
What do you mean by rough around the edges?
You know,
She lifts her fingers. I really don't.
it doesn't matter what I think about her. What do you think about her?
I don't hesitate to share because talking about April is my second favorite thing. Talking to and holding April is my number one. Of course. She's amazing. She's everything I've ever wanted. Sometimes I look at her and she's looking back at me with those eyes, and I have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
Ew, gross. I've never seen you so in love.
Get used to it, sissy. April's not going anywhere. She peers at me over the rim of her glass.
Did you really mean all those things you said in the press conference?
I did.
Does she feel the same?
I pause. April's not someone who makes hasty decisions. We're both taking this seriously. My sister snorts.
So she's not as crazy about you as you are about her.
I'm working on getting her there.
Mom won't help your cause. She doesn't like any of this.
I know.
She's decided to pretend that you didn't say what you said. That's why she's not here right now.
I know that too. My sister stares at me.
What else do you know?
I know she'll have her claws out at the gala tonight.
And did you prepare April for that?
I wish I could, but I have no clue how. You know, I think I will have a glass, I say instead. My sister pours one out for me and lifts her cup.
I wish you luck, brother.
I clink our glasses together, knowing I'll need much more than luck when facing my mother tonight.
Chapter 42. April. Chance's hand on my back is a steady, comforting presence as we step into the gala. My eyes bounce back and forth, dancing from the well-dressed guests to the lavish decor. Every fresh sweep brings something new and breathtaking to my attention. As a mechanic, I've grown used to the strong smell of engine fluid, the inevitable dirt that stains every outfit, and the aversion to light colors like peach, cream, and white. But tonight, my humble existence has been blown open. I enter a lavish universe I've never known. Soft lights expand from low-hanging chandeliers suspended by delicate beaded chains. Tall, white-dressed tables are laden with skinny champagne flutes and expensive branded gift bags. To the right, a fully functioning buffet with heated pans and a feast of desserts tempts my eyes. Chance presses a kiss to my temple. His swirling cologne is as intoxicating as his voice when he asks,
You okay, Tink?
"Yep, I'm fine," I say as calmly as I can.
You look amazing tonight. Have I told you that?
About 500 times, I say, relaxing a bit. Chance is trying to make up for every bad word that's been said about me on the internet. Not even my dad was this adamant about complimenting me growing up.
You look like a dream.
Chance whispers in my ear.
There. Now it's 501.
I laugh. That dazed look enters Chance's eyes again and he sighs happily.
There's the smile I've been waiting for.
I push at him, trying to hide my blush. You're hovering,
You're glowing.
he counters. I don't need to be rescued or overseen tonight. I'm an adult. I know how to conduct myself in public.
At least one of us does. I find these things awfully boring.
He admits. Stopping, Chance looks down at me, his blue eyes alight with mischief.
Should we just skip out now?
Do you really want to leave? Didn't you give your mother your word that you'd attend? He glances to the side, guilty. You don't have to be so worried about me, I add.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about them.
Chance flashes the room of wealthy donors, celebrities, and powerful influencers a suspicious look.
Chance.
A group of aged businessmen gesture for him.
And so it begins.
Chance mumbles.
Last chance to run now.
I smile and nudge him forward. Go. To my surprise, Chance slides his hand down my arm and links our fingers together instead. He pulls me to the group.
Gentlemen.
He nods.
So, the prodigal son returns.
A man with thinning hair and a beer belly grins.
Are you finally ready to put that business degree to good use and join your father? Dad is far from ready to retire, and I'm all in on hockey at the moment, but we'll see what the future holds.
Chance says tactfully.
Have I introduced you to my girlfriend April? She's a brilliant mechanic and entrepreneur. Her garage in Lucky Falls is flourishing. How nice.
The men say, sipping their champagne and looking away.
Lucky Falls? Where is that?
Another asks with mocking laughter in his tone. It's a beautiful place full of small town charm. When you're ready for a change of pace, I invite you to visit, I say sweetly. Chance looks down with a surprised look. I blink up at him, proud as a peach.
Excuse us. We have a few more guests to greet.
Chance says. He sweeps me away from the group of country club curmudgeons, his hand dangerously low on my back and his grip tight on my hip. Heat slides through my stomach when he growls in my ear.
Who was that April?
That was the April who spent most of her life being the only female in the room. I tilt my chin up boldly. Just because I'm not used to being fancy doesn't mean I can't hold my own in a strange environment. I'll admit, Chance met me at a time when I'd forgotten who I was. After Evan, I was floundering to find my way again, but I have always been brave. If I was the type of woman who backed away from spaces she didn't fit in, I never would have become a mechanic.
That April is sexy, and I really want to kiss her.
Chance pulls me closer to his side, looking greedily at my lips. My breath catches in my throat. The tension between us is taut enough to drop a V12 engine from a suspended truck.
April!
A familiar, joyful voice interrupts us. Chance and I ease apart. At first, I'm annoyed that my kiss was postponed, but the moment I see Randall, my face lights up like a Christmas tree. Mr. McLeanly and I spent hours discussing vintage vehicles, automobile history, and debating the latest innovations in the auto space. Though he's much older and richer than me, it feels like I've known him for years. Chance definitely gets his charm and friendliness from his dad. I start to greet Randall when a slender hand carrying a rock the size of a small planet suddenly appears around his elbow.
Randall, there you are. And Chance. Wonderful. You made it.
The newcomer gives Chance vapid air kisses. To her husband, she says,
You disappeared in the middle of Croxby's egregious investment pitch. How could you leave me with that infuriating man alone like that?
Sorry, dear.
Come. The president of Continuum is looking for you.
Wait, Corinth.
Randall remains in place.
You haven't met Chance's girlfriend yet, have you? This is April.
Hi, I say, staring at Chance's mom. I'd imagined a woman with angry eyes, deeply red lips, and deep wrinkles hewn from years of scowling at children. But the regal silver foxette in front of me is not that. Corinth's face is smooth as a baby's bottom. Except for the faint lines around her pretty blue eyes, her peaches and cream complexion would make it nearly impossible to tell her true age. While her long black dress is quiet and simple, the thick material paired with a tweed jacket and white pearls screams expensive. This woman does not have to open her mouth or wave around gold bars to prove she's wealthy.
Hello. Please do enjoy yourself,
she says, with a smile faker than the $5 pure silver earrings dangling from my ears. Turning abruptly, she motions to her husband.
Dear, this way.
Chance steps forward.
Mom, I know you're busy tonight, so I'd like to take you, Dad, and April out to lunch tomorrow before we fly back.
I'll have to check my schedule, Chance. You know this is an awfully busy season for me. You understand, don't you?
Her cooing tone has a steel band beneath the surface.
Your mother can't sit still for a minute.
Randall pats her hand affectionately.
April, Chance, why don't you stay with us tonight?
My jaw drops. Chance lifts both eyebrows.
In separate rooms, of course.
Randall grins.
If you're at home, we'll be sure to spend some quality time together in between your mother's appointments.
I don't know about that.
Corinth hedges.
I don't mind.
Chance looks down at me.
Tink?
The thought of sleeping under the same roof as Chance makes me nervous, but I figure it's not so different from sleeping under the same roof in a hotel. Plus, a hotel doesn't have Randall's fleet of impressive vintage cars. Okay, I agree. Annoyance flashes over Corinth's face before she tucks it away like a seasoned pro and nods along.
Lovely. I'll see you at home then, son. April? Randall, this way.
That's my cue.
Randall laughs good-naturedly and follows his wife. Chance blows out a breath. Were you that nervous? I tease, although to be fair, I'd been on pins and needles the entire time too.
That went better than I expected.
What did you expect? A mud fight? A faint half grin tugs at his lips. He runs a thumb down my cheek.
You're staying over tonight, huh?
I am taking the guest room at your parents' house. I correct him as my insides quake at his touch.
It's also my house, since I grew up there, and my bedroom is
He presses his cheek to mine.
right upstairs.
My heart thuds so loudly, I'm sure it can be heard above the live jazz music. The word bed and room should never leave Chance's mouth while he's looking at me like that. Why is it so hot in here? I fan my face, stepping away. Chance laughs, eyes sparkling harder than the chandeliers.
I'll get you something to drink. I'm guessing you're okay with sparkling cider?
I nod. He struts away and I can't help watching him. Half the room can't help watching him. He's a magnificent human being, inside and out. But especially out. Rather than brush his hair back like many of the guys did tonight, Chance's hair is effortlessly windswept, with just a few pieces hanging strategically over his strong forehead, to hint at an intentional style. The haircut highlights his square jaw and side profile that has been the inspiration of many an online fangirl. Not to mention, Chance McClainley's broad shoulders were made for hockey uniforms and tuxes. As I'm drooling over him, Chance turns back to look at me. It's too late to pretend I wasn't staring, and I note the quick concern that flickers over his face before he realizes that I'm just ogling him because he's unfairly beautiful. Internally, I groan. He's going to tease me about being unable to keep my eyes off him when he returns with the drinks. I just know it. Chance finally breaks eye contact, but just as he takes a step, he collides into someone holding a champagne flute. Instinctually, his hand reaches out to grip the woman's arm and steady her.
I'm so sorry.
The woman says, brushing him down. Wine is seeping into the white fabric and exposing his chiseled abs.
It's okay.
Chance says, gripping her hands to stop her.
It's my fault. I was distracted.
The woman looks up. Chance freezes. My shoulders go tense at his reaction, and I tilt my head to get a good look at the woman. The moment I see her, my heart drops straight to my toes. Those impossibly high cheekbones, puffy lips, and Victoria's Secret body are unmistakable. It's Fina, Chance's ex-girlfriend.
Chapter 43. Chance. I'm quick on my feet, so when I spin around and see someone barreling toward me, I try to dodge them. Strangely, sidestepping doesn't help, and we still ended up colliding.
I'm so sorry.
A feminine voice says. I remove my hand from the elbow where I'd been offering support. The stranger looks up at me, and I reel back. Fina.
Hi, Chance.
Red lips stretch wide in a sultry smile. Looking down, I realize she's still rubbing my chest. I remove her hands immediately. What are you doing here?
What do you mean?
She raises thin eyebrows and speaks in a thick accent.
I receive invitation. Same as you.
I jerk my head around to April. She's staring at me in concern, but that look turns to horrified shock when Fina glances over my shoulder to see where my gaze has gone.
Your girlfriend?
Fina says, a question in her tone. Without a word, I offer her my pocket square to clean up and promptly move past her. A trio of waiters descend on the mess of broken shards and spilled champagne. One holds a mop, and the other steps in my path to offer me a dry towel. Stalking ahead, I let the towel hang limp from my hands. People move out of my way. The jazz band stops playing. The entire room watches my every move, but I barely register any of them. My attention is on one person and one person only.
Chance.
April gapes at me, tilting her head back. Her hands flutter to her throat.
What?
Gruffly, I grab her hand and lead her out of the ballroom. She stumbles behind me, hurrying to keep up in her heels. When I realize she's struggling, I slow my pace, but only by a bit.
Chance, are you okay?
My mother blocks my path, her eyes wide.
I have a set of extra clothes in our room upstairs. Your father couldn't decide between his two tuxes until the last minute. Take this and dry off before you catch a cold.
Mom offers me a room card. Angry words froth at the tip of my tongue, but I don't release them. I wasn't raised to disrespect my mother, and I refuse to lift my voice at a woman no matter the reason. Also, the conversation we need to have about her inviting Fina can wait. This is neither the time nor place for it. I'm okay, I tell her flatly. Her eyebrows hike and she looks dumbfounded. I pull April along, throwing the doors of the ballroom open and heading down the hallway. Soon, I feel a little tug. April is trying to free herself from my grip.
Chance, slow down. Where are you going?
Forcing myself to ease the pace, I tell her, I didn't know Fina was going to be here. April's thick eyelashes bounce up and down. She shakes her head as if I'm not making sense.
Chance, your shirt is soaking wet. At least take your mom's advice and change into something dry.
It's fine. I've endured worse than this. Sweating profusely on an ice-cold rink is a hazard of the trade. I can survive a little champagne on my shirt.
You're so stubborn,
April mumbles. Her energy shifts from befuddled to emboldened. She quickens her pace and leads me to the elevators. When the doors open, she taps the button for the upper floor. The doors remain open. April taps again.
Why isn't it closing?
You can't go to the hotel suites without a room card. And since I didn't take the card from Mom, the only place we can go is down to the basement parking lot or lobby.
Oh,
April makes an embarrassed little sound and flicks Mom's keycard against the slot. Immediately, the doors beep and slide closed. I frown at her. When did you get that?
while you were dragging me away like a caveman. I accepted it on your behalf.
I sigh heavily. April.
Chance, I'm not going to repeat myself. You're changing into dry clothes. Whether or not we return to the party is up to you, but that part is non-negotiable.
I study her as the numbers on the elevator panel get higher and higher.
What do you...
April asks, brushing her hair back. Aren't you angry? Her eyes flick to me.
Angry?
Yeah, about Fina. She scrunches her nose as if the thought had never occurred to her, and my heart releases a breath so heavy it rattles my ribs and lungs.
Why would I be angry about Fina?
Understanding dawns, and she pokes her finger in my chest.
Is that why you were so weird with your mom? You think I'm upset that Fina is here?
I wrap my hand around the finger, poking my tux. Trust is hard to earn, but easy to lose. My dad taught me that. I shrug. Well, it was his advice for networking in business, but it applies to relationships too. Dropping my tone to an earnest husk, I explain, earning your trust was so difficult, April. I won't do anything to make you doubt me, and I won't tolerate anyone who tries to attack the trust I earned. April tosses my hand off and folds her arms over her chest, but her stern frown thaws a little. The doors open, and she stalks out first. I follow her, trying to figure out how to get out of the doghouse. On the one hand, I'm thrilled that April seems unaffected by Fina's appearance tonight. On the other hand, it seems like I might have overreacted, thereby extinguishing the very flame I was trying to protect. April presses the room key to the door, and it opens with a beep. Once inside, she slides the plastic in the cradle behind the door, and the lights click on, brightening the dark room. Her eyes sweep over the suite, eyebrows climbing. I've been in a million suites like this while traveling, not only for hockey, but also with my parents growing up. However, I try to see the suite from her eyes. The penthouse overlooks the frantic city center. Many stories below, cars wind through the streets and pedestrians rush out to meet friends or go on dates after work. From this height, the activity below is hard to pinpoint. Everyone outside of this room looks like a tiny moving dot. Skyscrapers beam hues of red and yellow, creating a canvas of man-made stars that stretch as far as the eyes can see. The room itself is huge, with a salon boasting overstuffed leather chairs, a thick rug, and a minibar for entertaining guests.
Go find your dad's shirt. When you take off this one, give it to me. I'll wash it.
You don't have to do that, I tell her. April narrows her eyes in warning. I obediently step into the next room and locate Dad's shirt. It looks a lot smaller than my current one. Setting it on the bed, I unbutton and shrug off my clothes. Checking the tag on Dad's shirt proves my hunch correct. Hey, April. I step out with both Dad's shirt and my ruined one in each fist. I don't think this will fit. Utter silence is all that greets me. I glance up. April is sitting on the edge of the couch, her eyes glued to my chest. I warm beneath her innocent and unrestrained observation. I've done a few shirtless photo shoots for magazines, and there was also the recent debacle that landed me my fresh butt fit deal, so I'm used to being stared at while half-dressed. But I've never been this happy showing off my physique. I think I'll have to dry this one. I dangle my ruined shirt from the edge of my fingers, intentionally flexing my bicep in the process. April shoots her gaze to the ceiling, her cheeks flushed.
Hand it over. I'll wash it in the bathroom sink.
Do you want me to check the mini fridge for a water bottle? I ask.
What?
To put on your cheeks, I tease. Blushing that hard seems like it hurts.
I'm not blushing.
April shoots to her feet and snatches the shirt from me, running off. I chuckle and follow at a safe distance. April steps into the bathroom, and I'm thankful that the toilet and sink are separate. There's no door for her to lock me out, or I'm sure she would have. It's not even your first time seeing me shirtless, I point out. April ducks her head toward the sink and studiously ignores me as she places the shirt under running water. I smile and lean against the wall, just watching her. She curled the ends of her hair, and the thick brown locks dance against her back with every scrubbing motion. The navy dress fits her like a glove, hinting tastefully at the curves hidden beneath the fabric. She's exquisite and so beautiful that I wish I could keep her to myself and not share her with the party downstairs. April.
What?
She sputters, refusing to look at me. April. This time, she spins around.
What?
Nothing. I fold my arms over my chest and don't miss the way her eyes dip down before they sail back to my face. I just like saying your name. She quickly turns away, but I can see her blushing prettily in the mirror. Her hands work, scrubbing my shirt together.
It's not that fancy of a name. In fact, it's barely a name. It's literally the 4th month of the year.
I purse my lips. It's a beautiful name because it's your name. There doesn't need to be another reason for it to be special. April stops scrubbing. My shirt floats in the sink, surrounded by suds before it drifts down to the bottom of the water. I shuffle closer to her. April? Her fingers dig into the sink and her head hangs low. Panicked, I grip her shoulders and turn her around. There are tears in her eyes. April is crying.
Chapter 44. April. This is beyond embarrassing. Light years, eons beyond horrifying. I do not cry. I didn't when June took off. Didn't when Dad was diagnosed. And I didn't when I found out Evan was cheating. Though, technically, I did cry in the days following that. But at least then, my heart was broken. I was unemployed, and a good cry session was long overdue. Tonight, none of those circumstances apply. so I have no idea why I'm leaking tears now.
Oh, sweetheart.
Chance pulls me into his chest and gives me a hug. I inhale his intoxicating, spicy cologne, and the tears, despite my best attempts, fall faster. Get yourself together, April. Not only am I having the most horrifying cry fest of my life, but I'm doing it against a 6'4" hockey player's six-pack abs. What even is this madness? I sniffle and pull a little away from Chance. He refuses to let me go, so, while still in the circle of his embrace, I tilt my head up and use the power of gravity to keep the tears in.
Let me get you a tissue.
Chance says. Rather than release me, he walks me backward toward the sink, plucks a tissue while keeping one hand secure around my hip, and dabs under my eyes. Next, he grabs another tissue and moves to press it around my nose so I can blow. Embarrassed, I take the tissue from him, turn my face to the side, and make an elephant-like noise that threatens to blow the roof off the suite. When I'm done, Chance holds his hand out, palm up. I'll throw it away, I mumble. He allows me to step across the bathroom to the trash and doesn't touch me again when I return. I'm grateful for his thoughtfulness. Right now, I can use the space. My head is spinning, and I kind of wish I could hide under the bed until the horror fades.
You want some time alone? I can go downstairs,
He offers. Dressed like that? I sniff. Chance spreads his bare arms wide, looking down at his body.
It would spice things up, don't you think?
I laugh through the tears. He smiles and studies me with a soft, warm look.
I don't ever think I've made a girl cry by calling her special before.
Yeah, well, there's a first time for everything. I reach for another tissue. I don't know what came over me, My words falter, and, sensing I need encouragement, Chance comes over and squeezes my hand. I think, for a long time, I haven't felt very special at all. Emotions well in my chest again. I was the invisible presence in people's lives. No one really saw me. Chance remains silent, taking in everything I say. Like June. She just up and left without even telling me. And then Dad got sick and he couldn't even remember my name. I sob and the hand squeeze turns into a back rub of encouragement. Wow, this is a trauma dump. I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear it. I want to know what hurts so I can make it better. And if I can't, I want to make it feel lighter.
Chance swipes his thumb over my cheek, chasing away a tear.
Don't cry, baby. It breaks my heart.
My lashes quake, burdened by the tears. The tip of my nose burns. I can't describe what I'm feeling, but there's a tide in my chest, a wave crashing into me. It feels monumental. Are you real? I look up at Chance in hushed wonder. Are you really real?
If I'm a figment of your imagination, then you need a psychiatrist and an exorcist.
I chuckle, glad that he's joking around. I'm so off-kilter that nervous laughter is the best I can do right now. Chance presses a kiss to my forehead and then cages me against the bathroom sink, setting both hands on either side of me.
I'm not perfect, if that's what you're asking, but I also
He brushes a lock of my hair aside.
have never been more ready to choose a woman the way I want to choose you.
His sweet words are a balm, and the tears stop flowing at last.
You're mine, April Brooks. I'm not saying that to be possessive. You're my responsibility. You're my partner. You're my, I'll get up in the middle of the night and come right over if you call. You're my, I'll hand over wrenches and spanners and whatever tool you ask for, even though I don't know anything about cars. You're it for me.
I wrap my arms around his neck. You know, a spanner is just another name for a wrench.
Really? Wow.
I laugh again, louder than I have all night. I can't believe you didn't know that,
That's why you're the mechanic and I'll just hand you the tools.
he responds.
Once I figure out what the tools actually are, of course.
My laughter fades as I stare into Chance's eyes. The heat of his bare arms on either side of me chases away the cold. His face is so close that I can see the outline of each of his impossibly thick eyelashes. Heart laid bare and my emotions at an all-time high, I step into him. Chance McClainley might not be a figment of my imagination, but his chiseled features are a work of art so captivating it's almost fantasy. Fingers trembling, I trail a line over his forehead. Chance sucks in a sharp breath. I move down the slope of his nose. His eyes flutter closed and he sighs happily. I brush across one cheek and then the other, trace the angles of his sharp, defined jaw. Finally, my exploration arrives at his mouth. Soft, firm. My own mouth parts on a sigh as I let my touch linger there. Chance's eyes flash open. They're stormy, pupils dilated until the blue bleeds into black. He stares me down ferociously with equal parts craving and hunger. My heart thumps in my chest. Heat zings down my spine. That heat roars to inferno levels when he lifts a hand and grips my chin between his calloused thumb and forefinger. I expect him to drag me closer and ground his lips against mine, but instead, Chance turns my face away with a deep, reluctant groan.
I'm not going to kiss you, April. Not like this.
Why not? I ask, surprised by the disappointment spinning through me. His voice escapes on a tortured moan.
Because I don't think I can stop at a kiss right now.
I can't breathe. I also can't see him because he's turned my face aside. My only view is of the lamp sconce on the bathroom wall. Fighting to turn my head back toward him results in Chance stepping fully away. Chance!
You keep giving me those eyes and I won't be able to control myself.
He shakes his head and takes another giant step back.
I'll call the concierge desk and ask someone to send up a t-shirt.
Just then, there's a knock at the door.
I'll get it,
Chance says, hurrying into the other room. I follow, unwilling to let him out of my sight. The view of Chance from behind is just as appealing as the view of him from the front. Ropes of muscle and sinew contract and release as he reaches to open the door.
Mom?
His voice rings in surprise. Corinth steps into the room, immediately shifting the energy with her poised stature and sharp eyes. She stares pointedly at Chance's undressed state before her gaze swings to me in clear accusation. I blush, despite the fact that Chance didn't even kiss me. We were both thinking about it, though, and it seems that Corinth can sense that.
While you two were entertaining yourselves, several people have been asking about you downstairs.
The word drips with torrid meaning. Chance doesn't correct her, and I'm not sure she'd listen even if I defended myself. She hands over a pressed white shirt on a hanger.
I asked my assistant to bring you a shirt. It occurred to me that your father's may not fit.
Thanks.
Chance accepts the shirt and looks back at me.
I'll change into this quickly. It won't take me long.
I nod at him.
I'll head back down,
Corinth announces, turning away as if she can't stand the sight of me. Wait. I stop her when she steps through the door. Corinth swings her head around, her shrewd gaze making me want to put myself in timeout. I square my shoulders instead and dig deep for courage. I may not have her money, power, and connections, but I am not inferior to her, even if it feels like it. Corinth, I'm not sure what I did to offend you, but I'd like to clear something up. My eyelashes flutter as I realize what I was about to say. I amend, I care deeply about your son. If I didn't, I wouldn't be with him. After everything we've been through, Chance has proven himself to be trustworthy, dependable, and disciplined. I don't know what your intention was inviting Fina, but...
Darling, do you think I have so much time to waste as to sabotage my son's relationship with you?
She cackles, and I start to feel very, very foolish for thinking I could confront her and win.
I am not interested in getting to know you, not because of your occupation or your lackluster background. It's because you won't be around next year.
She wags a manicured finger.
See? I know how this will end. Your relationship will implode on its own, without any effort from me.
Her words are sharp enough to cut. Outside, I keep my expression steady. But on the inside, my confidence shakes.
You see, Miss Brooks,
Corinth's heels click on the floor as she looms over me.
the mistress you should fear is not another woman.
Her eyes flash knowingly and she offers a prim smile.
It's hockey.
Chapter 45. Chance. After the gala, I take April home. She claims to be tired, so I drop her off at the guest room, press a kiss to her forehead, and force myself to walk away. Mom barely shows her face the next morning and skips out on lunch due to a mysterious prior arrangement. But at least Dad and my sister make up for Mom's coldness. They're both warm and accommodating to April. Dad drives us back to the airport and hugs April so fiercely, it's like he's sending his daughter off to war. On the flight, April is quiet and contemplative. While I want to press, I leave her to her thoughts and sort through my emails. Derek sent a barrage of potential brand deals. How does he expect me to play hockey and keep such a full schedule? I won't have any time to train, to date April, or even to sleep if I do them all. On the bright side, the cloud of bad press from my suspension is fading away like sunshine after a heavy rain. If these deals are any indication of public sentiment, I may be getting good news soon. After dropping April off at home, I head back to the hotel. It feels ridiculous to still be paying for a room here, and I make a mental note to look for houses ASAP. The closer to April's, the better. I crash into bed, and I don't rise until the next morning for early practice. "Good to have you back, Chance," Max says, his bear-like hand swinging into my back in a friendly pat. "Saw your pictures online, McLeanly. You look good in a monkey suit." Thielen calls in between drills on the ice. I laugh and shake my head. When I sit down to put my skates on, Max is beside me. "How did your mom react to April?" he asks in a low voice. Max is well aware of my mother's temperament. His family situation is similarly complicated, except it's his dad that has the high expectations, while his mom is always smoothing things over between them. As well as can be expected, I admit, tying up my laces. "That bad, huh? Mom just needs time. In a couple years, when April and I are married with kids..." "Kids? Who are you, McLeanly?" A silly grin crosses my face. "You'll get it when you fall in love, too." "Love? No thank you." Max shudders. "I have my hands full." He gestures to the hockey team on the ice. I can't afford to be distracted with all this chaos. I push to my feet, balancing expertly on my skates. I wasn't looking for April either, but once I found her, there was no going back. It might be like that for you, too. Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, I'm happy for you, Chance. If anyone can make the long-distance thing work, it's you and April. Long distance? I arch a brow. Max freezes and I watch as his soul flees his body for a second. I mean, the long-away games. No, that's not what you meant. I narrow my eyes. You know something. I need to make a call. He fumbles for his cell phone. I block Max's way. After a few seconds of my intense staring and Max's squirming, he finally breaks. "Your agent called. He wanted me to send over the contract you'd signed with the Lucky Strikers." Shock rushes through my system. "What?" "He told me not to tell you. Said nothing's set in stone yet, but..." I break into a wide grin. "Are you serious?" "Yeah, man." Max leaks a smile. My mind runs at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Derek isn't the type who'll miss an opportunity to make money, and he definitely isn't the type to make a move that will lose money. If he's already reaching out to Max for negotiations about my contract, he's got something solid in the works. I'm still thinking about Max's words when I get on the ice. Heads up, MC. Renthro shoots a puck, his skates making a scut-tee sound as he stops abruptly. Instinct kicks in. I instantly get in position for a wrist shot, sending the disc straight into the net. Hey, yo! Thielen lifts his hockey stick, skating past in celebration. Gunnar smirks. Show off. I laugh and shake my head. Renthro partners up with me for the next set of drills. Did you miss me, Renthro? I tease. Not as much as the others. They were grumbling about not being invited to your party. Wasn't my party, I answer, already starting to breathe hard from the drills. But yeah, I'll invite everyone next time. Heard that, Thielen says, skating past. You better not play with me, McLeanly. I'll be waiting for that invitation, Watson adds, following right behind Thielen. I grin wide as Renthro and I complete another set. Strangely, I wouldn't mind having the guys at one of Mom's boring parties, especially if April chose not to go and I was attending solo. It would liven up the night, and I might actually enjoy myself. The coach, who still seems to dislike me but has learned to tolerate me because of my skills on the ice, blows his whistle. Renthro and I change directions and join the others to practice cycling the puck. As we get into formation, I seamlessly rotate with Gunnar over to the vacated defensive position. He catches my eyes and I understand him perfectly, moving ahead. Despite our rocky start, Gunnar and I have developed the best rapport on the ice. I have a fairly good relationship with all the skaters. The pressure to one-up one another isn't as harsh here as it is in the majors. Whether that's by design or a byproduct of most of these guys growing up in Lucky Falls together, there's a layer of care beneath the competition. Gunnar rotates positions again, and I know he's about to cycle the puck in the zone. In 2 moves, I skate ahead of him, accept the breakout pass, and send it back. Gunnar goes to the net, and the satisfying whiff of the puck hitting the rope fills my ears. Nice! Renthro compliments us, moving back to the line. I grin. Power plays like this one are strategic, but I've never remembered enjoying a free-form play with any other team. After practice and a shower, I send April a text asking if she wants to meet up for a late lunch. April.
I ate already. Maybe dinner instead?
I glance up. Gunnar catches my eye first and he jerks his chin at the door. I text April back to tell her I'll have lunch with the team and that I'll swing by the garage at closing. After pressing send, I jog to catch up with the guys. We take over the Tipsy Tuna the moment we arrive. Thielen, Watson, and the rest are boisterous and cheerful. Renthro drags 2 tables together without even asking. The rest of the team swagger into the restaurant and find their seats. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Bobby's wife says, smiling down at me as she takes our orders. Welcome home, Chance. Something rearranges in my chest. Warmth shines through her honest smile. I see a few gray and white heads bobbing around the other tables. All the old regulars seem to agree. I'm used to getting recognition and special treatment when I go to shops and restaurants. But here in Lucky Falls, I feel my presence is more appreciated than my hockey stats. We missed him too. He's been too busy dating to hang with the likes of us, Thielen announces, grabbing both my shoulders and shaking. I laughingly brush him off and give my order. So, the usual? She responds, scribbling furiously. I'll be right back with those. She winks and darts off. I gaze at her back in a daze. Gunnar, who's seated to my left, passes me a napkin. What are you staring at? I have a usual, I say. I've never had a usual before. Gunnar shakes his head as if he doesn't understand and doesn't want to either. By the way, I turn to him when our drinks are served. There's something I wanted to ask you. He gestures for me to go ahead. It's about your uncle, I say, watching him closely. Gunnar's bored expression shifts at the mention of his uncle. His thick eyebrows hunker low. What about him? He asks in a strained voice. I pause and choose my words carefully. Although I haven't mentioned it to April, everything she told me about her ex-boss's sleazy advice, as well as the unfair firing, lingered in my head. I've been meaning to bring it up with Gunnar. Pursuing a legal fight against his family is something that would divide the team and ruin our hard-earned truce, so I've been hesitant about making a decision. Some information came to light about him and his behavior with April when she worked there. I say vaguely. Gunnar's lips tighten until they almost disappear from his face. What kind of information? The kind that I could give to a legal team. His jaw clenches. I can't tell if he's angry with me or with his uncle. I wait for a response. Gunnar offers none. I'm searching for another way to ask my question when the door opens. The bell above jangles and a blonde woman wearing pink mechanic overalls saunters in. I recognize Rebel instantly and glance over her shoulder to see if April is with her too. Unfortunately, she isn't. When I turn my attention back to Gunnar, I'm stunned to find him looking at Rebel, a rare ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. A moment later, his hand pulls into a fist and he forces his gaze away. Something dark seems to overshadow him, and his smile putters into a taut frown. What were you saying about my uncle? Gunnar asks tightly. It's fine. We can discuss it another time. Curiosity tugs at me. Do you know Rebel? It's a small town. Everybody knows everybody. Rebel laughs with Bobby's wife at the bar and reaches for a package of something. Probably drinks for her and April. I raise my hand, intending to get Rebel's attention so I can pay for those drinks. If April is enjoying a refreshing lime soda in between fixing cars, I want her thinking of me. As my hand starts to climb, Gunnar clamps his fingers around my wrist and stops me. Rebel sails out the door, undisturbed. I frown. What's wrong? I thought you knew her. We're acquainted, but we're not friendly. Why not? Even in a small town, his eyes flash to mine, darkening by the second, people have their secrets. Before I can ask more, Gunnar stands abruptly. The others turn to look at him too. Where you going? Thielen grins. Renthro points at the waitress approaching us with heaping platters of burgers and fries. The food is here. I'll catch you later, Gunnar grumbles, his eyes on the ground. Shocked, I scoot my chair in so he can make his exit. Gunnar passes by, but suddenly stops and lifts his gaze to mine. I stiffen. The guy's always been a closed book, but now I get the feeling something bad will happen if that book is ever opened. About my uncle, Gunnar says in a low, determined voice. Do what you must. With that, he stalks out of the Tipsy Tuna and lets the door bang shut behind him.
Chapter 46. April.
The mistress you must fear is not a woman. It's hockey.
Corinth's warning follows me like a dark cloud and puts me in a strange mood for a few days. However, on the third day, I find my equilibrium again. After being cheated on by my ex, who was with an actual woman behind my back, I decide that hockey isn't that horrific of a mistress. Sure, Chance will be away from me for weeks at a time during hockey season. Sure, there will be plenty of women like Fina who want his attention when he's on the road. Sure, lots of those women will be gorgeous and tempting. But I trust him. The gala last week proved that he can control himself and not jump on every woman he's attracted to, even if that woman is me. Of course, I'm not delusional. I'm aware there will be some drawbacks to competing with hockey for Chance's attention, but I decide not to let Corinth's harsh prediction get in my head. I'll simply enjoy being with someone who cares about me and who I care equally for. The weekend rolls around again, and Chance asks if I can clear my schedule to help him look at properties. May knocks on my room door while I'm getting ready. She pouts, "Are you sure you don't want me to film you today? This will make such great content for your channel." Chance and I are really together now, I say, tying the lacings on my fresh white sneakers. They're the only white items I own and are exclusively for special occasions, like on dates with Chance. We don't need to film everything about us anymore. I don't like sharing too much either. The town provides enough candid pictures of me going grocery shopping or working in the garage to satisfy the fans. At first, the secret picture taking was mildly annoying, but now it's just plain scary the way our privacy is infringed upon. 2 days ago, someone took a picture of Chance, Dad, and I at the nursing home. They uploaded it, and the picture immediately started trending. Chance got the picture taken down quickly, but on the internet, nothing ever disappears. The poor Chaparral fans are starved, April. My sister drapes across my bed in a dramatic fashion. Her long hair brushes the ground. Starved. I'm a mechanic, not a social media influencer. I don't live my life for the Chaparral fans. I walk over to the writing desk where I keep my beginner-friendly makeup items. Since I don't have anywhere to store the makeup and brushes, I keep them in a little mug on my desk. The garage is doing better now, so we don't need everyone's attention. We just need the attention of those who want their cars fixed. "You're no fun," May whines. There's a knock on the front door. "I'm not ready yet!" I panic, whirling back to the mirror with my eyeliner pencil in hand. Despite my precision when working on cars, it freaks me out to have a pencil that close to my eye, and I keep having to wipe away the scraggly lines and redo them. "I'll get it." May pulls herself up and sends me a cheeky grin. "The great thing about you dating Chance is that whenever he brings something for you, he always brings something for me, too." "That's because you harass him," I scold, giving up on the eyeliner. It's not like Chance likes me for my makeup skills anyway. "It's not harassment. It's a mutual exchange. Chance understands the brother-in-law assignment." I reach for something to throw at my sister, but she's already laughing and dancing out of the room. Hurrying through the rest of my routine, I head to the living room. Chance is sitting in our sofa, which is average-sized, but he's so big that he makes the couch look like a child's. I do a quick once-over. He looks scrumptious in a white button-down and loose cream-colored trousers. I have a hate-hate relationship with colors that are easily soiled, but Chance seems to love them.
"Hey,
He says, lighting up at the sight of me. "Hey."
I have something for you."
I squeal when Chance presents a book on the history of driverless cars. "I love it. Thank you." "You should have brought her flowers, too," May says, lifting a small bouquet of wildflowers. "If you keep bringing her books instead, you're going to run out of books eventually."
"I'll get creative when that time comes."
Chance says, his eyes never leaving mine.
"You look amazing, April."
"Thank you." I do a little spin. Today I felt like wearing a dress. It was long, blue, pretty, and it called to me from the back of my closet. I've never been the type to wear dresses, but since dating Chance, I've found myself gravitating to this style more. I feel a lot more girly and soft when I'm with him, and my clothes are a reflection of that. Chance waves goodbye to May and sets his hand on the small of my back. I love the warmth of his touch, and I can't help snuggling into his side as he walks me to his car. "Are we meeting the realtor at the first house or at their office?" I ask. Chance corrects me when I naturally open the door for myself. I chuckle as he pops the door with a flourish and gestures for me to slide in. I sit first, and, to my surprise, Chance scoops in and gives me a quick peck on the lips.
I couldn't resist.
He breathes, touching my nose. I laugh and watch him jog around to the other side of the car. It takes me a moment to realize that I haven't wiped the smile off my face yet. What has gotten into me? I've only ever dated Evan, but if dating is like this, I can see why everyone is so obsessed with being in a relationship. I truly enjoy spending time with Chance. We text throughout the day. We date every night, either going out to eat or hanging out at the garage. So far, I haven't tired of his company. In fact, I crave it. Chance clicks his seatbelt into place and starts the car.
The realtor is meeting us at his office. It shouldn't take long to get there.
What exactly are you looking for? I ask him, observing the trees that thicken along the side of the road. He reaches for my hand.
I originally wanted a property close to you.
I snort. That was your main objective?
Yeah,
His eyes crinkle from the force of his smile.
but then I started thinking that this could potentially be our house, and I thought of what you needed.
My heart picks up speed like an overspinning engine.
You'd want to be closer to your dad. That's a priority. It couldn't be too far from the garage. May would need a room too, since she'll want to come over all the time, and it'll be convenient if she can just sleep in her own room there. An attached garage is a must, of course. Somewhere we can store all the vintage cars I'll buy for you, and another garage where you can work on cars just for fun on the weekend.
Shocked, I sputter. I don't think that house has been built yet. At least not in this town.
We'll see.
He winks. I reach for one of the fidget spinners he keeps in the center console. Maybe you should think about what you want in the house first, before you think about what I need.
What do you mean?
I mean, we just started dating. We shouldn't rush anything. Immediately, the energy in the car shifts from playful to serious.
I'm not asking you to move in tomorrow, April.
He says in a cautious way, as if any sudden movements and I'll jump out of the car. I know. I wouldn't move in tomorrow if you asked either. He winces, and I wonder if that sounded meaner than it had in my head. Chance continues steadily.
I just want you to know that you're in my future.
And I appreciate the thought. I really do, but
But you still don't trust me.
he says flatly, it's not that.
It's okay.
He drums up a sad smile before focusing on the road.
I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry if you feel I pressured you.
You didn't, Chance. He doesn't look at me, and the sad smile is starting to deepen into a sad expression. I touch his shoulder. Chance.
Yeah?
Look at me.
I'm driving.
I balance my elbows on the center console and rest my chin in my palm. Just for a second. He reluctantly allows his gaze to rest on me. It's only for a moment, but it's enough that a smile tugs on his lips. Don't be angry, I coax him.
I'm not angry.
You look angry.
I'm not. I care about you so much, April. I can't imagine life without you.
He taps a finger on the wheel.
I'm an athlete. I tend to see a goal and go after it, ignoring everything around me. But just because a life with you is my goal doesn't give me permission to ignore you and what you want too.
I smile. Chance brings my hand to his lips and kisses it.
You're not angry with me, are you?
No, I feel very safe. He arches a brow. My trust was at a deficit after my previous relationship. But every time you do something for me, or you restrain yourself for me, or you show me who you are, trust coins fall into my trust piggy bank.
Your trust piggy bank, huh?
Chance grins. I rest my head back and admit, if you keep going like this, soon that bank will overflow.
And what happens when it does?
I shrug. Guess you'll just have to keep putting in the coins to find out. He laughs.
I like that.
I nod, proud of myself for what feels like an awesome description of how I feel. Chance flicks the indicator.
You'll need a bigger pig by the time I'm done.
I chuckle and keep holding his hand until we get to the realtor's office. The moment we arrive, Chance opens my door for me and I start to climb out when my phone rings. It's an unknown number. It might be a client, I tell Chance.
Go ahead and take it. I'll head in first.
I settle back in my seat. This is April Brooks.
April, this is Derek.
Derek. I swivel around as if the obnoxious agent is hiding in the back seat.
Is Chance around?
Derek asks excitedly. He just left, but I can call him back.
No, I'm glad I got you alone.
Why? I ask, bracing myself.
I got great news.
What is it? I ask. Derek pauses for dramatic effect.
Chance's suspension has been lifted. Even better, his team wants him back ASAP before the upcoming season.
What? That's fantastic, I squeal.
Yes, and you know what's even better?
What? I gasp.
They want him now.
Now? I squeak, my celebration dying and my hand sinking to my lap.
This is your win too, April. Thanks to you, Chance can finally leave Lucky Falls for good.
Chapter 47. Chance. The realtor leads the way to the listings he'd initially found for me and promises to take me in a different direction if I don't fall in love with any of them. By the third listing, I understand where his confidence comes from. Every house offers a unique charm, whether it's the lakeside property with the priceless view or the sprawling acreage where I can, in the far-off future, build April her own garage. My eyes light up every time I step inside a foyer with an open-floor concept, or picture making breakfast for April in the state-of-the-art kitchen or think of cuddling April in front of the fireplace. But I'm alone in my exuberance. April is quiet and unengaged the entire way through.
Not this one,
is what her trembling lips seem to convey. Not this one. Not this one. With a head shake of disinterest, we're off to the next until we're out of options. The realtor promises to get back to me with new listings by the middle of the week, and he drives off in a cloud of disappointment. I take April to lunch, where she seems to bounce back to her normal self, and nothing appears out of the ordinary until our appointment with the realtor the next Wednesday.
I'm not feeling well.
April says groggily into the phone. At those 4 words, my boyfriend powers activate. What is it? Flu pain? Stomach pain? Headaches? Hold on. I'll clear out a pharmacy. I prepare to throw my hockey stick down in the middle of the hallway and run to her. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Chance, no, I'm just tired. I'll be fine.
That's okay. I think the realtor's flexible. I can call him and reschedule for tomorrow.
No, tomorrow isn't good for me.
How about Friday?
That won't work either.
Saturday?
Can't.
Sunday?
I have a thing.
I frown. Is everything okay?
Of course.
Did something happen with the garage that you didn't tell me? As far as I know, April's had to turn down jobs. As her stellar reputation spreads, more and more people want to work with her. At this point, she's booked until next year.
No, it's not the garage.
Your dad, then? I press. Mr. Brooks looked fine when April and I visited last week. His nurse assured us that his appetite's improved, and he spent the entire visit talking to me heartily.
Chance, I told you, nothing is wrong.
April sounds angry with me, but I can't remember doing anything wrong. April, I drop my voice so my teammates can't hear me. Ever since we saw those properties, something's been off with you.
Off how?
I don't know. It just feels like there's something you're not telling me. She remains silent. If you have concerns, let's discuss it. I'm on your team, Tink, no matter what. Nothing between us will change. A little sigh flutters through the phone.
I'm busy, Chance. I'll talk to you later.
Then the dial tone rings coldly in my ears. The metal weights clank loudly, matching the sound of my loud grunts. Sweat stings my eyes, but my hands are wrapped around a steel rod, so I just let it sting. Whoa! 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 The weights suddenly lift from above me and Max deposits them back in the cradle. What are you doing here? He checks his watch. Practice was over hours ago. Shouldn't you be on a hot date with April? She's busy. I sit up and roughly wipe my face with a towel. Oh. Well then, that means you have time to join us at... She's been busy a lot lately, I tack on. It's understandable. She's making a name for herself as one of the best mechanics in town. Now, about tonight, if you're not doing anything... I think I messed up. Max releases a long-suffering sigh. What did you do? I swing my legs over the bench. I think she knows I'm keeping something from her. Max looks interested now. Something like what? I'm leaving soon. It's supposed to be an exciting admission, but my heart drags to the ground. Max's eyes dart all over. I didn't tell you anything. No, it wasn't you. I think back to the call I had with my agent 3 days ago. Derek let it slip that I'm doing a commercial for the EB Sports Channel. But don't they only hire athletes from the league? Oh? Understanding dawns in Max's eyes. I don't know how to break it to April, especially now that things between us feel strained. How am I supposed to tell my girlfriend I'm moving across the country and I'll probably only see her once or twice a month? No idea, but the longer you drag it out, the worse it might be. He shrugs. I groan and run a hand down my face. Max encourages, if your relationship is strong and you really believe that she's the one for you, then you'll work it out. Somehow. Yeah, I guess so. I stare at the sweat droplets on the ground, deep in thought. Max slaps me on the back and then grimaces. Wiping his hand on his shirt, he offers, Hey, how about you think of a way to tell April at the Tipsy Tuna? Great idea. I'll buy a couple burgers and drinks for April and swing by the garage to check on her. She said she was tired this week. Maybe she hasn't eaten yet. Yeah. Great idea. Let's go. Max juts a thumb at the door. After shifting out of my sweat-soaked shirt and loose basketball shorts into a fresh t-shirt and sweatpants, I follow Max's car to the Tipsy Tuna. I'm not surprised at all when I see the crowded parking lot. It's the weekend and there's not that many places people can go after work. Max waits for me at the top step. I frown at the dark windows. Something's weird. What is? Max asks, shuffling from one foot to the next. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, let's go inside. Max tries to nudge me forward. I look up. The sky is a dark, swirling black with rain clouds looming like a volcano about to erupt. Bringing my attention back to the Tipsy Tuna, a thought strikes. There are so many cars here, but I don't hear any music or see any lights inside. I frown at the dark window panes. Maybe something's going on in there. I shake my head and point back to my car. I don't think we should go in. For crying out loud, let's go, McLeanly. Max grabs my arm and drags me into the Tipsy Tuna. At first, the room is entirely dark. A second later, the lights blare on, confetti explodes around me, and a host of happy faces yell, Surprise! I look over at Max in shock, and there's a silly grin on his face as he points to the sign above the bar. It says, Congratulations, Chance. Congratulations for what? I ask Max.
For getting your suspension lifted.
Derek says, stepping out of the crowd with a document in hand.
You did it, Chance. You made it back where you belong.
Whoop, whoop! A ruckus goes up from my teammates who are around a table, nursing beers and wide smiles. Even Gunnar is there, and he lifts his beer high in salute. When did you do all this? I turn in a slow circle.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Derek grins, pointing a finger.
It was her.
At that moment, April steps forward with a cake. There's a firework candle popping cheerfully from the middle. The words McLeanly 33 is written in blue icing. The candle sends soft orange light all over April's face. She beams with a smile, and my world is all right again. "Is this why you were so busy lately?" I ask her incredulously. She nods and then moves the cake closer.
Blow out the candles.
I blow and take her hand, mouthing, "Thank you." She scrunches her nose cutely. Derek drags me away to snap a few photos, and I make sure to call April a few snapshots later so we can take a few together. Later that night, May finds me with a disgruntled look on her face. "Hey, Chance, why don't I see any of the pictures you and April took tonight on your social media page?" "I don't know. My team will probably upload them later," I assure her. "If not, I'll tell my agent to fire my publicist and hire you instead." "Really?" "Yes." She pumps a fist. I start to walk back to the bar where the rest of my teammates have taken up residence when I catch April's eye. She has her purse strung over her shoulder, and she gives me a little wave. I immediately barge over to her. "Are you leaving already?"
Yeah,
She smiles softly.
I have to open the garage early tomorrow.
I swing a look back at the guys before making my decision. "I'll drive you,"
Absolutely not. You were drinking.
she reminds me. I frown because she has a point. Normally, I'm much more conscious about that, but all I could think about was being with April. "I'll ask around to find a driver."
It's all right.
She steps back.
Tonight is about you and hockey, and those guys understand that world way better than I do.
"I don't care." I wrap my arms around her to keep her close. "I'd rather be with you." She inhales and leans her head against me.
Me too. But think about the Lucky Strikers. I'm not losing a boyfriend, but they're losing a teammate.
She arches an eyebrow.
I'm not losing a boyfriend, am I?
"Absolutely not. Never."
Then it's decided. I won't stop you from enjoying your night.
"Let me at least walk you to your car," I offer. Taking her hand, we step out of the Tipsy Tuna. It's windy, and I notice April hugging herself for warmth. Shrugging out of my jacket, I swing it around her shoulders. April protests.
You keep giving me your hoodies. Do you have any left?
She laughs softly.
May's warming up the car. I don't need this for such a short walk.
I wrap my fingers around hers. "Keep it until you get to the car."
Okay.
Despite not wanting my jacket, she burrows into it like a turtle hiding in its shell. "Thank you." "For the party."
It was Derek's idea. I think he just wanted the pictures of you being chummy with your teammates to prove you're leaving the Lucky Strikers on good terms.
She shakes her head with a wry grin.
But I was happy for the privilege. You deserve this, Chance.
I stop in the middle of the parking lot and look down at her. Rubbing the back of my neck, I admit, I thought you were angry with me.
Why would I be angry?
To be honest, I knew this was coming a while ago. It wasn't official, but there are some things we need to discuss. About us. About how we're going to do this. I know long distance is difficult, but I'm going to do everything. April places both hands against my cheeks and stares at me with her sparkling green eyes.
We're going to be fine. Do you hear me, Chance? You and I, we're going to be okay. Chapter 48. April. It's been 2 weeks, 3 days, and 16 hours since Chance left. I'm okay. This is totally okay. I lived my entire adult life without him. A few months ago, I barely even knew he existed. And he definitely had no clue I existed. I can survive a long-distance relationship. Sure, I brighten every time I see someone wearing the Lucky Strikers hockey jersey, thinking Chance is back. And maybe I do drive by the houses we saw together, imagining a life where Chance actually bought a property in Lucky Falls and stuck around. But I'm fine with the way things are right now. We call and text as much as our schedules allow, which is, well, it's not that often anymore. But he did fly out to see me a few days ago. It wasn't a long visit since he was actually on a layover and had to leave a few hours later, but it was something. I'm perfectly fine. This is... The wrench in my hand clanks to the ground and the noise rings louder than a gong. What on earth? I stare at the tool near my foot. I want to pick it up, but I can't. The more I command my hand to move, the more my body rejects the assignment. I lift my hands slowly and look at them. My fingers are wonky, like someone stretching a picture until it becomes pixelated. My head constricts. This is not okay. Not at all. Rebels returning a car to a client. There's no one else in the garage to call out to. I stumble backward, my knees growing weak. And not in the I'm watching Chance in a tuxedo kind of weak at the knees. The room spins like a top on a merry-go-round. I hunker over the trunk of the Corolla I was working on. The weight of my body doubles and I slouch, losing all my ability to balance. Black spots dance before my eyes. Outside, I need to get out. Instead of moving forward, I drop to my knees instead. Panicked and desperate, I fight to keep my eyes open despite the pull to close them. Using the car's bumper as my crutch, I lift myself up. If I can get to my feet and get to the door, maybe I can call for help. I push with all my might, but my head is stuffed with cotton and my limbs are overcooked noodles. Hands slipping off the car, I feel myself dropping backwards with no cushion to dampen my fall. Just before I hit the ground, the back of my neck snaps against something cold and sharp. My toolbox. I hear the faint sound of my name over the explosion of pain in my skull. But by then, it's too late. Everything goes black. When my eyes peel apart again, it's because the ground under me is shaking. Is it an earthquake? It's too noisy to be heaven. Though, technically, it would make sense that heaven is noisy given the multitudes of people up there. You'll be okay, April. You'll be okay. The frantic voice sounds like rebel. I agree. I will be okay. I promised Chance that I would. Me not being okay would mean I'd be going against that promise. Bright lights blur on the ceiling. Wait, now that I think of it, why is Rebel in heaven with me? Carbon monoxide poisoning. Those words sound awful, and they're coming from an unknown male voice. I doubt angels would be discussing carbon monoxide poisoning. Besides, heaven smells distinctly like antiseptic and vanilla air freshener. Paramedics, oxygen, procedure. Something is tight around my face. An oxygen mask? They definitely don't give those out in heaven. I want to tell everyone I'm okay, but my mouth won't open. I'm way too tired to do anything but fall back into unconsciousness. My eyes open with a start. Where am I?
Shh, it's okay.
Chance's hushed voice reaches my ears. He's leaning over me with a damp rag and pressing it gently against my forehead. So gently, it's like he's afraid I'll shatter to pieces if he adds any more pressure. Chance? I whisper with relief, reaching for his hand. He takes my fingers in his. The warmth of his touch brings tears to my eyes. It's been so long since we held hands. I forgot how tenderly Chance holds me. My entire life I've fought to be taken seriously and present myself as a tough, knowledgeable mechanic. But with Chance, I've never felt like I had to fight or force myself to be tough. I could just be. Where am I? I ask out loud. What happened?
You're in bed at home. You're sick with the flu.
Chance says. I glance at the discarded tissue paper and the empty flu medicine packets on the ground. Really? He nods, and his dark Prince Eric hair flops forward.
May said you don't get sick often, but when you do, it's bad. You've been struggling to breathe for 2 days now.
I blink once, then twice. The dream where I fell in the mechanic bay felt so real. I can't believe it was just a figment of my own sick mind.
Did you have a bad dream?
Chance asks as he wrings the excess water from the rag and sets it neatly against the edge of a bowl. You can say that.
Was the nightmare that I wasn't there when you needed me?
He teases. I crack a small smile. What are you doing here? Don't you have that commercial this week?
It's later today.
Chance says. I try to shoo him away. What are you doing here? You need to get to the airport. Chance doesn't look flustered at all. He instead takes a cup of orange juice from the desk and offers it to me. I push his hand away. He insists. I finally accept the drink. How long until you have to leave?
Not sure.
His answer makes my insides twist and wrench. Let me drive you back to the airport.
You're not strong enough to drive. Even if you were, I'm not flying out today.
Chance, you can't ditch your commercial. Derek was very clear. You're on probation with the team. You have to fulfill all your obligations before they announce that you're back officially.
Skipping one commercial won't hurt me.
Really? Because I read the contract and you'll be next to bankrupt if you don't. They were very clear about the penalization fees. He clears his throat and mumbles.
I knew I shouldn't have shown you the contract.
You have to go.
Then, I should probably head out now. I'm already late as is.
Immediately, a lump forms in my throat. Despite telling him to leave, despite knowing he has to, and it's what we agreed on, my heart screams with pain, and I feel a distinct sense of loss. Chance braces one hand on my headboard, leans over and plants a gentle kiss on my forehead.
Feel better soon. And call me.
I nod, watching him turn. The moment he starts to leave, my hand takes on a mind of its own, and I'm suddenly shooting out my arm to grab the hem of his shirt. Chance turns around with a startled expression. Don't leave, I whisper brokenly. Please don't leave.
I'm not going far, April. I'm just letting the doctor know you woke up.
Who said that? That voice doesn't belong to Chance. The fog clears from my mind and I look up in shock. Instead of falling into heart-stopping blue eyes and a mischievous, white-toothed smile, I see Evan's weasel-like face. Evan? I croak.
I'm here, April.
I realize I'm still clutching the hem of his shirt, and I throw it away like I'm touching something radioactive. Where am I? The ceiling bears a harsh, fluorescent light. Gone are my bedroom curtains and the tissue papers on the floor. My dark comforters disappeared, too. Instead, I'm in a hospital cot and wearing a loose hospital gown.
I'll be right back.
Evan nods at me and then disappears. I lie in the silence, stewing in thought. Was what happened in the garage reality? Did I faint for no reason? And what about Chance? Did I even have the flu? Harried footsteps explode in the hallway. The door whirs back. Rebel shrieks. April! May sighs. Oh, thank God. I brace myself as Rebel and May descend on me. My best friend checks me over while my sister grabs my hand with tears in her eyes. I'm so glad you're up, May wails. I was so scared. Ladies, please give the patient some space. A sprightly older man with wispy white hair and glasses enters the room. Rebel and May both obey and take a tiny step back. What happened? I ask, struggling to sit up. To my surprise, Evan bounces over and fluffs my pillows.
You were rushed to the hospital after getting carbon monoxide poisoning. You've been unconscious for 3 days.
3 days? I blanch. Evan's bottom lip trembles and then he bursts out laughing.
No, it hasn't been long, but I've always wanted to be the boyfriend of a coma patient.
I wish I had a wrench so I could smack him. Why is Evan here? May says harshly. Rebel folds her arms over her chest. I literally left for 1 second. Who let you in?
I heard April was rushed to the hospital, so I ran over.
My brain is so confused. I ignore everyone and focus on the doctor. You're saying I got carbon monoxide poisoning and I've just been here, in the hospital, unconscious? That's right. The doctor nods. Your friend called an ambulance. You were unconscious for about an hour. But that doesn't make any sense. We have an exhaust fan at the shop for this very reason. He nods to Rebel. Your friend confirmed that a bird had gotten caught in the pipe and blocked the fan. Carbon monoxide doesn't have a smell or taste or anything to warn that dangerous gas is leaking. You'd been exposed to a dangerous amount before your friend arrived. On top of that, you had a small gash from where you'd fallen against the edge of your toolbox. I reach under my head. Indeed, there's a big gauze there. I can't believe I was out for an hour. I blow out a breath and shake my head. What happens now? The poison is no longer in your system, and your wound, thankfully, is not so severe. Everything in your scans came back all right. Even so, we'd like to keep you for observation, just in case. Keep her 2 days if you have to, May says earnestly. I want to be sure she's all right. The nurse will be in to check your vitals, but the fact that you're up and talking is a really good sign. The doctor nods. When can I leave? I ask, lifting the hand with the IV drip. If you rest tonight and there aren't any anomalies in the scans you take tomorrow, I foresee you being able to recover quickly.
Thank you, doctor.
Evan says, as if he's my doting boyfriend and we never broke up. Rebel follows the doctor out. I have a few questions about any symptoms we should look out for. May walks closer and offers me my phone. I called Chance, but he wasn't picking up, so I left him a message. He's probably busy. Evan pats his chest.
If you were my girl, I'd fly right over if I heard you were in the hospital. What good is a man who isn't there when you need him?
He has a point. I ignore that thought because the last person I want to take relationship advice from is my cheating ex. You heard the doctor, Evan. I need to rest.
Sure, I'll be here tomorrow to check on you.
Don't bother, May tells him tautly. After Evan leaves, May fluffs my pillows again and cranes her neck to look at my phone. Has Chance answered yet? No. That's so weird. A wrinkle appears between her brow. I sent a text from my phone and yours. It said he read it. You don't think Evan's right and he's ignoring you, do you? No, Chance and I are fine. Yeah, but why isn't he answering you back? I'm not asking for him to fly over because of this, but not even a text back when his girlfriend is in the hospital? She firms her lips. I'll send him another text. Don't bother. He'll call tomorrow, bright and early. I'm sure of it. But when tomorrow comes, the person who hurries to my bedside is Evan. And I don't even get a text back from Chance.
Chapter 49. Chance. It's been 2 weeks, 4 days, and 2 hours since I left Lucky Falls. Returning to my old team isn't easy. To be fair, it never was. Competing at the highest level always comes with a cost. My teammates and I weren't close before, but they're definitely not pleased that I caused them to play with one less member right before the biggest game of the season. Can't exactly blame them. Suffice it to say, the cold welcome Gunner, Thielen, Watson, and Renthrow gave when I first joined the Lucky Strikers is as warm as a Caribbean cruise in comparison. At least Derek is keeping me busy with brand deals, so I don't have to think about how much I miss my previous teammates. That night, I finish up with a photo shoot for a famous men's hair care line and head straight off the set to get my cell phone. What time is it? I ask Derek. He checks his watch.
It's 11 p.m.
I do a quick mental calculation. It's too late to call April. As much as I want to hear her voice, I hate disturbing her when she's already asleep. Phone? I hold out a hand. Derek hesitates a second before handing it over to me. I give it a quick glance, see that there are no new messages, and slip it into my pocket. How did the pictures turn out?
Great.
Derek slaps me on the back.
You're doing great, Chance.
He reads me a list of the weekend's schedule while I wipe all the makeup off my face.
I've been testing the waters to see if the fans would object to your suspension being lifted. So far, there's been a great reception. Once you officially announce it at this weekend's press conference, you'll have a world of support. It's only up from here.
I nod distractedly.
You need me to drop you off?
Derek offers. I nod. I'm going to the arena.
You're training this late?
Derek raises an eyebrow. I have 5 a.m. training, so I'll be able to get a bit more sleep if I'm already there. Derek drops me off, and I sleep until I hear my teammates filtering in for the morning. After a laborious 5 a.m. training, I shower and catch a cab to my hotel room. Since I've been so busy with hockey and my brand deals, I haven't had time to find an apartment. April joked that I moved from one hotel to another, and she'd be right. Despite being back in the city where I spent most of my life, I haven't felt settled once. It's like I'm suffering from a jet lag that won't go away. The sunshine is bright in an uncharacteristically cloudless blue sky. I snap a pic of the horizon and the skyscraper standing proudly in the distance and send it to April with a text. Morning, beautiful. I roll the windows down and allow the wind to blow through the car. The sunshine is warm on my face. My phone buzzes. April.
It's afternoon here.
I stare at the text from April and something odd tugs at my gut, but I can't put my finger on it. Wishing her good morning, despite the time difference, is a running joke between us. She usually acts amused. This time, her response feels cold and angry. Am I overthinking it? It's difficult to pick up someone's tone over text. Maybe April's response was meant to be taken playfully. But why didn't she use an emoji? The cab stops in front of the hotel and I hop out. Taking the elevator, I send her another text. Have you eaten yet? Hours go by and April doesn't respond. I head to my meeting with the team's nutritionist and physical therapist, swing by a taco joint for some grub, and come back to the hotel later that night. April still hasn't responded. I don't know what that means. Is she busy? Did she not see the message? Reaching for a fidget spinner to focus my thoughts, I call her. The phone rings and doesn't connect the first time. After it goes to voicemail, I debate how much of my dignity and pride I'm willing to give up for a woman. I decide that I'd rather have April than either pride or dignity and call her phone one more time. She answers. I nearly collapse against the kitchen wall in relief. April, hey, I've been trying to reach you.
Have you?
I frown at the note of tension in her voice. Yeah, was it a busy day today?
No, I stayed home today.
That must have driven you crazy, you workaholic. I shake my head. You must not have felt well.
Yeah, I guess.
You need to take better care of yourself when I'm not there, Tink. I can't do everything for you, I joke.
I know how to take care of myself, Chance. I'm not a child. You don't need to scold me.
Shocked, I pull the phone away from my ear and then set it back again. That's not what I meant, April. Not at all.
What did you mean then?
I stammer over my words because I have no idea why we're fighting right now. Babe, let's video chat. I don't think you're in a good mood and anything I say will be used against me.
I don't want to video chat with you right now.
I wince. You are angry.
I'm just surprised you have so much to say, given how long it took you to get in touch with me.
I try to diffuse the tension with a joke. Ah, are you upset because you miss me? There's a long pause. It's so long that I start to feel extremely uncomfortable.
Is this how you usually are?
April asks, her voice bare of all emotions.
Or is it just with me?
I don't understand the question. April doesn't clarify. She doesn't say anything at all. Something cold slips down the back of my neck, and I go into full emergency mode. April, if this is about me taking so long to respond to you, I was busy. It's not like it was intentional.
I know, Chance.
She sounds resigned, exhausted, and it scares me. I start pacing around the granite island countertop that I never use. There is nothing that I would like more than to pack up and run to you every time you call. My entire heart, my entire being is with you in Lucky Falls. I would give anything to hold you right now.
Anything?
Yeah, anything,
Anything but hockey.
she says. My entire body freezes. I grip the phone tighter. What does that mean, April?
Nothing. I'm just clarifying your statement.
That's not fair. I'm not asking you to leave your friends, your family, and your garage behind to be with me. I know how much they mean to you, and you know how much hockey means to me. This is our reality.
I can tell what reality is, and I didn't ask you to give up hockey either.
Then what was... I bite my tongue because my voice is rising. The urge to get defensive and fight builds in my chest, but I tamp it down. We're both obviously tired, and one of us has to be level-headed. I know this is difficult, April, but we agreed that, for the time being, we'll have to make some sacrifices. There isn't a better alternative right now. There's silence again. My heart climbs like a monkey to my throat. Let me see you. Let's video chat. I half expect her to disagree, but she turns her camera on and I hold up the phone so I can see her properly. April's sitting in her couch. The lighting isn't the greatest, but she seems extra tired. Her hair is pulled back into a messy bun, and there are dark circles under her eyes. I wasn't lying when I said I wish I could hold her. Right now, the urge is multiplying in strength. Are you okay? I ask. Did something happen? She looks down.
No, I've been resting since I came back from the hospital.
Did you just say the hospital? Why were you at the hospital?
May sent you a bunch of texts, and I tried calling too.
Did you? I didn't see any texts on my phone. My heart is like a puck throwing itself against my ribs repeatedly. I rush through my text messages and call logs to confirm. I swear to you, April, I had no idea. I can show you my screen right now. I didn't get any of your messages. Were you sick? What happened?
It's nothing. I'm fine now.
Then why were you in the hospital? I yell. She sighs heavily.
Chance, whether you knew or not, I don't think anything would have changed.
I would have flown back to Lucky Falls. I would have made sure you were okay. There's no way I would have filmed that commercial yesterday or gone to training this morning if I'd known.
Then that's even worse. You can't come running over every time something happens to me.
I don't think that's the full truth, April. Isn't that why you're angry? I point out. Because I didn't run over. Her mouth tightens and she gives me a stiff look.
I didn't expect that, Chance. But yes, I did expect you to at least call and check up on me.
I didn't know, I remind her. If I did, I run a hand through my hair in frustration, because now I'm just repeating myself, and it sounds less convincing every time.
I think this thing, between you and I think might have been a little hasty.
April says. This thing? Suddenly, I can't breathe.
A relationship is like a car. Some say the engine is the most important, but a car can't go anywhere if it doesn't have wheels, or brake pads, or a frame.
She inhales deeply.
The engine gives it power to move, but it's not everything.
April licks her lips. I clamp down on the fidget spinner.
I know you care about me, Chance.
I do, I say through a tightening throat.
I care about you too, but
April's voice breaks.
sometimes you need more than that.
No, you don't, April. Don't be like this. We'll find a way through.
Chance, we have to consider that we might have an engine but no wheels here.
April.
Look at us, Chance. Like you said, I am never leaving Lucky Falls, and you will always be Chance McClainley, the hockey star. Your dreams will take you further and further away from this little town, and I can't. No, I won't follow you there.
Everything inside me goes deathly still. I stare at the woman I love more than my next breath and speak the words I've never wanted to say. Are you breaking up with me?
I don't know.
April says. A little hope springs out of the rubble of my heart. Until she adds,
But I think we should consider if a car with no wheels is worth keeping. Chapter 50. April. May tiptoes into my bedroom the next morning, her eyes drowning in concern. She takes one look at me and abandons the medicine pack on the desk. April, your face. You look awful. Thanks, I say wryly. I think we should go back to the hospital. There's no need for that. I'm okay, I croak. Your eyes are bloodshot. It looks like you didn't sleep a wink last night, and your face is puffy like you were crying. She gasps. Were you in pain and didn't tell me? No. I sit up and draw my knees to my chest. Your face is telling me a completely different story, my sister accuses. I've been thinking about breaking up with Chance, I tell her. May looks like she's short-circuiting. You... what? Is this because of what Evan said? I look down at the comforter. April, you can't let Evan get into your head. It's not just that. Chance and I were too naive when he was in Lucky Falls. He was so excited about returning to the league, and I was so happy for him. We had all these grand ideas of what long-distance dating would look like. This isn't your first time being apart. He's been gone before. Yeah, but this is different. His home base isn't Lucky Falls anymore. He's not coming home to you. I chew on my bottom lip. My sister sets a comforting hand on mine. I'm sure he had a good reason for not answering our calls when you were in the hospital. Yeah, I mutter. He said he didn't get the messages. That's weird, but, do you believe him? I nod slowly. So what's the problem? You guys are good together, April, my sister says. This isn't enough to tear you apart, is it? I bob my head pitifully. May leans forward. Do you know how hard it is to find an upstanding guy like Chance? He takes care of and appreciates you, doesn't he? He does, I whisper, when he's here. Okay, but don't you think the distance is a small price to pay? And it's not like it's forever. He'll retire from hockey someday. And in the meantime, I just... wait? Do you not want to wait for him? That's the thing, May. My voice trembles and I feel tears pressing in the back of my throat. I don't recognize myself anymore. It's like I need him. May inhales sharply. I've always been independent. I've always done my own thing. There has never been a time in my life where I felt discontent with being alone. But then I met Chance. He showed me what it feels like to be loved, and then he left. The tear does slip down now. And I went back to my life. I went back to the garage, my career, Dad, and something felt missing. I wasn't content with just being alone anymore. I wanted someone beside me. I wanted him. My sister's eyes shuffle between mine, shocked. I've never seen you like this. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. Even when I was dating my ex, I still loved being alone. I think that's one of the reasons Chance fell for me. He believed I could handle having only the crumbs of him. The crumbs. Is that what it feels like you're getting? No, not exactly. Maybe this is the monoxide talking. I shake my head. I know what I signed up for, May. I know hockey will always take him away from me. It scares me that I feel so upset by that. It scares me that I want to be selfish, that I want to be greedy, that I want all of him. The truth hits me and I double over. I don't want to share Chance with anyone. And I don't want to share Chance with hockey. I know that's unfair to him. It's so unfair, May. I want him to be happy. My heart twists painfully. I want him to live his dreams so badly, and I want to be by his side through it all. But I'm not the woman that he thought I was. I've changed. Soon, that resentment for hockey is going to take over me, and that's not fair to him. Oh, April. May wraps her arms around me and gives me a long hug. I'm the worst, I mumble over and over again. I'm the worst, May. No, you're not. You're human, and you're in love. I push my hair out of my face and look up at her pathetically. What do I do now? I have no idea, but I'm confident that you'll figure it out. I've seen you fix cars every other mechanic had given up on. When you hit a wall, you did your research, you thought it through, and you attacked the problem again. This will be no different. The answer might be to keep going, to give Chance an ultimatum, or just to break up with him. I don't know. But whatever you decide will be the right choice. Thank you, I say, looking up at her with glassy eyes. That therapy session will cost you. I laugh, glad that she broke the moment with a joke. How much? Let me think about it. May clears her throat and walks over to my desk. Take your medicine. I'll warm up the soup. I look at my sister's retreating back and feel a sense of pride. After June left and Dad got sick, I took on a pseudo-motherly role with her. It wasn't easy either. Dad was forgetting things, and May was in her angsty teenager stage. Despite all that, I think I did all right. After all, she turned out amazing. Evan, May's voice shrieks from the front room. Why are you here again?
May, put the broom down. May.
Evan shrieks. Alarmed, I shoot out of bed and race into the living room. My ex is cowering at the door while my little sister is threatening him with a broom. May! I grab the broom from her before she actually whacks him with the thing. It would be deserved, but I don't want Evan complaining to his sheriff uncle. My sister might spend an evening in jail for assault. I think you need a restraining order, April, May says fiercely. This has to count as stalking. Evan's mouth opens and shuts.
Stalking? I'm not stalking. I brought over some food from the Tipsy Tuna.
We don't need... I hold out an arm before May can advance. I'll take it from here. Are you sure? I nod. My sister gives Evan a dark glare and stomps back to the kitchen. Moving gingerly, I step onto the porch and close the door behind me. Evan gestures at the flat bench where we sometimes set out our Christmas decorations.
You should sit. You still look weak,
He says awkwardly. I wave a hand. Why are you here, Evan?
You like burgers and...
I meant, why are you here acting all sweet?
I'm always this sweet, April.
No, you weren't. Not to me. We dated each other because we both could spend hours talking about cars. But ultimately, that was where the attraction ended for you. Didn't you say I was too much like a buddy and that's why you cheated? He hems and haws.
I didn't mean it like that, April. And why bring up the past?
Tell me why you're buying me food and showing up at the hospital, Evan. And don't lie to me. I can tell when you're being dishonest now. He scrubs the back of his head, makes a disgruntled noise, and then admits,
I heard you're going to sue the shop.
I blink slowly, wondering if he's pulling a really bad prank. Me?
Yeah, you...
He shows me a document on his phone. It's got a fancy lawyer crest at the top, and the message urges Evan to provide witness statements for a workplace harassment incident that occurred the day we broke up. There's a whole bunch of fancy lawyer lingo, but I get the gist. That wasn't me, I say, handing back the phone and feeling absolutely perplexed. My name isn't anywhere on that document either.
April, you don't understand.
Evan shoves the phone back into his pocket.
You're stealing clients from my uncle.
I want to point out that it's not stealing if the customers are coming willingly, because Rebel and I do better work.
Every time someone calls and tells him they're going to you instead, he gets angrier and angrier. For the sake of our past relationship, I've been trying to calm him down, but he's not going to hold back any longer if you sue his shop.
Hold back from what? I'm running my business fair and square, and if he thinks his loyal customers are leaving him and coming to me to get their car fixed, maybe he should look at improving his own place. Evan grabs my hand.
My uncle isn't someone you want to play with. I understand if you want to get back at me. I really regret hurting you, and I'd love nothing more than to have a second chance. But if you're doing all this to get back at me, I'm telling you now that you better stop. It's not worth starting a fight with a Kinsey.
It's not worth starting a fight with a Brooks, I say firmly. Evan's eyes widen.
April.
Goodbye, Evan. And if you ever show up in front of me like this again, I'll file a restraining order against you and give your uncle no choice but to haul your backside to jail.
Chapter 51. Chance. I used to think the worst thing about playing pro hockey was the risk of concussions, which happens sometimes even when you're wearing a helmet. But I was wrong. The worst thing about being a pro athlete is that I can't sit on the couch and drink away my sorrows after a breakup, an almost breakup. A potential breakup? Whatever it is, April is upset. I'm the one who upset her, and it all hurts like crazy. Sadly, my new coach doesn't care that my love life is in shambles. My teammates don't care that April hasn't responded to any of my texts. The physical therapist could care less that I don't feel like eating. Forcing my body to move, follow the PT schedule, and focus on training is supposed to be a distraction. I throw myself 100% into my routine. But none of it helps. Instead of being able to fall asleep, I end up staring at the ceiling, beating my head against the wall, trying to understand where it all went wrong. Why didn't I get those text messages from April? I'm still pondering the question during lunch when my phone buzzes. The moment I see the name on screen, I push away the food I didn't feel like eating anyway and answer eagerly. Hello? Mr. McLeanly, I have an update for you. The lawyer's crisp tone fills my ears. I straighten my shoulders. Did you find any evidence? No. My shoulders tighten. Crowley, we're running out of time here. Unfortunately, my hands are tied. Those tied hands sure cost a fortune. I shake my head. That's not good enough. The lawyer sighs. It is extremely difficult to find evidence without a witness statement. I don't want to involve April until we have something solid, I say firmly. Dragging her back to that moment over and over again is not something I'm willing to do. I'm aware of your preferences, but there's a reason cases are built on victim statements. I informed you of this from the moment you hired me. If we can't find evidence, the statement is a must. I squeeze the bridge of my nose. Even if we submit one, the harassment and discrimination took place between April and her boss. No one else was in the room at the time. I'm no lawyer, but even I know we can't build a case on he said, she said. It has to be more substantial than that if we're going to make this guy pay. The lawyer remains quiet, which tells me I'm right. I hunker over the table. My voice is low but heated. This guy took April into his office, looked her right in the eyes, made unsolicited remarks about her appearance, and then fired her. That wasn't a one-off incident. It's a habit. I know we can find other women to come forward if we keep searching. That's the other issue. This man seems very well respected in the town. Our investigators haven't found anyone willing to say anything negative. There's a hint of a question in there, as if I'm sending him and his team on a witch hunt after an innocent man. I fold my fingers into fists. Small-town closets aren't any different than big city ones. Give it a shake and the skeletons will fall out. I'll keep working every angle, but don't get your hopes up, McLeanly. Sometimes, shielding the victim and not letting them tell their story hurts more than helps in the end. The lawyer hangs up, and I massage the bridge of my nose. My temple is throbbing, and I wish I could pop a Tylenol and go to sleep. Unfortunately, I have afternoon training and a suit fitting for the conference tomorrow. A few hours later, Derek picks me up from the rink and takes me to the fitting. My hair is still damp from the shower since training ran late and I didn't have much time to do anything with it. Derek talks loudly on the phone beside me.
No, Sinclair. I don't want just any makeup artist. I want the world's best. Give me one of those guys who work on those K-pop idols. I want this guy's face plastered on the walls of teenage girls. I want crazed fans lining up around the block willing to jump into traffic for him.
I give Derek a squeamish look. Derek waves away my concern like a common mosquito. He keeps negotiating on the phone and finally hangs up.
That was the new PR company. I upgraded to a team that works with A-list Hollywood celebrities. Cost me an arm and a leg, but the results speak for themselves.
I give my fidget spinner a flick. Why are you talking to Hollywood PR companies?
Chance, did that small town mess with your brain or your eyes?
I scowl. Derek doesn't seem to notice and prattles on.
You're not seeing the big picture. You're thinking too small.
I'm thinking about hockey. And April. I pay you to do the rest. My agent hooks an arm around the back of his seat and swivels his body so he's facing me. Those eyes that only see dollar signs are beaming with excitement. He does a flick of his wrist so his Rolex catches the light.
You were all about hockey before, and look where that got you.
I was suspended, I say flatly.
Precisely.
Derek delivers the word with a dramatic flair.
An athlete's true value isn't his stats, it's his influence. And you, Chance McClainley, have magnified influence.
We've talked about this, Derek. I'd rather be known for my skill.
It's too late for that. If I hadn't stepped in and saved your reputation, no one would have remembered your skill on the ice. You would have been known for that suspension.
I give the fidget spinner another tap, annoyed but unable to argue back when it's the truth.
The thing is, Chance, your story is exactly the kind that people prefer. No one cares about a talented hockey player who exceeds at everything, but they do love an underdog. That's exactly what you are. You fell to the bottom and then rose to the top in such a spectacular fashion that the world took notice. More people know you now than in your best days pre-suspension.
I wasn't happy with that suspension, Derek, and I'm not proud of having to lie to get it back. He scoffs and faces ahead.
For someone who's not proud, I don't see you complaining about getting exactly what you want out of it. Anyway, the league is a stepping stone, a tool in the hands of an expert artist, if you will.
He taps his palm.
With your influence and my know-how, we'll be the Michael Jordan of the league.
Michael Jordan?
I'm thinking your own skates, your own sneakers, your own arena.
Derek, take a breath. Who said I wanted all that?
Whether you want it or not, it's coming.
I stare at my agent as he taps furiously on his phone. A thought filters through my mind. The day April got sent to the hospital, I'd been on set for a photo shoot and Derek had my phone. The device had been turned off at the time, so when April accused me of ignoring her message, I hadn't once suspected Derek. But now, do I still need to date April in this grand future of yours? I ask cautiously.
Of course not.
Derek rambles, still distracted by his phone.
The small town humble pie thing worked for a season, but now you'd be better off with someone who matches your prestige. I'm thinking of someone more aspirational.
And April isn't aspirational?
April's too plain Jane, girl next door. She was great when you wanted sympathy, people related to her, and so they related to you. But for this next stage,
he keeps tapping.
It won't work. I'll get in contact with some B-list actresses who do intense humanitarian efforts. You still want to portray yourself as a good person. That's important.
As he speaks, the truth becomes clearer and clearer. The fidget spinner comes to an abrupt stop. Derek, I say gravely.
He
speaks without looking up. Did you delete April's texts the night of the photo shoot? Derek's eyes don't stray from his phone, but I see his jaw tightening. His grip on the cell gets much tighter.
Why would you ask that?
He says uncertainly. In that moment, I feel a distinct sense of sadness. For all his uncouth habits and lavish lifestyle, Derek is the one who saw something in me before anyone else did. He scouted me in college and promised he'd get me into the league. He kept that promise and has been keeping all his promises since then, helping me go after bigger and bigger contracts and larger brand deals. Thanks to Derek, I even got a chance to play with legends in an all-star tournament. A pro athlete's dream. Too late, I'm realizing that Derek promised me we'd make history together, but he never actually promised that I'd be proud of that history. Derek? You're fired. His eyebrows hike to the top of his forehead. Stop the car, I growl. The driver rolls the car to a stop. I pocket my fidget spinner, calmly open the door, and step into the black night.
Chapter 52. April. Every television in town is turned to the sports channel. Lucky Falls is buzzing about Chance's press conference. No official announcements have been made, but it's obvious to everyone, both inside and outside of the hockey world, what Chance is going to say when he gets behind that mic. Since I've known this secret for a while, all the excited chatter in the Tipsy Tuna just makes me feel sick. Honey, you don't look so well, Mauve comments, looking me over. I force an unconvincing smile. I'm probably still weak from the poisoning. Did you drink the soup I dropped off for you? I did. It was delicious, thank you. She sets a warm cup of tea in front of me. Is something else going on? I duck my head sheepishly. Nope. Everything is great. Really great. She purses her lips and studies me. Bobby's wife has always treated us like a second grandmother. I can't hide anything from her. Are you nervous for Chance? She points to the television. Today's a big day for him. A big day for both of y'all. I guess so, I respond in a lackluster fashion. The moment he makes that announcement, his career goes turbo. It's gonna be a wild ride. You better strap in. My smile wobbles and then putters out. Mauve picks up on it right away and her brows knit together. Sweetheart, what's wrong? I inhale shakily as my eyes dart from side to side. I have a headache. The lie burns my tongue. I revealed a few things to May, but I never told her that I had an actual we might need to break up talk with Chance. I haven't told Rebel either. It's a secret I've kept close to my chest. Mauve makes another one of her non-committal sounds. You got some time, April? I glance at the running banner on the television screen, counting down to Chance's big press conference. About an hour. I plan to be far away from all televisions, radios, and cell phones streaming his announcement. If I see Chance in front of me, I might start crying. Ridiculous. I turned into a crybaby after meeting him, and that's a habit I want to shake. Let me tell you a little story about when me and Bobby were dating. I bring the tea to my lips, listening closely. My friends were the ones who told me that the boy down the street was sweet on me. Now, mind you, I wasn't paying no mind to him and had my sights set on Phineas Booker, a boy from church and my first love. Mauve laughs and shakes her head, as if reliving a memory. Bobby started coming to my church and hanging around me and my friends. I thought he was nice enough, but he wasn't Phineas, you know? I had my mind set on being Phineas's wife. I did everything I could, practically threw myself at the man. She rolls her eyes. Finally, Phineas asked me to be his girl. A customer walks up to the bar, and Mauve moves away from me to tend to him. I nurse my tea while trying not to look at the television countdown. Mauve returns a few minutes later and continues. The Phineas I thought I knew was a total fantasy. The real Phineas treated me horridly. Just wretchedly. When he cheated on me, that was the final straw, and I broke up with him. Good for you, Mauve. She checks my cup, sees that it's empty, and pours me another. I was crying nonstop and hurting so bad in my heart. One day, Bobby found me like that. He wiped my tears and told me that someday I'd find a good man, someone who treasured me and treated me right. Did he ask you out right then? Nope. Mauve laughs. Took 8 months before he asked me. Later on, Bobby said he didn't want to take advantage of my broken heart. I nod, impressed. When he did ask me, I was smart enough to say yes. She grins. I started dating Bobby, and it was a total 180 from Phineas. I didn't realize men like Bobby, a love like Bobby's, existed. I kicked myself every day for taking so long to give that man my heart. I'd found the one, and I knew he was fixin' to ask me to marry him any day now. Malv! A table waves. I groan. I'll be right back, sweetheart. She winks. I wait for what feels like an eternity. Why does everyone in the Tipsy Tuna suddenly need Mav's attention? When, at last, she rounds the bar again, I lunge forward. Did he ask you to marry him? Huh? Oh. Mav picks up a dirty glass and washes it in the sink. No, he didn't. Right at that point, Bobby joined the army. I sink slowly into my seat. I didn't know Bobby was a soldier. She bobs her head. It hit me like a ton of bricks. One day, he was here. The next, he was gone, and I didn't know if he'd come back alive or in a body bag. Her comment resonates with me, and I glance at the television screen. 30 minutes until the press conference. Funny enough, Bobby was more worried about me than about himself. So I put on a brave face and told him we'd get through it. We decided to keep dating through the war. I wrote him letters, and I'd run to the mailbox every day to check if he'd written back. Most times he had. But one day, the letters stopped coming. I place my hand on Mav's. I'm sorry, Mav. That must have been tough. She pastes on a brave smile, but I can see her bottom lip trembling. I thought he was dead. My heart was absolutely crushed, and I couldn't even get out of bed. Mav! A customer bellows from a table. I swerve around. Could you give us a... Mav yells over me. Right there! She slants me a scolding look and tuts. April Elizabeth Brooks. Despite her scolding, I wait on pins and needles for Mav to finish waiting on the table. At last, she comes back, and I pounce on her. What happened next? Why are you so excited? Bobby's with me today. You know what happens. She wipes a beer mug dry. Yes, but how? I stress. She laughs, deepening the wrinkles around her eyes. One day, I came home and saw a letter in my mailbox. I heave a giant sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Mav releases a belly laugh. Yes, I was very grateful. So, did he come home right after that? Nope. Took a lot more months until I saw him again. She gazes softly at the glass. But this waiting period was different. This time, I wrote those letters with joy in my heart. Are you saying you weren't happy before that scare? Mav sets the glass on the shelf. I never told Bobby outright, but I'd resented the fact that he joined the army. He'd always talked about doing it, but I felt blindsided. How dare he make me love him so much, make him such a part of my daily life, and then just disappear? Exactly. I sit up a little straighter. It's so selfish. Very much so. Mav's strong voice trembles with laughter. I realize she's making fun of me and glance down at my tea. But, Mav taps a dark finger on the bar counter. After I stopped getting those letters, my entire perspective changed. I was the girlfriend of a soldier. There was no changing that. Bobby wasn't with me, but he still made all that effort to write as much as he could. Those letters meant he was pulling through. Those letters meant he was thinking of me. Those letters meant he was coming back to me. And in the end, I'd rather have those letters and know he's alive than to not have Bobby at all. Her words tangle in my mind. It just doesn't seem fair. Life isn't fair. We can't always get what we want when we want it. Now, this isn't saying to put up with nonsense. At times, we do have to let people go if they aren't good for us. But when we find the people who write love letters in war, I supply. Yeah. Mauve laughs. Then she glances at the television and back at me with a knowing grin. When you find your person sometimes, you gotta let them love you from afar until they can come home. At her words, the clouds in my heart start to clear. I look back over everything I've been through with Chance, and determination wells within me. We've fought to be together. We've come this far. Like Mav said, I'd rather have his texts, calls, and video chats until he can come home. And that might come with some adjustments, I'm sure. But I want this to work. Can you excuse me? I need to make a call, I say, slipping out of the bar stool. Mav just smiles knowingly. As I'm about to dial Chance, my phone lights up with an incoming call instead. It's the nursing home. I put the phone to my ear, still looking at Mav. Hello, how can I help? Miss Brooks, I'm sorry to inform you, but your father... I explode out of my seat. What happened to my dad? He's missing. Chapter 53. April. April, baby. Take a deep breath. Mav hurries around the bar, untying the apron at her waist. I need to find him. Tad. I need to find him. I stumble to the door like a drunk. Mav steps in front of me, blocking me with her hands on her hips. We're gonna find your daddy. I doubt he would have wandered far, but there is no way you can get behind a wheel in this state. I have to go. Yes, you will go. Just give me a second. She wipes her hands against the sides of her pants and yells, Earl!
Yeah.
A head pokes out from the kitchen window. Call Steph and the others. Anyone who isn't on duty right now. April's dad is missing. He's got dementia, so it's a potentially dangerous situation. The faster we can find him, the better. Text the group chat too. Tell him to keep an eye out.
On it.
Earl's head disappears. One of the regulars, Tom, a retired pilot who offers flight trainings on his downtime, runs up to us.
Did I hear that right, April? Your dad is missing?
That's right, Tom. I'm going to drive April to the nursing home.
I'll be on standby, Mav. If you need eyes in the sky, I can fire up the rig.
Tears fill my eyes at the offer. Thank you. Thank you. Mav dips her chin and leads me out into the sunshine. Behind me, I hear a thunderous boom of footsteps. I look over my shoulder and spot half the patrons of the Tipsy Tuna pouring through the doors and heading for their cars. As they pass me by, they call out encouraging words.
We're gonna find him, April. Don't worry about a thing. It'll be all right.
My bottom lip trembles and I'm overwhelmed by gratitude. Seeing everyone rally around me and Dad gives me courage. I take a deep breath, settle my emotions, and stop Mav when she tries to slip in the driver's seat. It's all right. I can drive there myself. Are you sure? She eyes me up and down. Dad might wander over here, I say. Mav argues, Earl and the rest will be here. Yeah, but he won't remember them like he'll remember you, I remind her. She nods slowly. Call me if you find him. I will. I start the car and look out through the window. Thank you again, Mauve. Go. Drive safe. On the way to the nursing home, I call Rebel, who immediately announces that she's locking up the shop and heading out to join the search. Dad has no idea that I own a garage now, and I doubt he'll show up there, so I reluctantly agree. Next, I call Stuart Kinsey. Although it kills me to have to ask that man for any favor, his garage is where Dad spent most of his life. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that Dad somehow found his way there.
No, I haven't seen him,
Kinsey says flatly.
but I'll keep an eye out.
Think. The dial tone rings and I realize he hung up. You, I finish lamely. I guess I can't expect more than that, given Kinsey thinks I'm suing him. After a few moments of internal debate, I decide to alert May to what's going on. She's my little sister, and I want to shield her from panicking, especially when she's on campus. However, if the shoe were on the other foot, I would be furious if Dad was in danger and I wasn't informed. Where could he be? May shrieks. How could this happen? Why are we paying that crazy expensive fee and they can't take care of Dad properly? I have all these questions too. I'm heading to the nursing home right now. I'll get there in about, I check my watch, 13 minutes. It'll take me an hour to get back to town. Her voice trembles. I didn't tell you so you could rush back. You can't possibly think I'll attend any lectures with Dad missing, do you? By the time you get back to town, he'll already have been found, I say, as optimistically as I can. I wouldn't be able to concentrate anyway. I'm catching a bus now, she says resolutely. There's no point in arguing with her. May ends the call, and I dial all the places Dad used to love. The old cafe run by the Duncans, Phil's Burgers, the hockey rink. No one has seen Dad. It's been almost 30 minutes since he wandered off, and my brain keeps picturing the absolute worst. Frantic and sick to my stomach, I call the nursing home again. Is Dad back? I ask in a harried voice. Was there any update from the security guard? Did the security cameras reveal what direction he went? Unfortunately, he's not back yet, but we do have everyone we could possibly spare on staff out looking for him. My grip around the steering wheel tightens. Worry consumes me and I snap, "What about the security cameras?" "We're still working on that, ma'am," she explains sheepishly. "Our security company had a system-wide update yesterday, and there were some bugs. We made an urgent request to their technicians. One arrived and is working on restoring the data now." I can't believe this. I chew on my bottom lip. Every second that passes by is a second my dad could walk into incoming traffic or fall down a ravine or... My throat clogs with painful emotions. I refuse to let my mind wander down that frightening path. I need something. We've already sent out an alert to the police with a description of what your father was wearing when he wandered out of the garden. We investigated all the landscapers at length. The one who left the back door open claimed your father had been hanging around the construction area an hour ago, so he must have left after that point. I squeeze the bridge of my nose. This is unprecedented, Miss Brooks, but I assure you that we're doing everything we can to find him. We will return your father safe and sound. You can't promise me that, I grind out. She goes quiet. I know I'm taking out my anger unfairly on her and even my breathing. I'm almost there. I want to talk to the worker who last saw my father myself. We can certainly arrange that, Ms. Brooks. The indicator makes a ticking noise as I flick it and turn into the parking lot of the nursing home. Throwing open my door, I jump out and rush inside. "This way, Miss Brooks," the receptionist says, personally escorting me to the manager's office. On the way, my phone vibrates with more and more new texts. "Maeve, your father hasn't shown up here. Any new update? Rebel. I drove by the park. He's not there. I asked my embroidery group to be on the lookout too. As I'm about to type a response, I hear the creak of a wheelchair spinning and narrowly jump out of the way before I'm mowed down by a senior citizen on a mission. Did I miss it? The woman squawks. My thoughts are totally occupied with finding my father, but something makes me stop and follow the woman's trajectory. She brings her wheelchair to rest next to the other residents in the great room. They're flocked around a television that, like the rest of Lucky Falls, is turned to Chance's press conference. The red button on the left of the television says, "Live." A ton of mics are strapped to a podium decorated with Chance's team colors, but the seat is empty. There's no Chance. "Where is he?" the crowd of residents murmur. "Why is no one saying anything? What's going on?" "Miss Brooks?" the receptionist calls to me. She's several steps ahead at the mouth of the hallway. Her back is ramrod straight as she beckons to me. I shake my head. Chance's delayed press conference is probably for dramatic effect. He would never miss such an important moment. Hurrying along until I catch up with the receptionist, I walk into the manager's office. A man in a tattered gray cap, worn jeans, and a black t-shirt shoots to his feet the moment I enter. "Miss Brooks," the manager says solemnly from behind her desk. "Miss Brooks, I'm so sorry." He approaches me, eyes wide. "I thought I locked the gate securely. I had no idea. Oh, you probably don't want to hear this, but I'm so sorry." I lift a hand indicating that he should stop. Was my dad upset the last time you saw him? Did he say anything? No, he wasn't upset, but he did seem… How do I put this? The man scrubs his fingers over his hair. Agitated, maybe. He kept saying that Chance McClainley was coming and he shouldn't be here. Chance? He talked about Chance? I squeezed the bridge of my nose and turned to face the manager. We need to tell the police to look everywhere on the route to the ice rink. Dad's been having delusions about talking to Chance for quite some time now. I should have paid more attention. The manager gives me a confused stare. Miss Brooks, rest assured, we did tell the police this, and we have people out looking along that very route. Good. I'll join them. I reach for the doorknob. But, the manager continues firmly, your father was not suffering any delusions about Chance McClainley. My fingers freeze around the knob. My back muscles stiffen. Slowly, I turn to face the manager. What do you mean? Her words and gaze remain frank. Chance called your father frequently. They often spoke about hockey, among other things. Your father's mood improved after every call. She pauses and studies my face. Did you really not know? I didn't. Not at all. But suddenly, I have a memory of Dad grumbling about how Chance would scold him if he didn't eat. Did Chance call recently? I believe it was yesterday. She picks up a folder, slips her glasses on her nose, and nods. Yes, it was yesterday. Yesterday. Chance and I were fighting, and our future as a couple was up in the air, but he still called to encourage my dad. My heart picks up speed. Without a word, I wrench the door open and take off down the hallway. Chance used to make offhand comments about taking my dad for a drive in his Lambo, and Dad would threaten that all he wanted to do was get under the hood. What if Dad went looking for Chance's car? I put the phone to my ear, ready to call Rebel and ask her to check the local car dealership, when the door of the nursing home bursts open. My eyes trail from the dirty plastic slippers, loose pants, and soft cotton shirt to the green eyes I know so well. Relief collapses my heart, and I stumble forward, gasping. Dad! Tears crowd my eyes and slip down my cheeks as I wrap my father in my arms. He gruffly tries to push me off, but I don't care. I hold tighter, violent sobs racking my chest. After a while, Dad goes still and lets me cry on his shoulder. Thank you. Thank you for coming back safely, I cry in a hoarse voice. Eventually, I notice that there's someone standing behind my father. I loosen my grip on Dad and look at the man who escorted him here. Surprise sends me skittering back a step. The man has dark blue eyes, Prince Eric black hair, and he's supposed to be on TV right this minute. Chance.
Chapter 54. Chance. April looks quickly away, wraps an arm around her father and tries to steer him toward the hallway.
Hey, stop pushing,
he rasps. Glancing over his shoulder, he arches a wiry brow.
Chance, don't let them take me away.
It's okay, sir.
No, it's not. They'll lock me up again. They think I'm senile, son. You can't trust them.
I do trust them. I stare at April for a long beat. Especially this woman, sir. I trust her with my life. April finally looks at me. Tears glisten in her eyes and wet her thick, dark lashes. Whoa! My heart jackhammers wildly and then stops beating altogether. That look is brutally soft and vulnerable, and all I want to do is wrap her in my arms.
Thank you,
she says in a quiet, broken voice. You're welcome. Another nurse appears and takes April's dad a little to the side, inspecting him for injuries. April eyes me uneasily.
What are you…
She shakes her head and then says instead,
Where did you find him?
There's a path outside the west gate that leads to a hidden grotto. It's close enough that he can walk without getting too tired and needing his wheelchair. He took me there when we visited him last time. He said no one knew where it was, so they never bothered him. April seems shocked.
He was on the property the entire time?
I checked that area first just in case, but I didn't think he'd actually be there. Did the cameras not pick it up?
The cameras were down and there were construction workers in the garden. One of them admitted to leaving the gate open, so everyone assumed Dad had gone in that direction.
I'm trying to listen, but only half of me is engaged. It takes patience not to step closer to her, to brush her hair away from her face, to hold her hand and give it a squeeze. She looks as exhausted as I do. It grieves me to see her so torn up about her dad. Or maybe it's not just her dad. I bet there are other things on her mind. Miss Brooks, would you like to come with us? Another nurse asks, gesturing to a long corridor. The doctor is waiting. April speaks to me without meeting my eyes.
I'll go with them.
I'll wait for you, I assure her. I watch as April and the nurses escort her dad away. When they're gone, a thick and pressing silence fills my ears. I realize I'm being stared at by a large group of elderly men and women. Hey, aren't you supposed to be out there? A gruff old man points to the television screen that's turned to the sports channel. My lips quirk. Yes? Then why are you here? Another asks. I contemplate how to answer that. Because my future is here. What future? An older woman croaks. It feels like I'm being grilled by the most determined journalists in the world. That's a secret. I wink. A woman waddles up to me and leans in. She smells of coffee and saltines. Is April pregnant? I jerk back in shock. No, she isn't. The woman gives me a disbelieving look, but I'm spared from her questions when a shout goes up from the crowd. Someone's talking! They're announcing it now! The sweet grandmother shuffles away from me on her walker. On the TV screen, a PR manager stands behind the mic and delivers a word salad of platitudes about the league and their hopes for the upcoming season. I watch it with a wry grin. Derek, Derek, Derek. I told my ex-agent I wouldn't be at the press conference, and he insisted that he would wait.
You'll change your mind about firing me? There's no way I'm canceling the press conference.
I won't, Derek. You're still fired, and I'm taking the first flight back to Lucky Falls.
You're not an idiot, Chance. You worked so hard to get back on top. Why would you give it all up for a woman?
I guess he really believed that I wouldn't. The PR manager refuses to answer questions after the conference ends. It's a smart move, and I follow suit, slipping out of the nursing home while the residents are occupied. In my car, I text April and ask her to meet in the parking lot when she's finished with her dad. Time ticks by, but I promised April I would wait and do so patiently. Hours later, April jogs out of the nursing home's front doors. I watch the way her hair floats behind her in the evening breeze, and my lips curl up in a smile. Everything about the woman makes me incredibly happy. April climbs into my convertible, and though it's impolite, I can't stop staring. She's the only woman I know who can make a mechanic jumpsuit look stunning. The translucent glow of her skin, the thick fall of her silky brown hair, and the freckles that adorn her face is more than I can take. I have to remind myself to breathe.
Are you not going to say anything?
April asks, reaching for one of my fidget spinners in the console. She's nervous, I realize. How's your dad? The tenseness in her shoulders seeps away.
He's sleeping.
There's a long pause.
The manager seems a little embarrassed about reporting him missing when he was so close by. To be honest, so am I.
She folds her hands and sets them in her lap.
I had the entire town looking for Dad.
The entire town chose to look for him, I tell her. She bobs her head.
I guess what matters is that he's safe. I already sent a text to the neighborhood group chat. They'll spread the word.
I nod.
Thank you again, Chance.
No need for that. I'm happy it ended the way it did. April looks straight ahead.
I'm not just thanking you for today. The nurses said you checked in regularly for a long time, long before you and I
got together for real. She smiles slightly, and my world brightens. To my surprise, April places a soft hand on top of mine. It's warm to the touch with a hint of calluses from all her years of working on cars. It's a beautiful feminine hand, and I immediately turn my palm over to capture her fingers.
Chance,
She says softly,
I'm sorry about that night.
"You don't have to apologize. I should have been there. This all started because I wasn't."
Not necessarily.
She draws in a steadying breath.
I think I was waiting for a reason to run away from you. I let my fear take over at the first sign of trouble.
I lean forward, listening to every word.
It's true that I've never been in a long-distance relationship, and that part was a little difficult for me. It's also true that I felt like I was competing with hockey for your attention. But when I thought about it, you made every effort you could to keep in touch with me.
She stops and squints.
Except for that time I was in the hospital.
I can explain what happened. She waves it away.
My point is, even a machine isn't perfect. Humans definitely aren't perfect. So, logically, relationships can't be either.
I frown a bit at her conclusion. As someone who aims to be the best at whatever he puts his mind to, I do want a perfect relationship. At least as close to perfect as it can get. And I want that for April, too.
I know way more about cars than I do about love.
She ducks her head sheepishly.
And as a mechanic, I warn people constantly about ignoring check engine lights or weird sounds. Still, most people only bring their vehicle to me after it completely breaks down. They ignore every warning sign because maintenance is expensive. It's a lot of work. Sometimes it feels like a waste. But in every case, a car that's maintained well will outrun a car that's not.
I nod. At least this is a level of auto repair I can understand. What I don't understand is what that has to do with us.
You, Chance,
April's green eyes sparkle at me as if she can read my thoughts.
you take great care of the car.
Warmth rushes through me. I look at her, see the collision of sweetness and strength, of beauty and intelligence, of innocence and tenacity, and I know she's going to be the mother of my children. April.
I can't do it, Chance. I can't break up with you.
Her voice is quiet but firm, like the strongest glass.
I support your dreams, and I want you to live without regrets. So,
She inhales deeply.
no matter how long it takes or how far you go, I'll be here. I'll wait for you.
My heart slams against my ribs. The love I feel for April Elizabeth Brooks is bone deep, encoded in my DNA and 100% immovable.
All right, then.
April sets the fidget spinner down and leans back like a great weight's been lifted off her. All right, then, I agree. She peers at me.
Is that all you have to say?
Can anyone top that speech? A blush spreads over her face. She quickly changes the subject.
By the way, what are you doing here?
Here, as in?
In Lucky Falls. What happened to the press conference? Why didn't you announce you were back in the league today?
Because I'm not back in the league.
What do you mean?
I made a choice. She looks at me uneasily.
What choice?
I chose you.
Chapter 55. April. He's wrong. Those 3 words topped my entire speech. I chose you. I can't believe he just said that. My first thought is that Chance is joking. But no, he's way too serious and looks too intense. My next thought is that I made a huge mistake. Chance is about to throw his dreams, his goals, and his progress away because I had a moment of immaturity. Had I not broken down on the phone that night, had I not been so selfish, he wouldn't be talking like this. No, Chance.
No?
His eyebrows fly up. I can't let you do that.
April, you're not letting me...
My phone buzzes. It's May. I updated her and Rebel on Dad's state earlier. May was already on her way to the nursing home when I called. It took a ton of maneuvering, but I eventually convinced my sister to return to school. Her classes must have ended now. Are you with Dad? May asks, sounding breathless. I called Rebel, but she said you weren't at the garage and the last time she drove by, you weren't home yet. Is everything okay? Yeah. Is he still sleeping? Did the doctor say anything after his checkup? Everything's fine. That's a relief. And what about Chance? I'm with him right now, I answer, glaring at the stubborn hockey player who smiles back at me. Speaking of Chance, did you hear? Everyone is saying that he skipped out on his press conference because he's back in town for good. No, he's not. But there's already an article online. Don't listen to the gossip on the internet. Chance is going back to the league. I snap. May goes quiet. I sigh and squeeze my eyes shut. Regulating my breathing, I finish quietly. Do you need a ride to the nursing home? No, I just caught the bus. I'll be there soon. I'll wait for you. I hang up with my sister and stare straight ahead. The sun is low in the sky, sending a burnt orange halo over the treetops. The sky is so serene, but inside I'm restless. Chance reaches for me.
Don't be angry, April.
I'm not angry. I'm worried. I feel my eyebrows tightening. You're an amazing hockey player, Chance. I know how much you love the sport. You faked a relationship with a stranger so you could play. Was that all for nothing?
Of course not.
He says calmly.
That was all for this moment.
He sticks his finger down.
So, I could fall in love with you for real.
Don't try to make this romantic.
I'm not.
He says frankly.
It's just a fact.
The fact is you're being impulsive because things were rocky between us, but they're fine now. You don't have to do anything drastic.
I've thought about it a lot, April. This isn't an impulse.
The calmer he is about it, the more unhinged I feel. What if you look back in 20 years and regret this moment for the rest of your life?
I won't.
What if you do? I plead.
What if I don't?
He counters. Everyone is going to blame me if you abandon hockey now. They'll say I ruined you right when you were at the top of your game.
Who cares what everyone thinks? This is between you and me. And I'm not abandoning hockey. I've already talked to Max. He's thrilled to have me back with the Lucky Strikers.
They're only in the minors. Who knows if they'll ever qualify for the league?
April.
He reaches for my other hand. I shake my head and pull that hand to my chest. No, Chance. You call Derek and tell him you'll reschedule the press conference.
I fired Derek,
He says nonchalantly. My jaw drops. You did what?
He's the reason I missed your text.
Chance admits. What do you mean?
He had my phone when you called and he intentionally deleted your messages. He didn't think you were good for my image and had other plans for me that didn't involve you.
I frown severely. That jerk.
I couldn't continue to work with anyone who'd sabotage my relationship with you.
How'd you find out it was him? Derek doesn't seem like a guy who'd admit to anything. I mumble. The agent always struck me as sleazy.
I figured it out on my own.
My eyes narrow when I think of Derek's manipulation. Hand me your phone. In fact, forward Derek's number. I need to give him a piece of my mind.
I think firing him was enough.
Chance adds, offering his phone to me despite his advice.
Don't waste your time and energy on him.
He's right. I turn Chance's phone around and around in my palm before offering it back. For a while, there's silence. Chance? I break the quiet first. Are you serious about quitting the league?
I am, April.
Struggling for a way to make him see my side of things, I stammer. Imagine if you'd come to me, demanding that I give up on being a mechanic. Imagine you told me you were embarrassed by my dirty nails or my overalls or my obsession with car repair videos. He seems horrified by the very thought.
I would never.
Yes, but imagine it. Imagine you came to me and said I should choose my mechanic career or you.
this is different.
Chance argues, a half smile twitching on his lips.
I'm willing to give up hockey. I'll gladly give it up. I choose you over my career 100 times over.
My heart pumps hard and fast. Chance.
April.
He frowns, and I can tell that his next words will be very serious.
Years ago, when I was in high school, I got into a car accident. It was my junior year, and I'd been drinking with some friends after a hockey game.
My eyes widen. I'd looked Chance up online several times and had heard nothing of this incident.
One of us stupidly got behind the wheel, and as we were driving, we hit a patch of ice on the road. My friend tried to get control of the vehicle, but the road was too slippery. We were heading straight for a steep ravine that could kill us all.
I hold my breath, feeling like I'm right there in that spinning car with him.
For a moment, my life flashed before my eyes, and I didn't like what I saw. Partying, getting caught up with girls, doing stupid dares, not having a purpose. I hated it. I decided right then and there that I'd dedicate myself to my family and to hockey. Just those two. Nothing else.
I had no idea, I whisper.
Underage drinking isn't something my parents could have on the news. Not at the time. So they took care of it.
He shrugs.
But I remember that moment vividly.
He pauses and waits for me to meet his eyes.
April, after talking with you that night on the phone, I had a similar experience.
Our breakup conversation was as violent as a car accident? His smile unfurls fully, and I can't stare directly at it. It's like staring into the sun. Too brilliant. Too blinding.
In the silence, after you hung up, I saw my life play out like a movie.
Chance says.
I saw me going all the way with hockey. I saw all the trophies, the accolades, the recognition. I saw the fame and the awards, and I didn't like what I saw.
Distaste etches itself into his handsome face.
It all seemed meaningless, because you weren't there.
Emotions claw at my throat, and I blink rapidly to keep them back. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve him. I plead one more time. Let's work it out some other way. There has to be another way.
Hey,
He calls soothingly.
I respect your career choice. I respect your path. I 100% support you in whatever future you want to have, whether it's with marriage, the garage, our future kids.
Our kids? Really? I sniff. His eyes soften as he says,
All I ask is that you respect my choice too.
A mangled sob gets caught in my chest, and I can't speak. Chance brackets my face with his hands. Slowly, tenderly, he plants a whisper-soft kiss on my forehead. Tilting my face up so I'm looking at him, he breathes out.
I don't just love you, April Elizabeth Brooks. I'd sacrifice everything for you. I'd give my life for you. I choose you.
I really hate... I sniff harder this time. How often I cry with you.
At least you're still pretty when you cry.
I ball my fist and land a light punch against his chest. I'll accept your decision, but please, please tell me if you ever want to leave and change your mind, okay?
I won't leave, April. And I'm not changing my mind.
But if you ever...
If I ever cause you to think that I regret it, I want you to talk to me. Because whatever we face in the future, whatever challenges we'll go through, it won't be because of this moment.
A tear slips down my cheek. You're so...
Charming?
insane, I mumble. Chance laughs and pulls me into his strong embrace. I hug him fiercely, wishing I could say something profound, wishing the English language had words that would accurately describe everything I'm feeling. But all I can say is, I love you. And when he whispers,
I love you too,
I know without a shadow of a doubt that he means it.
Chapter 56. Chance May and Rebel show up at the same time to visit Mr. Brooks. I'm forced to let April go so she can escort her best friend and sister into the nursing home. The moment the door shuts behind April and I'm left alone, my arms ache with longing. I'm down bad for this woman. There's no other explanation for the way everything in my life feels okay, as long as April's beside me. Since I came back to town without much of a plan, I decide to get dinner for everyone before checking into a hotel. Phil's Burgers is my first stop. The bell jangles cheerfully behind me when I step in. I nod to all the patrons who stop and smile at me.
Chance. Heard you're back.
Welcome home, son.
We missed you.
I wave and return all the greetings with a warm grin. The teenager behind the counter beams when I walk up. Hey, Chance. Stella? I nod. Stella wipes her hands down the apron with my signature on the front. Are you really back with the Lucky Strikers? She asks, punching in my order. Yeah, I am. She glances up with a barely suppressed smile. Because of April? Among other things. She takes my card. Mr. Matthews, the town plumber and a fan who's never missed a Lucky Strikers game, immediately pops up and offers his card instead. It's on me. There's no need, Mr. Matthews. Consider it a welcome home meal, he says. Thank you. Go Strikers! He pumps 2 fists and jogs out with his order. Stella taps away. So you're really back? I am. To stay? In this small town where nothing ever happens? That's right. Stella rolls her eyes, though she doesn't stop smiling. I guess Lucky Falls is more special than I thought. I silently agree as I take a seat around a table to wait. The air feels different tonight, and I can't help comparing it to the day I first rolled into Phil's Burgers. This time, there are no cameras flashing behind my back. No excited whispers. No subtle pointing in my direction. A few of the townsfolk wander by and ask me how I've been. But that's the extent of it. Back then, when someone called my name, it was because they wanted pictures and autographs. Now, every time my name is called, it's someone who genuinely wants to know me. It's startlingly refreshing. My next stop after Phil's is the Tipsy Tuna for April's favorite drink. I'm half hoping I'll see my teammates there, and when I recognize Gunner's truck in the parking lot, I take the stairs 2 at a time. There he is! Thalen explodes from his seat. The prodigal son returns. Watson is right behind him. Another teammate bellows, Chance, is it true? You're coming back? I grin at all the familiar faces. Renthro isn't there, though he rarely goes out with the team and spends most of his free time with his daughter, so I'm not surprised by that. For the next few seconds, I'm trapped in a maze of back slaps, high fives, and one-armed hugs. When I step back, I realize Gunner isn't around the table. He's at the bar instead, accepting a bag of food from Mauve. The moment the older woman catches my eye, she leaks a big grin. Welcome back, Chance, Mauve says. Gunner walks toward me, somber as always. His eyes drill into mine. Couldn't hack it in the big leagues? I laugh. When we first met, that statement would have started a brawl. Now, I slap him on the back. I couldn't let you take back the captain's spot. Gunner finally smiles a bit. Hey, Chance, get over here and tell us what the heck happened. There are 1,000 conspiracy theories online, Thelen invites, scooting down to make room. I can't stay long. I've got plans with April. Groans and boos break out from my teammates, and I snort at their reaction. Gunner shakes his head. Some things never change. Some things never will, I add confidently. He takes a step back. I'll catch you on the ice, McLeanly. We'll have another discussion about that captain position. I'm always ready for you, Kinsey. I laugh. After Gunner leaves, I hang out with my teammates. The guys welcome me back with open arms, and it feels like I never left. Later, I tear myself away from the guys and drop off the food and drinks at April's.
It's like you read my mind, Chance. Thanks so much.
She says earnestly, wrapping her arms around my neck and giving me a hug. I reluctantly let her go. Don't stay up too late after you eat. Get some sleep. It's been a long day.
Tell me about it.
She tilts her face up with a mischievous smile.
You can still change your mind. I'll give you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Laughing, I tap her nose twice. What time are you heading to the garage tomorrow?
Why? You want to bring me breakfast too?
That, and I want to drop you off. I need to catch up on all the mornings I missed with you. She tilts her head, her hair falling over one shoulder.
You don't have practice?
Max is giving me time to sign a lease tomorrow.
A lease, huh? You're not staying in a hotel this time?
I loop my arms around her waist. Don't get excited, Tink. I'm just renting a place while our house is being built.
Our house?
You're the one who said we weren't going to find exactly what we wanted unless we built it. So, I bought a few acres. She pushes me away.
Chance McClanely, you better head home. You've made enough important life decisions for one day.
It technically wasn't made in one day. I bought the property before I left for the league.
Good night,
April says, pushing me down the stairs. I whistle as I open my car. April's waiting on the stairs when I look over my shoulder. She gives me a wave. I wave back. Man, my heart is full. As if by magic, Mom calls as I'm leaving April's. It's funny how my mother always seems to know when I'm on an April high.
Chance, I saw all the speculations online and made a few calls. Is it true? Are you stepping away from hockey and finally joining the business?
She sounds so excited that I almost hate to burst her bubble. No, Mom, I say gently but firmly. I'm still playing hockey. I'm moving to Lucky Falls permanently and sticking with the Lucky Strikers.
What?
Mom explodes.
That backwater town? You can't be serious.
Lucky Falls is where April is, Mom. My mother says nothing for a few seconds.
Are you sure about this, Chance? You've never, not once in your life, loved anything more than hockey.
She's not wrong. Hockey was my queen, my focus, my everything until I met April. Now the number one slot in my life belongs to her.
Final decision?
Mom asks one more time. It's April or nothing, Mom. She sighs heavily.
Then I suppose I'll have to accept your choice. If you're determined to marry the girl, do it soon and give me grandbabies. Perhaps one of them will be business-minded and we can leave the estates in their name.
Rather than correcting Mom for calling April the girl, I accept the heart behind her statement. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I'll call you later. She hangs up and will, I'm sure, proceed to call her lawyers and immediately set up trust funds for my unborn children. As I drive, I think of everyone's frantic responses compared to my own internal calm. I hadn't felt nervous about firing Derek or officially withdrawing from my team. I hadn't cared about what people would say online or all the spectators who'll think I'm scared to return to the league. I wasn't terrified of what Mom would think of me leaving everything for April, and it didn't bother me even when April questioned my certainty. Totally at ease, I crawl into bed that night and fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. When I wake up the next day, there are hundreds of messages waiting to be read, mostly from journalists, a few agents who are itching to be Derek's replacement, and broken-hearted fans. I ignore it all and get ready for the day. April is waiting for me on her porch when I drive up. She skips down the stairs and automatically reaches for the door. Tink, I say in a warning voice. She huffs out a breath, rolls her eyes, but waits for me to open her door. I do and watch as she scrambles inside. How'd you sleep? I ask.
Like a baby.
She answers.
And you?
I lean toward her. I slept well, but I got up before dawn. I was too excited.
About what? Finding an apartment?
About seeing you. She rolls her eyes again, but a pleased smile flirts with her lips. I smirk and drive her to the garage, listening to her chat about her plans for the day and her intention to hire May as a marketing director when she graduates in a few weeks. As I slow down in front of the garage, my eyes stray to the vehicle parked on the curb. Someone steps out of the car and stares us down behind a pair of dark sunshades. April stops talking. I go stiff. "Let me handle this," I growl, reaching for the door.
Handle what?
April says, her firm tone making me turn to look at her. She arches a brow. I swallow hard. April, there's something I haven't told you. Inhaling deeply, I admit, I hired a lawyer before I left for the league. I want to sue Stuart Kinsey. A frown stretches across her face.
It took you long enough to tell me?
Wait, you knew?
It's a small town, Chance. Did you think you could send a bunch of suits sniffing around Lucky Falls and word wouldn't spread?
I lean back in shock. Yeah, you're right. I should have thought of that.
How could you sue someone on my behalf without even talking to me?
April folds her arms over her chest. I couldn't sleep knowing Stuart was living his life without consequences after hurting you.
Yeah, but that's not your decision to make. It's mine. That was way out of line, Chance. And to make it worse, you kept it a secret from me. I thought you were going to put my name on a formal lawsuit and not actually inform me.
She's got me there. You're right. That was a bad call. In my defense, I didn't want you to relive the trauma. Her stare remains dark and unwavering. I hang my head. But I still should have told you. Stuart sees us and takes a step toward our car. My muscles tense and I reach for the door handle. April stops me and points at the scowling man outside.
I got it.
I stare into her determined green eyes, and though everything in me wants to protect her, I'm aware that she's right. She's got it. I've got you, I tell her, and I'll be close by if you need backup. I'm not afraid to punch someone in the face, even if it means getting on the bad side of the Kinseys.
Trust me. I know. I appreciate your intentions, Chance, but fistfights and secret lawsuits aren't going to fix this.
She undoes her seatbelt, reaches over the console to kiss my cheek, and then steps out to meet with Stuart Kinsey.
Chapter 57. April. I can feel Chance's eyes boring through the windshield and into my back. He's 1 second away from springing out of the car and going full bodyguard boyfriend. I silently hope that he stays put. Stuart Kinsey can't hurt me. At least not emotionally. Not anymore. And if he tries to hurt me physically, well, that's what wrenches are for. Mr. Kinsey, I say in a polite tone, what an unexpected surprise.
Let's not hide behind pleasantries, April. I've been patient with you long enough.
I arch a brow. Kinsey's tone is rubbing me the wrong way, but I refuse to be ruffled. My father taught me to keep a cool head even in the face of chaos.
You know what hurts the most when someone's trying to get a rise out of you, April? When you don't give them the response they were looking for.
I fold my arms over my chest, emanating calm. Kinsey yanks his sunglasses off and sticks them on top of his head.
This talk is long overdue.
I agree that it is. Courage snakes its way into my heart. It stems from a place deep within, a part of me that was untended for too long. I'm ready. Kinsey glares at me with his beady blue eyes bracketed by deep wrinkles. Those eyes look mighty old and tired, like perhaps he needs to sleep more than he needs to be making judgments on women's appearances.
Lucky Falls is a family, April. A family. Families don't settle their disagreements in court, and they don't muddy each other's reputations over nothing.
He tacks a finger at Chance's Lamborghini.
City slickers do things a different way. They're all about backstabbing and stepping on each other to get ahead. You've let that man influence you in the wrong direction, April. This is unlike you. I'm highly disappointed, and I'm here hoping that you end this madness.
I fold my arms over my chest, ignoring most of what he said and focusing on only one part. Who exactly is your family, Mr. Kinsey? His eyes widen in surprise. It's an involuntary reaction, and he quickly shields his expression again. I tap my chin. If I remember correctly, when Evan and I broke up, you fired me precisely because you know who your actual family is.
Are you still holding that against me? I was downsizing, April. It wasn't personal. You're a business owner now. You know how it goes.
You're right, Mr. Kinsey. I'm a business owner now, which means I'm very aware that what you did as a boss to an employee that day was wrong. Please be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. Now, Kinsey's face twists with bitterness.
I'm very hurt to hear you speaking this way, April. After everything I've done for you and your dad, I would think you'd be more grateful.
Grateful? I speak as calmly as I can, because I know Mr. Kinsey will call me out as emotional if there's even a hint of a tremble in my voice. Eyes fixed and hands steady, I say, should I be grateful that you belittled me even though I fixed twice as many cars as the other men in the garage? Should I be grateful that you called me sensitive because I spoke up when the other mechanics talked crudely about women? What about your parting advice that I should show more skin if I wanted a boyfriend?
You know, I've only ever had good intentions for you, April. If you had all these issues with me, you should have spoken to me about it, rather than let it build into this lawsuit nonsense.
If those were examples of Mr. Kinsey's good intentions, I'd hate to see what he does when he's got bad intentions. I tilt my chin up. I worked hard in your shop, hoping to be acknowledged for my skill and not my gender. This isn't about me being too sensitive. This is about respect. If you respected me, Mr. Kinsey, you would not have spoken to me the way you did in that office. His jaw tightens and he straightens to his full height.
If that's how you feel, I guess there's no point in talking.
His nostrils flare.
And to think, I came here hoping to make an offer for a joint garage. If you were a little less emotional, April, we could have worked together. Instead, I'll now be suing you for stealing my customers.
There's that emotional word again. I step closer, my voice dropping to a harsh tone. Let's be real here, Mr. Kinsey. You didn't come to see me today with an offer to join forces because you truly think so highly of me. You're scrambling for a solution because your shop has been declining ever since I left. His eyes flash with ire.
Don't think any of your newfound popularity will last, April. This business is hard, very hard. All kinds of unexpected things can happen.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Kinsey?
It's merely advice from someone who's been running an auto shop longer. This business can get very dirty. That's why most women steer clear of it.
I lift up my calloused hands. As you can see, I'm not afraid of a little dirt, nor am I afraid of you. But since you had the audacity to threaten me on my own property, I'll make a promise of my own. I step closer, my eyes blazing. I will continue to repair every car that rolls into my shop, expand my garage, and make a name for this place until no one remembers that your garage exists. And one day, you won't be scared that I'll take customers away because there will be no customers left. Mr. Kinsey moves threateningly toward me. At once, a car door slams shut, and we both look to the left where Chance is standing with his hands folded, his brawny arms tight against his t-shirt. Mr. Kinsey rethinks whatever he was going to do or say. Instead, he huffs back to his car, slams the door, and speeds out of the parking lot. Chance jogs toward me.
Are you okay? That looked like it was getting heated.
I smile and the knots in my stomach loosen for good. Chance?
Yes, Tink.
You and I aren't finished with our earlier conversation. We're going to revisit why you sued people on my behalf without even telling me. And I also want to know what your lawyers found on Stuart. He nods slowly.
Yes, I guess. That's fair.
I also need to talk to Rebel about putting up some security cameras just in case.
I'll have it done by tomorrow.
Chance says, tapping something on his phone. But first, I slide my arms around his waist. I want to say thank you.
For what?
Reminding me how strong I am. I rise on my tiptoes. And showing me we're even stronger together. Chance leans down and whispers over my lips.
Always, Tink. Always.
Epilogue. April. My boyfriend is Chance McClainley. The Chance McClainley. He's the one on the ice that looks like Prince Eric in hockey gear. A roar goes up from the crowd, and I quickly pull my attention away from Chance. That noise means someone did something with the puck. I try to find the little rubber thing sliding around the ice. Finally, I find it in the Lucky Strikers net. Come on, Rebel screams, throwing her hands up and getting to her feet. Defense! Defense! I mimic her, feeling the crowd's excitement. I've learned that screaming is an important part of the game, and I do try to participate. I take my girlfriend responsibilities seriously, although I still don't understand half of what happens on the ice. Chance, bless his big, generous heart, has tried his best to explain. He really has, but I'm a lost cause. Come on, Watson, Rebel yells and points. That wasn't Watson's fault. Gordy, the little girl who lent me her blanket at my first hockey game, steps on top of her chair and plants her hands on her hips. She stares Rebel down. McClainley totally missed that pass. Hey, let's not jump on Chance here, I say. Gordy shakes her head as if I'm an utter disappointment and returns to watching the game intently. Let's go, Daddy, she screams. Go, Chance, I yell. Don't let them get you. Leaning toward my best friend, I ask over the deafening roar of the crowd. Which one is trying to get him? Don't worry your pretty little head about it, she teases, patting my cheek. I laugh. Rebel trains her eyes on the rink. Oh, look, the coach is taking Gunner out of the game. My best friend puts her hands around her mouth and whoops in celebration. I arch an eyebrow at her. You're not supposed to be cheering along with the rival team, you know. Really? Whoops. I keep staring at her face. Rebel tosses her hair casually over her shoulder. What? What's going on between you and Gunner? Why do you hate him so much? Who says I hate him? Rebel counters. I consider how to answer that question. I've never noticed before because we don't really hang in the Kinsey's circles. But now that I'm dating Chance, Rebel and I spend a lot more time around the team. Every time we run into Gunner at the Tipsy Tuna, Rebel feigns some kind of illness and immediately leaves. The rare times I can convince her to stick around, she smiles and chats with everyone except him. My best friend is a social butterfly, so it's pretty obvious when she's giving someone the cold shoulder. I shake my head because now is not the time for a discussion about Gunner and Rebel. Chance has control of the puck and I'm at once entranced. He moves as fast as lightning and as graceful as a gazelle. It's incredible the poise he has on the ice. As someone who still has a hate-hate relationship with ice skating, it amazes me how he handles himself on those skates, while chasing down a puck the size of a beef patty. Speaking of the puck, where did it go again? I whip my head back and forth until I locate the center of the action. Chance passed the puck to one of his teammates, Thalen, I think his name was. Thalen gets into position, passes back to Chance, and circles around. I watch as Chance moves his hockey stick like I do when I'm scrambling eggs. It's so fast that I don't even realize he's making a shot until he sends the puck skittering into the net. Yes! I scream, along with most of the arena. Chance continues to play amazingly, along with Gunner, who's soon put back on the ice. The Lucky Strikers win over their opponents who, I'll admit, fought valiantly. But not as valiantly as we did. Chance's teammates huddle together, celebrating Gunner, who delivered the winning shot. Finally, Chance breaks out of the huddle and finds me in the crowd. His eyes brighten and he grins hard enough that I can see his teeth flashing beneath his helmet. I wave happily. Beside me, Gordy is also waving enthusiastically to her dad. It's easy to tell Renthro out of the pack, not only because of his massive size, but because of the Hello Kitty sticker on his jersey. He's also staring in our direction and waving at his daughter. To my surprise, I notice Gunner looking over at us too. It's hard to tell for sure, but is he staring at Rebel? I lose that train of thought when Chance skates off the ice. I know he'll be looking for me in a short while, so I give Gordy a hug goodbye, grab Rebel's hand, and drag her down the bleachers. "Are you April?" a fan asks, waving to me. "Hi." "Hi," I wave back. I'm slowly getting used to people recognizing me. A young girl wearing a hockey jersey stops me. "Can I have a picture, April?" I stop to take the picture, and the little girl gives me a big hug. I'm going to be a mechanic too when I grow up. "Ah, that's so sweet," Rebel coos. "I think that's awesome." I wink at the girl. She grins wide. My heart full, I follow the flow of people until I get to the lobby that splits into two hallways, one leading to the exits and the other to the admin building. Bobby is at the door doing crowd control. He smiles warmly at me and nods from afar. Rebel and I wave back. "This arena is getting a little small," Rebel muses. "Max really needs to think about expanding, especially now that Chance is a permanent part of the Lucky Strikers. I heard he wants to use our architect, but he'll have to wait in line. We asked for them to design our new garage first." Rebel snorts. "And you said you weren't competitive?" I laugh. At that moment, I feel someone's arms slide around my waist. At first, I stiffen in surprise and then look back to find Chance. He's wearing a low baseball cap, a t-shirt, and jeans. "How are you here?" I hiss, glancing around at the crowds. Chance uses a separate exit after games or he'll be bombarded. Sometimes he'll host meet and greets with fans, but we have a date tonight.
"I couldn't wait to see you,"
he says low in my ear. "That means you didn't shower," Rebel mumbles beside me. I chuckle. My best friend rolls her eyes, but a grin tugs at her lips. "You love birds are obnoxious. I'm dumping you on your boyfriend, April." "No, I'll still ride with you," I insist.
"So will I,"
Chance says. "You want me to watch you two being insufferably cute and in love all the way to the tuna?" "No thanks." Rebel wiggles her fingers at me. "You're still coming to the tuna, though," I clarify. "I'm a little tired," Rebel says, her eyes darting to the side the way she does when she's lying. "Oh, okay. I'll text you," I tell her.
"Night, Rebel,"
Chance says without taking his eyes off me. As we walk forward in the crowd, trying to blend in, I ask Chance, "Is Gunner coming to the tuna tonight?"
"Yeah, I think so."
I wonder if that's why Rebel isn't going. Have you noticed a weird tension between Rebel and Gunner?
"Not particularly,
He shrugs.
but it's not like I've been paying attention."
Huh. A fan bumps into us, and Chance lowers his baseball cap, ducking his head into my neck to remain incognito. I giggle as he presses a little kiss at my pulse point and swat at him. "Behave, we're in public," I grumble. He laughs. By some miracle, we make it to the car without being mobbed by his excited fans. Chance climbs into his convertible after opening the door for me. Immediately, he reaches for my hand and brings it to his lips.
"What do you say we skip the tuna and head straight to the library for some reading?"
I laugh at the way he wiggles his eyebrows. "So I can get bonked in the head by another book? No thanks." The laugh lines around Chance's mouth deepen as he smiles. I love those little lines. But to be fair, I love everything about him.
"Then where would you like to go? I don't want to share you right now,"
Chance says. I run a finger down his arm. "How about you and I?"
"Yes?"
He leans in. "Go to the garage and you can help me fix the cruiser in the bay?" Chance releases a long-suffering sigh.
Should have known. The only thought in your head is cars.
Not true. 49.9% is cars.
And the 51.1%?
Chance asks, a teasing smile on his lips. It's the new garage plans. Chance pouts.
So I don't even get 1%?
Don't be mad. There's something you own 100% of.
What?
He tilts his head, studying me in the moonlight. I point to my chest, right above my heart. Here. A smile blooms on his handsome face. In a beat, Chance tangles his hand in my hair and pulls me in for a long, breathless kiss. After we come up for air, he fastens my seatbelt for me and takes my hand as we drive off into the night. Thank you for reading Ice Mechanic. Rebel's book, Ice Princess, is available now. To get exclusive access to deleted scenes for the series, sign up to my newsletter at www.liabevans.com.
Want to extend your stay in Lucky Falls? Gunner and Rebel's hockey romance is coming up next. Click subscribe and be the first to know when more stories from Lia Bevans are available.